KILT-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Still updating my scorecard, Plummer.
Bregman drives this one, and you can say bye to that baseball, y'all. Taylor Scott, 3 strikeouts in that inning. Ball game by the Houston Astros, who beat the Oakland Athletics in Game 1 of this 4-game set, 9-2.
That was Julia Morales on the call last night for Space City Home Network. The Astros, they have now won 4 out of 5. Starting to look a little more Astro-like out there. They beat the A's last night, 9-2. Alex Bregman, you heard one of his 2 home runs right there. He had 3 hits. He was perfect on the night. He was on base every time he got up, and the Astros win. And they take the first of a 4-game series against the A's as we welcome you in on a Tuesday edition of the show. Happy Tuesday, everybody. I'm Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. Hello.
Hello. Yeah, I thought Julia did a great job. She got better and better as the game went along, and she got more confident. I felt like I was in a position to be uniquely empathetic to her because it's a little bit like when you leave town and sometimes I lead the show, and it's awkward at first. You're just not comfortable. You're not in your normal environment, and you could hear like the bass in her voice increase as the game went on, and it helped that the Astros helped her out by giving her some exciting things.
That's true
to do. Yeah,
that last
but it
part
was
is
like when you watch and she was really cool. You had pointed out in the notes that she wasn't like getting overly distraught or anything, where some of the early blips, which are bound to happen when you do play-by-play for the first time, she rolled with the punches, and she just got better and better. It was really cool.
Yeah.
And it was fun to see her be able to enjoy that excitement. The one thing I would say, one correction for, it's the homeless athletics guy.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
not. Yeah, you can't. It's just that. But that's it. That's minor.
She can mix some of that in from the camera well down there the next 3 games. It's all good.
I think who did a better job in the unfamiliar environment? Todd Callis in the camera well, or Julia Morales in play-by-play?
I think if I had to rate the two, I would say, you know what? I would say Julia, and I think Todd would agree.
Yeah, no, Todd was
super uncomfortable over there.
And honestly, there was an element to it. It reminded me of like 10 different movies where there's a CIA operative trying to look casual in like some in some third world country where he's sitting in a cafe with an arms dealer, where they're like, okay, how do I look casual? I'll take my suit off.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, just sweating like crazy, horn-rimmed glasses, trying to talk the lingo with an arms dealer.
Yeah, it was fun. Julia got better as the game went on. If people were wondering why they did that last night, I'm guessing the reason was the historical element to it, where Julie Kavnar is the play-by-play voice for the Oakland A's on the regular. Like it wasn't like a special night like it was for the Astros last night. I'm guessing the big driving force behind that was to have the first time 2 female play-by-play voices in the same game, because it was the first time. Yeah.
So it was fun. It was cool.
Yeah.
That part of it. Now there was an element to just playing the A's yesterday where I almost didn't want their normal or not. The Astros have actually been able to hit it home this year, which has been a pleasant surprise. But what we said yesterday was, all right, if the Astros are going to turn this around, there can't be any of this playing down to your opponent or playing at the same level of your opponent, because to be fair, the Astros were almost at the exact same level of their opponent last night.
Yeah.
The most encouraging thing for me was that, yes, Alex Bregman looked a lot more like himself. He said his favorite at-bat of the night was the walk that he took, where he just felt really good with just taking those 4 pitches. And they looked very much more like the more professional baseball team. They took their aggressive base running, paid off by forcing errors by the A's instead of vice versa. They hit really well. Spencer Arrighetti looks like he's really coming into his own. There was a lot to get excited about last night, above and beyond just dismissing it as a win versus the A's. You've got what, 13 games coming up versus the AL West.
Well, 12 now. I mean,
12 of 13 games versus the AL West.
Yeah.
Or 12 of 15 games versus the AL West.
Yep.
And versus the Angels and the A's specifically, You've got a chance to make up a lot of ground over the next couple of weeks.
Or wait, no, 9 of 12. That's what it is. You have 9 of the next 12. Yeah, so 9 of the next 12.
I think it's 37 of the next 30.
Right. So 3 more against the A's, 3 against the Angels, and then they go to Oakland for 3. So, it was a good night. To me, I mean, Bregman finding a stroke. It'll be interesting to see where he is in the lineup tonight. As Spada said after the game last night, he's in the 6 hole, but he's not going to stay there very long if he keeps swinging the bat like this. So we'll see if one game is the elixir to get him moved back up in the order. To me, Seth, the biggest thing to me that looks most Astro-like of what we've expected is that in their last 3 wins, they've thrashed the back end of the bullpen of these teams with rallies.
Yes,
you know what I mean? They're just peppering them with home runs, with base hits, with 3 and 4 run rallies. They did it on Friday against the Tigers to win. They had to do it on Friday. They were trailing 2-1 late in that game. They put 4 on them in the 8th. Sunday's game with Verlander pitching was scoreless in the 6th or 7th inning, and they end up winning 9-3. Last night they pile a bunch of runs on. It was 3-2, in the 6th or 7th inning of that game, and they pile on. And I think so. That's encouraging because that's what we're used to the Astros doing, is beating up on bad pitching. The other thing it does is it keeps the back end of the bullpen fresh. Josh Hader and it wasn't Seth Martinez, it was Taylor Scott last night. But they're both warming up when it's 3-2 because they don't know what type of game it's going to be. And then, it turns out to be a Taylor Scott kind of game. So Josh Hader, there's going to be a close game or two in this series that you're going to need him. And last night wasn't one of them. So that's good.
The updated on-pace number. The Astros right now, in a 10-game improvement over just several days ago, over a week ago, are on pace for 63 wins.
Hey, man. All right.
They've been down in the low 50s.
We're getting there. We're less than 100 losses.
Ooh.
Take that, baseball guys.
I was a little bit shocked, honestly. Chandler Rome had pointed out that this was the only 5 times that they had a record as bad after 40 games as they did entering last night. Which obviously including some of those really, really abysmal years.
Yeah.
And of course, they never finished with a winning record. Yada yada yada. This is a different baseball team, as we know, than most teams that start out this horrifically. I always hang my hopes and dreams on that COVID year, where it looked like all was completely lost.
Yeah.
And, this year you've got the added benefit of a whole bunch of, I say benefit, you've got the benefit of excusing some of it away with injuries. Certainly a lot of your best players have been completely healthy, so that's it's not the total excuse. But in terms of hoping for a turnaround, a return to health of the pitching staff especially. And then maybe going back to using your pitchers creatively after everybody gets healthy, when you've got all these guys that, maybe are only good 2 times through the rotation, or you've got a Hunter Brown that just let's worry about getting Hunter Brown good in the 1st and 2nd inning next offseason. He can just be a piggyback dude. Have him be long relief or a piggyback dude until I say we piggyback our way to greatness this year.
He's starting this week because they got to go to a 6-man rotation.
Move.
Yeah.
I predict they'll move it. They'll change it.
Okay. All right.
I say Urquidy is the opener and Hunter Brown comes back, and
they're close to being back to full health. So things are trending good. Here was Bregman following the game. Bregman had a huge game last night and did some work in the morning that helped out.
Worked through a lot of things and some different cues and thoughts, and ended up going back to Old Faithful, just not pass the ball, and kind of clicked and felt good in BP today, and hopefully continue it into tomorrow.
Okay. So is Alex Bregman bumped back up from 6th in the order tonight, Seth?
Is he back?
Does Joe Espada move him back up?
Bregman's whole thing is his judgment is typically so good But then pitchers, when they're on, can kind of exploit that, and he'll take pitches that maybe he should hit. I think just finding that balance and wherever he is, where he just felt really good. Again, I feel best not about the 2 home runs, but the fact that he felt that comfortable taking that walk.
Yeah.
I think he's back. I think that, and more than anything, as many of our listeners pointed out to us last night, Sean, on X.com, we probably just by threatening to remove him from a circle of trust that we haven't even established this season, it got him back, just as it has before. The mere mention of ejecting Alex Bregman from the circle of trust is what I think probably tipped the baseball gods over to our side.
It did. He said he did some work in the morning. He didn't say what time. It was probably right after the segment where we threatened to take him out of the non-existent circle of trust.
He was probably streaming us through his doing his mental exercises.
Like, get to work.
Yeah.
And Julia's getting a lot of love for this, too, for doing play-by-play last night. Like, Bregman's going to want Julia doing every game now. Like, Callis, you better get used to that little camera well down there.
Callis got Wally pipped.
He did.
And he wasn't even injured.
He did. It's because of Bregman. Yeah.
Who knows what would have happened? Could the Astros have ever beaten the A's in one single game and brought Alex Bregman back to himself? If not for the demotion, I don't want to call it a demotion. Well, no, it's literally, you did move him literally down about 30 or 40 feet on the broadcast. He was 30 feet lower than where he typically is. Yeah.
Compared to sea level, that's right.
Yeah.
Julia got in a little marketing in that home run call as well. Like, she's got a brand called Baseball Y'all. So she got that in at the end of the home run call. Play the home run. Play the Breggy home run.
Still updating my scorecard, Plummer.
Bregman drives this one, and you can say bye to that baseball, y'all.
Yeah. So
good for her.
You Google baseball, y'all, and it comes up Shop Julia Morales.
Shop baseball, y'all.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think I just got a nice little present for Brandy.
Yeah, man. How
Whatever
about that?
the next holiday is. She's got a T-shirt in Spanish that says "Baseball, y'all."
Yeah. She got her stuff in, man. Nice job. Good job, Julia.
Spelled differently, everybody. Okay, it's radio. I can't spell it out for you.
Right. No, man. Just Google it. It's right there. She got her brand in. Good job. Did you?
I might get this top tennis shirt. Yeah.
She got good stuff. Seth's going shopping during the break.
In a crop top.
Seth's going shopping during the break here. All right, we're off and running. Astros win last night. We'll circle back to the Astros in headlines in just a little bit. It is schedule release eve. We've now got a little bit of clarity as to when we may be getting some Texans news. And we found out yesterday the first game in who knows, maybe it'll be a historic broadcast career. We've got the audio of a legend finding out when he's going to take the microphone for the first time. We've got that coming up for you next. But first, soda weight loss. If you are looking to drop that weight and keep it off,
SportsRadio.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good to be with you, Payne and Pendergast. It is schedule release eve, scheduled tomorrow. They're apparently last year, Seth. They I always use the word leaked. I know it's intentional. It's the NFL doing it, but I'm going to use that word. They leaked the morning before the big schedule release, and I think there's a lot of conjecture out there that the Texans could be playing in a London game this year. Yeah. It looks like they're doing. I Googled this morning to see if they were doing that again. Apparently, they're doing some special international schedule release on Good Morning Football tomorrow morning, right about this time.
Oh, Good Morning Football is back?
Good Morning. I think it's. I don't know that it's on the.
They're showing something in that time.
Yeah,
slot.
On the guide,
okay.
I don't think it's ever gone away. But in the form that we love it with Kyle Brandt and Peter Schrager and stuff, it's on hiatus right now as they move to LA.
Until they reopen in LA. Yeah.
Yep. So it'll probably be barring an actual leak. It'll probably be tomorrow early in our show when we learn if the Texans are playing an international game this year, and that would be against either the Jaguars or the Minnesota Vikings. Those are two of the host teams of the international series. Jacksonville, Minnesota, Chicago host in London, and Carolina hosts the Germany game. Germany gets a nice big heaping helping of Bryce Young this season.
They got a couple of they beefed up their interior offensive line. He's got Bryce Young now is his third offensive coordinator. He went through in his first season he went through three offensive coordinators because they went from Reich to the guy that came over from the Rams, Thomas Brown, and then back to Reich. So yeah, I guess for whatever it's worth, if you're secretly or quietly pulling for Bryce Young, maybe some stability at some point and a beefed up interior offense in our game in London. I hope not.
Yeah, in Germany. He's going to.
Excuse me, in Germany too.
Yeah,
but the people in London would be especially embarrassed.
They would. Yeah, they would. Yeah, no, of course.
We should be watching that bloke throw up over here, and they got a game out in Germany. Oh, that's the bangers and mash. Fish and chips.
So
God bless the dead queen.
So that'll be tomorrow about this time. Tom Brady found out what his opening assignment is going to be as a color commentator on Fox. I guess this is happening. There's been fits and starts with Brady and Fox already. He was going to be on Fox, then he unretired, and then he retires. He's going to be on Fox, but he's going to wait a year, and so now here we are. And
dude, it was like it's for Greg Olsen. It was worse than being cuckolded. It was like watching it play out where your wife is flirting with some dude for 3 years.
Yeah,
and now it looks like it's going to happen.
And
like she's gonna leave you home with the kids while she goes off, and yeah.
And you're not even a bad husband. You're a model husband. He's been really good at his job.
Right, exactly. Right. He married a harlot. Yeah. This Greg Olsen.
Yeah.
He married a harlot
named Fox.
And now he's got to live with the consequences.
Named Fox. Yeah.
Should have gone with CBS.
Married a harlot named Rupert Murdoch. Yeah. So Tom Brady was at the there. Without getting too nerdy, the out front is going on right now, where all the networks gather in Vegas, I think, or something like that, and everybody's meeting to find out what the next couple seasons of TV are going to look like. Sports is a big part of that. So one of the breakout sessions included Tom Brady hopping it on behalf of Fox Sports, and here's where we found out what Tom Brady's first assignment is going to be.
I have a little something that you don't even know. The NFL schedule isn't out yet. But I know a little something about your first game.
Are you going to tell me?
Maybe I will. You want to know?
I want to know.
You want to know?
Damn right I want to know.
All right, drum roll, please. For the first time in 5 years, the NFL on Fox opens with the Dallas Cowboys.
Wow.
Yeah, it's going to be your first game.
Cowboys and the Cleveland Browns is the first game for Tom Brady.
So Brady, I'm guessing by now, has already done 10 hours of studying on these two teams, trying to figure out exactly whether it's going to... He's got to study Jameis Winston and Deshaun Watson.
Yeah.
Deshaun Watson's still rehabbing from his shoulder surgery. So everybody can just sit back and appreciate this for a moment. The Browns are in a situation where they couldn't possibly keep Joe Flacco on the roster because Joe Flacco might be too good and create too much controversy for the incumbent highest-paid quarterback in the NFL with the most guaranteed money in NFL history, Deshaun Watson, because he's coming back from a shoulder injury, and he hasn't been that good before his shoulder injury. I look forward to this. I'm glad that Tom Brady's doing a Cowboys game because it'll be like just – I feel like that's a little bit of a flex in that, okay, Tony Romo should be really good at doing Cowboys games, but Tony Romo's been mailing it in for a couple of years. I mean, like assassin that he is, like now setting his eyes on taking down Tony Romo. And I like that he's going to be doing it against Tony Romo's old team. This is very much – I've gotten so frustrated with Romo, who started off so hot and then got so lazy, that I am really excited for Tom Brady to finally – to supplant Tony Romo in the eyes of some of these people who just still refuse to see the light and understand how bad Tony Romo has gotten.
Yeah.
Yes. It shouldn't be hard. It's a very low bar for Tom Brady to clear.
Well, and he's already doubled him in salary. He's making 30-something million. Romo makes 17. Brady's already beating up on Romo.
The only thing that makes it hurt more, like the thing that takes a little joy out of it is that Romo doesn't care. Romo's like, yeah, good for him.
Yeah. Where's my Skechers?
I don't know, Jim. I don't know. Good for Tom. I always knew he was better than me.
Man, you better. I mean, as long as we're talking about the schedule release, Texan fans, if you're not a fan of Tony Romo, you better buckle up. The Texans are going to get some Tony Romo games this year. The Texans are going to they're going to be A-listers this year. When the schedule comes out tomorrow, you're going to see the Texans are going to be A-listers when it comes to the schedule this season. That's my prediction. One more from Brady. This one actually got a lot of attention, and I don't think Brady was trying to stir the pot at all. I think he was speaking honestly. This was Tom Brady talking about doing a Cowboys game.
Obviously, having the Cowboys on is a huge draw. As America's team, that's going to get a little hard for me to say that all the time. I understand they were the competition for a long time. But in this new role, I know the Cowboys, how important they are to this network. Dak Prescott, let's see if he can finally come through. One of the great defensive players. Did that just slip out? Micah Parsons, what a great player he is, and Coach McCarthy. So I love covering them. I've been obviously going against them for a long time, and now I get to tell everyone how great they are.
Oh, I already like what you're doing, man. I really like it.
But like Brady got a little taste right there. Like, dude, any little thing you say is going to be construed as that. I think they were construing that like it was shade towards Dak Prescott. I was a little surprised watching that clip that the crowd kind of had this collective chuckle about that line. I'm like, no, that's the narrative about Dak Prescott. Like, when is he going to come through? Like, he's never come through. Yeah.
I think but I think Brady, honestly, even though he wasn't trying to throw shade there, I don't think. I think he was just calling it the way he sees it.
Right.
I do think the best thing about Brady compared to a lot of other former quarterbacks, especially that do the broadcasts, is he will 100% call people out.
Yeah.
Like, he's not – we've seen this enough. Like, surly Tom Brady is, like, not afraid to just call it the way he sees it. The same way he was as a player is that if he sees something that upsets him or something, he's going to point it out. You saw it at the roast.
Well, no, dude, that was exactly what I was going to say. What if the roast was practice for what he's going to be like on Fox? He's just it's not even analysis. He's just roasting guys the whole time.
Like, I think Tom Brady post-retirement is going to be a lot like Ted Williams was post-retirement. And also, Joe DiMaggio, too.
Okay, yeah, you're going to need to – I think you're going to need to help the audience out on that. What was Ted Williams like?
Were you afraid I was going to stop talking? Okay, let me explain.
You pivoted.
So Ted Williams was like every bit as edgy as he ever was. Remember, there was this story that like Ted Williams was – doing that stunt that he would do where they'd cut was it Boston Whaler that he spoke for? Whichever boat company it was he spoke for. He would cut off like the front half of the boat and drive it around with an outboard engine just to show how tough this boat was. And there was one time where it went wrong and like the boat started sinking and he was livid about it. Like there's no laughing it off or anything. He was still hyper competitive in everything he did, like as a spokesperson or what have you. Joe DiMaggio was old school in that same way, like very protective of his image and everything.
Yeah.
Would have fought you to the death if you said something about Marilyn Monroe even after they divorced, all that. I think Tom Brady is going to he's going to keep that edge with him for his entire life, and I think it's going to make for really entertaining broadcasts when he sees stuff that he knows isn't right on the football field.
Oh, that's going to be awesome. Yeah, I'm with you on that. I think Brady is wired that way for sure. Some advice for you, just as we go through last little crumbs on the schedule, and then we'll kind of let that sit until actual games get released. But just getting you ready for tomorrow, I was reading an article yesterday about the Christmas games. Apparently now Netflix was thought to be getting them. Now Amazon's making an end around here at the last minute to try to get these Christmas games. I can't wait to see what the price tag is on these things. 100 million, 50, whatever it is. There's going to be NFL football. Man, you better get your Christmas shopping done early. There's going to be NFL football every day from December 21st through December 30th, other than Christmas Eve and Friday, December 27th. 8 out of 10 days between December 21st and December the 30th is going to have NFL football.
The NFL is treating this like an auto dealership. You drive up to an auto dealership on the 27th of the month. Somebody will greet you. They're like, okay, it's the end of the year. This is our last little bit. Like, we're gonna get our quotas in now. Yeah, they're gonna try to finish out 2024 in the strongest possible fashion.
That's great. Text message talking about Brady and Fox. It's almost as if Greg Olson told Fox to go try jiu-jitsu and they came back with Tom Brady. That's beautiful. Did you see the payday that Jared Goff got yesterday?
I did.
4 years.
I wonder if CJ saw it.
He didn't tweet about it. He didn't Tunsil it. If Jared Goff were a left tackle, Laramie Tunsil would have been all over Twitter yesterday. If you missed it, 4 years, $212 million. Jared Goff, who was, I don't want to say like a throw-in in the Matthew Stafford deal, but like he was. I mean, there's a reason they stapled 2 first-round picks to Jared Goff and not Matthew Stafford. It was the Stafford trade, not the Goff trade.
Right. It was almost it was one of those things that, like, wow, it's just notable where the Lions are, that they're just willing to just say goodbye to a veteran great for your franchise just for nothing at all, and in the form of Jared Goff. I don't know if you saw any of the stats, Sean, on like how freakishly similar Matt Stafford and Jared Goff's performances have been since then. Like, they've both had, since the 2021 trade, they both have 24 wins, both have a 66% completion percentage, 41 turnovers each, 46% success rate. That's a little bit more of an advanced stat. Goff, 78 pass touchdowns, Stafford, 75. Goff, 89 sacks taken, Stafford, 88. Like, it just on down the line, they've had remarkable similarity. And obviously the Rams, it worked out for the Rams in the form of a Super Bowl championship. Yep. And the Lions have a feeling and a hope that they haven't had in decades on that team. I would say that was a win-win for both those teams in a way that you never could have predicted.
100%, and especially for the Lions, because they got draft capital with it that they've used for guys like Sam Laporta and others. I saw the list. Like, I think Jahmyr Gibbs, you can trace that pick that they had back to the Rams deal with Matthew Stafford. So similarly, the other comp that the internet is all over lately is which mediocre quarterback does Trevor Lawrence have the same stats as right now?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he 2 seasons as a starter. Gardner Minshew has basically similar or better numbers than Trevor Lawrence in 3 seasons as a starter.
Oh, wow.
Gardner Minshew, 59 touchdowns. Trevor Lawrence, 58. Gardner Minshew, 28 interceptions. Trevor Lawrence, 39 interceptions. 15 more interceptions. Now, granted, 3 years as a starter versus 2, but still, passer rating, Minshew better, and they've both started about 50 games. Gardner Minshew, 49. Trevor Lawrence, 50.
The one there where I'd give Trevor Lawrence a break is that he was, A, rookie with Urban Meyer, and then B, basically had his second rookie season with an actual offensive-minded head coach. I give him a little bit more of a pass.
Yes, but it's relevant here because nobody's talking about Gardner Minshew getting a $250 million deal.
Yeah, good point.
You know, good like point. That's
Whereas with Trevor, well, but But again, I mean, there's still, I guess, the betting on the upside for Trevor Lawrence. But yeah, it's a cautionary tale for, you know what? When the Texans let go of Ryan Fitzpatrick to bring in Brian Hoyer, this is a muted version of this, but just be careful what you wish for when you don't think that the guy you have is just all that great. You know, Fitzpatrick would go on to play some of the best football of his career after that, whereas Brian Hoyer would go on to be a career backup.
Yep. All right, let's get to headlines in the next segment. We've got an Astros victory from last night. We've got quarterback who traded this offseason about him not getting along with his previous team. We got another big contract, not just Jared Goff getting paid yesterday, but another one that should show up on the Texans' radar, I would think, based on position. We'll get to all of that in headlines coming up next. But first, I want to talk to you DIY fellers that like to get up on a roof and clean out.
Pendergast with today's headlines.
Still updating my scorecard, Palmer.
Bregman drives this one, and you can say bye to that baseball, y'all!
That was Julie Morales on the call last night. She was on play-by-play. Todd Callis, sideline duty. They switched it up a little bit last night. It was a fun listen. It helps that the Astros win 9-2 over the Oakland A's in the first game of a 10-game homestand. If they're going to get this season turned around, Seth Payne, it is going to be over the next 9 days because they've got the A's for 3 more, the Angels for, Milwaukee for 3, and then the Angels for 3 after that. 8-2 is that's my floor on this homestand. Got to go 8-2, and I know that sounds aggressive.
8-2, okay.
That sounds aggressive,
right.
but desperate times call for aggressive measures right now.
Look, the Astros now have elevated their projected win total all the way up to 63 wins.
Huge.
We're still in that portion of the season where every win is, I say project on pace for 63 wins. They're at that point in the season where every win for the on-pace numbers is worth almost 3 wins. So, yeah, if they go, that's like getting 23 extra wins on the on-pace total at the end of the so if they go 8-2, I feel good about that.
Yeah,
I feel really good about that.
Well, here's the thing. If they go 8-2, they're still 4 games under 500. I mean, me saying they got to go 8-2, is not me being overly, having these unrealistic expectations. This is the stuff that has to start happening. They've got to get back to 500 by the All-Star break here.
If you play the way you're capable of playing on paper, if you look at the back of the baseball cards.
Yes.
If you put them all up, you put all these baseball cards in your spokes, they should be able to dispatch the homeless A's and the Los Angeles Forsaken by Angels, those 2 teams.
Yeah.
Those are haphazard, random, awful teams that if you're actually as good as you should be, there is no playing down to the opponent. You got to take care of business. You can't have any of these doldrums that the Astros teams of the past have suffered at times when playing down to their opponents. You just got to absolutely take care of business. You got to sweep the A's. You don't have to, but it's very achievable. And you win you sweep this 4-game series, and you've got that right momentum and trajectory going.
I am going to forecast 2 out of 3 against the Brewers because the Brewers are a good team. Can't lose it. You can't lose series now. You got to win series at least. So 2 out of 3 against the Brewers, and then you get 1 mulligan against the 2 crappy AL West again. That's across those 7 games. That's all I'm giving you, Astros.
And a good job to Julia Morales, who I thought got stronger and stronger as the game went along. And as you pointed out, I didn't realize this, on that home run call, she said baseball y'all, which is her brand.
Yes.
You go ahead and search baseball y'all on Instagram or just on your Google, and her brand will pop up.
She's got merch.
Some nice apparel.
Yep.
For the ladies in your life.
She's got merch. She did good. She was fun. She was having a good time. That's a lot of it with the broadcast, with any broadcast. In this genre and play-by-play, if you're listening to people and they sound like they enjoy what they're doing, then I think it's infectious. And she wasn't taking herself too seriously. When mistakes were getting made, she was laughing it off. And yeah, I think I agree with you. I thought she got better as the game went on. That was a fun listen last night. And it helped that the Astros did what we expect them to do, which is beat up on a bad baseball team.
As one of our listeners pointed out, the back of her baseball card says that the Astros are 1-0 when she's the play-by-play.
Yep.
Callis may indeed have gotten Wally pipped, at least for the 2024 season.
Yeah.
I'd say at least maybe versus the A's at least. You got to always have Julia Morales doing the play-by-play.
We'll let it play out. Here was Spencer Arrighetti following last night's game, kind of lost in the wash of Bregman's big night and Julia doing her thing. Spencer Arrighetti got his first Major League win. How did it feel?
Relief. That's really what it feels like right now. I feel like I've been chasing it since I got here, and obviously the goal every time out is give these guys a chance to win, because I know we have one of the best clubs in baseball, and my only job is keep giving us a chance, so I'm glad tonight I was able to.
It's been encouraging. He's gotten better and better as he's gone on. I mean, it was rough at first for Spencer Arrighetti. He was solid last
night. Remember that annoying old baseball or that old car commercial that said in baseball, a pitcher who paints the corners is known as a Rembrandt.
Oh, yeah.
And everybody's like, no, he's not. But last night, I couldn't get that commercial out of my head. Those first few curveballs that he struck Bros out on were just immaculate. He was Rembrandt in my brain.
He was.
I was calling him a Rembrandt last night, just like the erroneous car commercial said I should.
He was really good last night, so congrats, Spencer Arrighetti. Shifting gears, we mentioned Jared Goff got 4 years, $212 million from the Lions. The other big contract yesterday, Tampa Bay, Antoine Winfield Jr. gets 4 years, $84 million from the Bucs, becoming the highest paid defensive back in all of football. He's a safety, too, not a shutdown corner. He's a safety. He's the highest paid DB in the history of the sport. His agent, David Mulligetta. Antoine Winfield. Yeah, so
I've
good
heard
job.
of that guy.
Yeah, familiar with his work.
The good trend in all of this, like without getting too bogged down in the actual contract numbers, because CJ's gonna, if CJ continues to play well, he's gonna make more than Jared Goff is right now. But all these mega deals are like, it's rare that you see a 5 or a 6 year deal anymore. It's 4 years, lots of guaranteed money. If things don't work out, the team can move on from you without completely destroying their chances for multiple seasons in a row. So, yeah, I bet, I'm guessing CJ ends up getting, like, if he, again, continues on this trajectory, he puts a less deal where it's almost all completely guaranteed.
Yeah.
That's just the way everything's headed.
Yep. For the highest average annual value in the history of the sport, we can put that caveat. He will be when
he'll
CJ
surpass Luxembourg in GDP.
Right. Yes, by the time he signs, exactly. Liechtenstein. Yeah, he's going to be the highest paid player in football at some point. CJ Stroud will be, based on average annual value, and it's coming, and that's great. If he keeps playing like this, he's worth every penny of it for sure.
I can't wait to watch him dunk on Luxembourg. They've got it coming.
Oh yeah, they won't shut up, Luxembourg. Justin Fields, who's now in Pittsburgh, former first-round pick of the Chicago Bears, going to be interesting to see how he gets along with Russell Wilson. I think we would be saying that even if this story I'm about to tell you hadn't come out. Tyler Dunn, former writer for Bleacher Report, who has his own paywall site now called Go Long TD, does a lot of long-form articles. He's got good stuff there. He has a piece on I believe it's mostly on Caleb Williams, but Justin Fields gets mixed into the story because that's who Caleb Williams is replacing in Chicago. During his rookie season in Chicago, Justin Fields was one of 3 quarterbacks on the roster, along with Andy Dalton and former Super Bowl MVP Nick Foles. According to Tyler Dunn, the relationship between Fields and the other 2 quarterbacks was, quote, toxic as hell, with most of the animosity being between Fields and Foles. According to the report, the relationship between Foles and Fields basically reached rock bottom after a situation where Foles was trying to teach something to Fields that Fields wasn't paying attention to anything Foles was saying. According to the report, Foles and Fields could not stand each other, end quote.
Okay, this sounds very similar to Baker Mayfield. Or no, who was it? It was Brian Hoyer and Johnny Manziel.
Yeah.
Where Johnny Manziel was really upset that Brian Hoyer would get frustrated with Johnny Manziel just not doing a damn thing, just being a lazy SOB that also had all kinds of other issues. Boy, I don't know. I feel like that makes me less likely to like Justin Fields.
Right.
If Foles was trying to help him out. Oh, I thought you were saying you wanted to side with Fields.
No.
Oh, okay.
I do. Yeah, that's your reaction. I haven't said that on air yet. I had it in the rundown.
Okay.
Yeah. So I do. I actually the gut reaction is to go, who's this young guy that is? If you were to cover up the names and go, young guy ignoring older guy trying to give him advice, you go, what's this young guy's problem? But the fact that it's Foles, who's really very corny and likes to wear on his sleeve how football really is not the most important thing in the world to him, you know?
Oh, yeah.
You remember that? Like, I'll be fine.
Yeah, he would preach to the people of Jacksonville about how unimportant the embarrassing loss that they just suffered was.
Yeah. So that's why.
Hey, I'm just a guy sitting up in here making $20 million a year for God knows what reason. I don't know why Tom Coughlin gave me this contract, but y'all are taking this a little too seriously.
I side with Fields. Normally I'd side with the old guy who's just trying to give advice, but Foles is a little too corny, and I did not like when he said how unimportant football.
Yeah, but he is also a veteran. And whether he's corny or not, if he was trying to help out Justin Fields, like he was doing the right thing, which is as a mentor, as a guy that you're clearly lower status than the number 1 overall pick.
Yeah.
Like you're doing the right thing to help this dude out, and then he's not even giving you any not even paying attention. I don't know. I side with Foles on
You
this.
do? Yeah. See, Foles, I could see where I would ignore Foles. I'd be like, who are you, cornball? Get away from me. You bother me. Remember that
He's
time
like, I'm a guy that won a Super Bowl. Who are you, Justin Fields?
No, that's a good response. I'm just saying, maybe I'm on the wrong side of this argument, but I'm just saying, like, my gut feel right now is I'm not a big Nick Foles guy. So it's possible that both could be wrong. I would say that too. But yeah, so Foles. Yeah,
being like not being a big Nick Foles guy, I don't feel like that should make you feel any better about the guy who wasn't paying attention to trying to win football games.
And yet, this is how I feel. I don't know how to. I can't change.
So you don't like the guy who says that football needs to be kept in perspective versus the guy who, by his very actions, is showing that he doesn't care about football.
He doesn't care about Nick Foles' advice. I think he cares about football.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Like Justin Fields may have been paying attention to other advice he was getting just from Nick Foles.
I wasn't there, but yeah, that's perfectly plausible. All right. So yeah, I thought that was a fun story of dude, like if you're not. It does make me kind of excited to see how this Fields-Russell Wilson thing goes in Pittsburgh, because I would submit Russell Wilson might be even more annoying than Nick Foles.
If Justin Fields gauge for whether or not he picks corniness, like if there's an inverse relationship between corniness and heeding advice, then Justin Fields might as well like literally be wearing blinders and earplugs when Russell Wilson's trying to talk to him.
Indeed. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. So I was thinking about this yesterday as I'm watching all this conjecture about the Rockets getting the 3rd overall pick, and we're all excited about the Texans' schedule could look like. Are the Astros dying right now so the Rockets and Texans can live? Is this what the gods have given us here? A look back at the last several months for all three teams here as we roll into the 7 o'clock hour. That is coming up next. West Point Lincoln, westpointsales.com. That's the website. Let's.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I would say if you're interested in the NFL schedule, I would say keep Adam Schefter's Twitter account open today. If you have a tweet deck, maybe give him his own little column there. Just kind of randomly, 10 minutes ago, we now know who Kansas City's playing in Week 2. Grabbing Baltimore in Week 1 in the season opener, and Adam Schefter just tweeted, after opening at home versus the Ravens, the Chiefs will play the Bengals in Week 2. Chiefs have back-to-back AFC North opponents to kick off the season. That's not an easy opening to the season right there.
Couple of super tough grudge matches, too.
Yes.
It sets the stage for perhaps a repeat of what the Chiefs did last year, which was, look very much mortal in the regular season and then get it together in the postseason. I guess the one big difference this year is that Travis Kelce will be 1 year older after looking very much like an aging tight end during the regular season. Had a great postseason, but then will have spent damn near half a year jet-setting around the globe with his superstar future wife, Taylor Swift. Yeah, how does Travis Kelce respond to that? He's been at the OTA, or not the OTAs, but in the offseason program and all of that. So like he's making a good show of being there, at least in physical presence.
Yeah.
Who knows if he's all there mentally?
Okay, Schefter retweeted himself and said this.
Yeah.
For what it's worth, these are not schedule leaks. These are coordinated network announcements. Each of the NFL's broadcast partners is announcing a key 2024 season game prior to the full schedule release on Wednesday night. So this is
So they're not a leak. He's basically saying, listen, I'm being fed this, okay?
Yep.
So just don't worry. I didn't do any. Look, I've given a lot of gift baskets to get these. I violated a lot of journalistic ethics to get this scoop here. All right. So I'm not. Don't worry. I'm not betraying anybody. I am very much aggressively scratching the back of my overlords at the NFL.
I've accumulated 2 million Godiva rewards points getting these scoops for you, the NFL football fan.
Yeah.
Yes.
Good job, Shefty.
Yeah. Payne and Pendergast with you on a schedule release eve Tuesday here on on Sports Radio 610. So it's really interesting. This dawned on me yesterday as I'm watching Ime Udoka, reading an Ime Udoka transcript of an interview where he's talking about what they might do with the third overall pick in the draft. I'm like, man, the Rockets and the Texans are just aces and face cards coming out of the shoe, if I can make a blackjack analogy, the last year. So there's very little that they've done on their, like, relative to what level they've been at. Look, the Rockets didn't make the playoffs, but I think it's fair to say that with the Rockets and the Rockets and the Texans, that overall things over the last year have gone even better than they could have planned that they'd gone.
Well, yeah, I think there's some things that, like with the Texans, they've done a lot of things right, but they've also, part of it is they've been dealt some good hands and then done smart things with them. Who knows if the Texans would have drafted Bryce Young if they had won that game in Indianapolis 2 years ago? Like, you really don't know. I think there's a lot of teams that were genuinely like C.J. Stroud better than Texans would have drafted Bryce Young if they had the number 1 overall pick. Then that certainly was a lucky stroke of luck that the Colts, who very easily could have won that game at the end of the regular season, that Colts defensive back just let the ball glide through his hands for a Texans touchdown and victory.
Do you ever go back and watch that? I go back and watch that sometimes and think to myself, if that dude puts a finger on the ball, the course of this franchise might be changed.
Yeah, if he just deflects little bit.
Just causes it to not be caught in the end zone on 4th and 20.
Yeah.
4th and 20. I mean, that was the end of the game right there. And
I don't think, honestly, I don't think we'll ever. This is why we'll never find out, like, who the Texans actually preferred or didn't, and it's because simply this, at the point of the trade that the Colts made up the number 1 overall, the Texans were still Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans were still getting to know each other. Mm-hmm. The process hadn't been completed, and the way most GMs treat it, if there's a decision like that to be made, it's that they really want to be sure that everybody's gathering as much information as possible, and you collect everything, let everybody sit and let it resonate a little bit before you make your decision. So at that point, the Texans, there's no way in hell they knew exactly who they wanted to take in the draft. So, it's a moot point. Who knows what they would have decided eventually. It all worked out perfectly where the Texans, they didn't have a chance to botch it.
Yeah.
It was ugly, and the right one fell to him.
Yeah, botching.
So really, more than anything, the good luck thing is that the Panthers chose wrong.
Yeah, for sure. Well, right, for sure. That all plays into it.
If the Texans had number 1 overall, they might have taken C.J.
They
Stroud.
might have.
But
yeah.
What we know for sure, almost certainly, we'll see. Let things play out. But we're almost certain that the Panthers chose wrong.
Yeah.
And that's what ended up really mattering.
Sure looks that way, no doubt. Yeah, just like with the Texans, we'll get into all three of these teams, but it feels almost like as the shingles and the siding has started to fall off of the Astros house, that, wow, look at these two fixer-uppers in the neighborhood that look pretty damn nice over here. And you're right, just specific to the Texans, it's not luck that D'Amico Ryans wanted to come here, but there is some circumstance that, hey, he decided he could have easily taken a head coaching job in advance of the 2022 season, not the 2023 season. That D'Amico decided to go back for another year of seasoning as opposed to taking a head coaching job. Little things like that, too.
I think it's 100% luck that D'Amico Ryans was one of the top coaching candidates was actually available to the Texans, and it was simply and purely because he had played here. If D'Amico Ryans had never played here and he had his options last year, I think he's in Denver right now. Because the word of mouth and the PR and everything surrounding the Texans was so toxic that I don't think that I think that was the perfect blending of time and circumstance where that came together. I don't think it would have happened if he hadn't been a Texans player.
No, you're going way back like that. Right. I'm looking merely in a vacuum at the coaching carousels of those 2 years. And not looking at D'Amico Ryans' history with the team. And you're right. If Charlie Casserly doesn't pick D'Amico Ryans, now obviously the butterfly effect, that's 15 years.
Yeah, right. But I don't think that's a huge stretch. I'm not going back to and if his mom had lived in Tuscaloosa instead of whatever.
We're on the same side of this one for sure.
Yeah.
D'Amico Ryans, C.J. Stroud. Look, that they got the help at the end of the season that they did to win the division from the Tennessee Titans of all teams, for the Titans to beat the Jags, for the Indianapolis Colts, for Tyler Goodson to drop that pass on 4th and 1. There were still a lot of little things that needed to fall their way to win the division, let alone win 10 games. For them to win 7 out of 10 games, it came down to the last 30 seconds this year. Some of that is absolutely you attribute to execution and coaching and all that other stuff, but there is a little luck along the way too with that.
Yeah, oh no, of course, especially in any close football game. It's a coin flip in a lot of ways. That's where, if you want a reminder, before you get too far ahead of yourself about how good the Texans might be or how good they were at the end of last season, there's 2 things you can remember. Is one, simply the Ravens game and the bludgeoning they took there, and 2, the fact that in the fourth quarter of that Colts game, it was not a good feeling. The biggest thing that happened probably that helped out the Texans was that they leaned on Jonathan Taylor, who was banged up far. Jonathan Taylor's injury and his attempt to come back from it kind of kept the Texans from just completely getting mowed down defensively in the fourth quarter.
Yep. That 4th and 1 was set up by a 3rd and 2 that they didn't convert, handing the ball to Jonathan Taylor.
Yeah,
the 4th and 1 that Tyler Goodson dropped the ball. So you're absolutely right about that. Look, we're both kind of pointing out things that the sports gods smiled upon the Texans with over the last year or so. But certainly there's plenty that the Texans did themselves to create where we're at right now. Where I think it's going to be borne out in the next 24 hours that this is a team a lot of people want to watch. They crushed the offseason too. As we're just kind of the things that are happening, all good things happening right now for the Texans. Rockets, similarly, I think very similar making a home run hire at coach. There's a lot of similarities with the trajectories of these two teams over the last 3 or 4 years, from their marquee player demanding a trade within days of each other back in 2021, to bottoming out, to accumulating a bunch of young guys through the draft, to finally hiring a head coach that has major, major respect around his sport.
Yeah, and I think that one especially, the Rockets deserve a ton of credit for that, because that wasn't luck. That was opportunism in an environment in which people are justifiably, and I think correctly, very careful about hiring anybody whenever there's any kind of scandal involved with the previous employment. Like with Udoka, because frankly, openly about the situation, I think there was a tendency for a lot of teams to feel like this feels too much like it was a Me Too thing, and we don't want any part of that. We don't want to take this PR, or maybe we're going to wait and let everything, boil over, or let everything calm down a little bit before we interview Udoka. I think the Rockets accurately assessed the situation and realized this isn't your classic Me Too situation. And when other teams were maybe fearful of being first in on that, they were aggressive and they went after Udoka. And I think that was exactly the right move.
Yeah, and I think and did it in a way, if you talk to people, did it in a way where they got buy-in from everybody in the organization. This wasn't Tillman Fertitta going off road. They have a female president of the team over there, in Gretchen Shear. So it's one of those things, like, you've got to be cognizant of the optics of it, and everybody needs to know all the necessary background to know that that he's probably a guy who made a mistake. And the big thing, he's a very, very good coach, and it's been a great hire.
Yeah,
it's been a great hire for this young core that they have. There's not a single guy in what I like to call the first round six, the 6 guys they drafted in the first round in those 3 drafts: Jalen Green, Alperen Şengün, Jabari Smith, Tari Eason, and then the 2 rookies, Amen Thompson and Cam Whitmore. There's not a single one of them that didn't make some level of progress. Some more than others. I mean, Alperen Şengün was a borderline all-star. Jalen Green had a month where he could have been player of the month for the month of March, I think it was. Tari Eason only played 22 games, but when he's in there, he's been one of their best players. So I think that's development that the young guys have made, the mixture in of Fred VanVleet, the fact that they finished 500 with a 19-game improvement. I don't get too caught up that they didn't make the play-in, because this was the most difficult 10 seed to attain in the history of the Western Conference.
Yeah,
I don't get too caught up in that.
And not to mention the fact that, because you entered the lottery and because it's just a crapshoot after that, you end up with a number 3 overall pick, which is, it's not as valuable a number 3 overall pick as in years past, and yet you're going to be able to do something with that.
Yes.
That ends up translating into probably another veteran that you feel really good about on this team.
Yeah.
Or maybe they draft Bronny. I don't know.
Dude.
I do like somebody, who was the quarterback the Texans drafted in the 6th round? Was it Drew Henson? Drew Henson back in the day. Then basically knowing that Jerry Jones was going to get horny for Drew Henson, and they ended up trading. So they drafted Drew Henson with a 6th, knowing he was probably never going to play football, and Jerry Jones ended up trading back I believe it was a 3rd.
It was a 3rd, yeah.
For Drew Henson. I think some team at the top of the 2nd round is going to draft Bronny, knowing that they could probably flip that for something better from the LeBron James era.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. There's worse uses of a 2nd-round pick, for sure. We'll get to Bronny in just a little bit. But the Rockets, the coup de grace in this little run that the Rockets have had, where things just all seem to be pointing upward, is, not just getting a lottery pick, but that it was from the James Harden trade. You know what I mean? I like the Deshaun Watson trades. You look back now, and those 2 trades were those 2 teams that were flipping those players were headed towards rock bottom, if not already there if you're the Texans. The Texans had Watson on the roster for another full season with sexual assault allegations hovering over him all year long. Both of these teams, there's still more that needs to play out with the Harden trade, but the book is almost closed pretty much on the Watson trade, and it's like they hit a home run. Will Anderson would not be a Houston Texan had they not made the trade for Deshaun Watson. Period. End of subject. He wouldn't be.
Well, and the other part of that too. The Browns still do have Deshaun Watson facing one remaining lawsuit that the woman just flat out refused to accept the settlement, and she wants to she wants some kind of justice in her mind. So there's a point at this season where Deshaun Watson might be deposed on a Thursday or something.
Yeah.
And
text message said, wait, what happened with the Rockets coach? What PR scandal? That's a good reminder. Maybe not everybody knows. Well, Cliff Notes version, the reason Ime Udoka got let go from Boston was not because of his coaching. He made the NBA Finals in his one season as the Celtics head coach. He was in an inappropriate relationship with a Celtics staffer. And they cut him loose, and they hired Joe Mazzulla, and now the Celtics are a really good team still, and the Rockets are an ascending team.
It wasn't an inappropriate relationship in which there were allegations of coercion or anything like that.
Right.
It was a really sloppy, old-school affair.
Yeah.
It was it involved other, she was married to someone for which he had to be fired.
Yes.
Like, he just 100% had to be fired. But it wasn't one where you're hiring a predator to come in or anything, where I think a lot of other teams were very squeamish about even being perceived as not caring about that type of stuff. The Rockets said, the reality is what the reality is, and we're going to move forward thusly.
So are the gods punishing the Astros, Seth, here? Are they smiting the Astros? What's your confidence level that all these bad things that have been happening for the Astros, really going back to the playoffs last year where they lost 4 home games to the Rangers of all teams in the ALCS, free agency's blown up in their face 2 years in a row. The trades have been hit or miss. I'm cool with the Verlander trade, but even like the Corey Lee for Kendall Graveman trade isn't looking good right now, stuff like that. Joe Espada, we don't know what Joe Espada is at this point. He's not Ime Udoka or D'Amico Ryans at this point.
Yeah, this is where we don't know with the baseball gods. Where are the baseball gods are they genuinely smiting the Astros, or is this a Job-type situation? Right now, my ex-Job advanced stats are that they are...
Ex-Jobicon.
They're only... Where 100 is a standardized gauge for whether you're being Jobed or not.
Yeah.
They're actually at a 0.78 on the ex-Job.
Okay.
It might look like their actual Job status is like a 1.0. They're actually below. Because there's still... Salvation is still out there,
Okay.
Yeah. The Astros could be on the beach shaking their fist at the baseball god saying, why have you forsaken? They're just testing the Astros,
Okay.
With the injuries were a big factor, obviously. Certainly not an excuse. I think one of the bigger things, Chandler Rome pointed this out, the ESPN's relative power index have...
the RPI, yeah.
What's that?
The RPI. I'm just
yes, the
RPI.
The Astros have played the most difficult schedule across the season's first 46 days.
Oh,
now,
really?
I always wondered. Usually they try to account for this, but is the fact that those teams have also played the Astros and that's bolstered that's bolstered all those teams' win record? Does that factor into it? I don't know, but they have had a pretty tough schedule, and now they're coming up on playing a couple, hopefully patsies in the the Homeless Athletics, and the Los Angeles Angels. But that was one little bad stretch of luck that perhaps doesn't excuse having one of the 6 worst records in franchise history over the first 40 games.
Agreed.
And the injuries have been a factor. Again, not enough to be the excuse for how abysmal they've been, but when you look at Bregman starting to look more like Bregman's had a hit in 5 straight games now. And then last night was just absolutely brilliant. Got on base every time he was at bat. We won't really know the story about whether the gods are smiting the Astros until they potentially, pull off this turnaround.
Yeah, I mean, we're doing the gods thing tongue-in-cheek. The fact of the matter is, after talking this through about these 3 teams, it comes down to decision-making. There is luck involved, no doubt about it. There is luck, as you pointed out, Seth. We don't know what the Texans one pick. We might be looking at Bryce Young as the Texans quarter. By the way, we might be looking at a version of Bryce Young that's way better than the one that's Carolina. We have no idea. So there's been luck involved. But if you boil it down, to me, the Astros just entered a period where all of a sudden they started making really bad decisions, to operate an offseason without a general manager. And then within that singular bad decision, for that to lead to several sub-decisions that were bad decisions. And we don't know if Joe Espada is a good decision for this team. Thus far, it's not been. They're 16-25. Joe Espada seems like a great dude, but you are what your record is. Your team is 16-25 right now.
Were you like me, where yesterday morning we were having this conversation about, who might the 2 prominent Astros players who apparently have questioned Espada's communication style. We were just kind of chatting about, okay, if this report is true, if there were two prominent players, according to Bob Nightingale, who questioned the communication style, who would they be? I feel like in my mind I ruled out Alex Bregman because he is the ultimate accountable player. He is always he takes full accountability for when he's struggling, so I don't think it would be him. And then I saw Verlander. It was actually when they were talking about Abraham Toro and reliving Verlander's no-hitter.
Yeah.
Where afterwards he said, where the bleep is Toro?
Yeah.
They went down to the dugout and they showed Verlander sitting next to a spot
Yes.
looking like they were just having a grand old time.
I thought the same thing. I'm like, all right, it's not Verlander's not the mole.
I don't think so. No, I don't think so. I think Verlander
maybe
Verlander was having too good a time with the spot.
Hey, maybe he's faking it though. Maybe this is how you
possibility too that this happens on good teams too, where players might question the manager's the communication skills, and it doesn't even necessarily have to be an overall global condemnation of the guy. They might just be saying like, I don't know, he's got some growing to do in terms of being a manager. I think the communication skills could be better.
Yeah, this is the stuff. This happens on good teams. It leaks on bad teams.
Right.
Yeah, I think that's how it goes.
Well, even if it leaks on good teams, it doesn't have any bite. Like, people don't pick up on it.
Yeah.
It's just kind of like, whatever, we're killing it, you know?
This quote kind of jumped out at me yesterday. Just shifting gears for a minute here. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. C.J. Stroud weighed in on the Austin Rivers debate from last week on Chargers linebacker Deion Henley's Twitch stream.
I'm glad you found this audio because I had seen the tweet about it, and I wasn't. It was one of those things where I was like, okay, is this a fake quote or not? It's
to be clear, the audio I have is actually from LeBron from a few months back.
Okay.
And I'm going somewhere with this.
I got you.
The audio from CJ is not very good because all this Henley guy did, he didn't pull them in on a window on the Twitch stream. He started calling guys on the phone and like kind of holding the phone up to the microphone. Like the audio wasn't good. But I've got the quotes here from CJ Stroud. And this guy called up this Henley. He plays linebacker for the Chargers. He's from Los Angeles, so that's how his dad is kind of a big wheel in the rap community out in L.A. Henley's dad. And
I didn't know there was a rap community in L.A.
It's you look it up. He talked to Draymond Green. He interrupted Draymond Green while he's having dinner with his family to talk to Draymond because there's video that surfaced last week of Draymond playing in the Michigan State spring football game for a couple of snaps.
Oh, so they're having that chat about the football versus basketball.
Yeah, this is all football versus basketball.
Yeah.
And so he got CJ on, and they talked for a good while, and CJ talked about a bunch of reasons, a lot of the usual ones why NFL players would do better in the NBA than vice versa, just the toughness of the whole thing. Stroud said in a full 48-minute game that he thought he would get 7 points. He thought the biggest hurdle would be the conditioning, that you condition differently for football than you do for basketball because of all the running in basketball.
Yeah, it's constant movement in basketball where you get a spurt and then a break in football.
CJ called I'm going to get to the money quote from CJ here in just a second about LeBron. But CJ had a lot of thoughts. He called Draymond football-wise, trash and garbage from the MSU spring game footage that surfaced on the internet last week, where he just got dominated by college cornerbacks.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, as you would expect.
Yeah.
The other thing, too, is like basketball players don't – when you try to envision basketball players actually sprinting and running routes and everything, it's completely foreign to anything they do. I don't think that's been brought up enough. Is that like you watch the NBA Combine, you're kind of like, oh my weirdos.
Dude, were you watching some of that stuff yesterday that was popping up?
Yeah.
Guys running these drills, and the caption's like, the Rockets should be looking at this guy with the third pick. I'm like, they should? He can't run.
I know.
His arms are out here.
It's completely different.
Yes.
They get really good at basketball movements, but it's different than running a route in football. Yeah.
CJ listed Ja Morant, Kyrie Irving, Anthony Edwards, and Zion Williamson as four NBA players he thought could play in the NFL.
Zion Williamson would remind me of another guy from the Gulf Coast. DJ Swearinger, who started off as an edge rusher and quickly got moved down inside because he couldn't control his weight his rookie year. I feel like Zion Williamson would like start off as an edge rusher and
you're thinking of Sam Montgomery.
Oh, yeah, sorry, not DJ Swearinger, Sam Montgomery. Thank you. Sam Montgomery. So, Zion Williamson, I feel like, would be a nose tackle by his second season.
He came by the third practice. Zion in Houston. All right, here's the money quote. Stroud.
I don't feel that bad about confusing those two.
No.
No, those two. Like, of all the mistakes I make with names, that's the most understandable one.
You're good. Yep. Yeah, washouts from the 2013 draft class.
Washouts who just didn't quite get it.
Yeah. Washouts from the 2013 draft class for 100, Alex. So this was the big one. CJ kind of takes a little run at LeBron James and Anthony Davis, too. Said, I'm playing football, and he said, quote, I'm a Lakers fan. I love LeBron as a player, but honestly, bruh, I think bruh's just too soft. He might not be soft in basketball, but his boy, talking about AD, his boy, though, he's made of glass, end quote.
I mean, he had a heart condition.
No. He's talking about Anthony Davis. When he says LeBron's
I thought he was talking about Bronny.
No, I did too when I first saw the clip.
Okay.
He's talking about Anthony Davis.
Well, that was the initial report was that I saw. Okay, this is where I'm glad that you found the actual. Because the initial report I saw was that was what he had said about Bronny.
No.
Right,
his boy, it turned out, was Anthony Davis. Yeah.
Okay.
Who is in fact made of glass, for sure. That would have been a little out of bounds. Well, even this. Okay, so CJ. And again, without the audio, we don't know like how jokey it was, but it's certainly if you're CJ Stroud, you got to be cognizant of how that's going to read. You referring to LeBron James as soft, and the only time I've ever heard LeBron James refer publicly to CJ Stroud in any forum was when LeBron came here to play the Rockets this past season during the football season, right in the middle of while CJ was taking the league by storm. And he had this to say about CJ after the game.
I think he's already into his own. I think you guys here are just now seeing it. We've been seeing it for a long time in Northeast Ohio, of what he brings to the football field, but more importantly, what he brings to the community as well. So we've seen it. You guys are now finally get an opportunity to see how special of a kid he is. And I think the sky's the limit for him, and they got a great one here.
Dude, between this, which when I read this, I'm like, all right, CJ, you got to settle down a little bit. It's okay for us to call him soft, but for you to call him soft after he said all these nice things about you. But between that and the Zaire Franklin that we played last week, where it sounded like CJ's he's been talking a lot of mess to a lot of people.
Well, he does. He talks a lot of smack, I think. Yeah. And I think especially in this, when he was in that environment and he's starting to get in an argument with somebody, he probably just really started going to places that you might not normally go.
Yeah.
It's like, is it like if you're sitting down in a suit and tie for a 60 Minutes interview, you're going to be a little bit more guarded. But when you're on somebody's Twitch stream, and I hope, did he know that he was on the Twitch stream? Or did his buddy just call
he
him?
did. No.
Okay,
CJ, according to the article I read, CJ said, "Are you streaming right now, bro?"
Okay.
That's what he asked him, yeah.
Okay, good. That would be out of bounds.
That'd be dirty pool. Yeah, that would be dirty pool.
Yeah, because you do this. Because this happens on streams more often than not. I started, before the Ravens playoff game, I got into an argument with some Ravens fan, and on my stream, and I said all kinds of stuff about Lamar Jackson that was, like, I went too far. But those clips got picked up and, retweeted to a lot of Ravens fans, and it wasn't a pleasant week for me, Sean.
No.
It wasn't a pleasant week for me online because, frankly, I did go too far in some of the things I said about Lamar Jackson. So I think that's where CJ is right now. I don't know. Is it something that concerns you?
Well, the LeBron stuff doesn't concern me. I don't care what CJ and LeBron's relationship is like.
Him talking a lot of smack in general.
Well, I was going to say, the Zaire Franklin, we got to tread lightly there. You don't want to be taking your divisional opponent and giving them too much fodder to kick your ass this coming season.
I'm not worried about that because Zaire Franklin and him were just talking smack to each other.
Yeah.
That was just normal stuff that they see. And, like, Zaire Franklin will talk about that stuff on his podcast a lot.
No, Zaire, that cut we played sounded like he was ready to find out when the Texans are on the schedule this coming season.
Yeah, but I think that's who he's like. Zaire Franklin's the type of player that's always looking for a reason to hate his opponent, even if he actually likes his opponent. It's like when you play in a spring game like in a red-white game or something. You might be playing against your best friend, but in that moment, you want to make his kidneys bleed.
Yeah.
You know?
Yes, I get that. I understand. Text message. CJ seems kind of arrogant, and it seems to be getting worse by the day. Yeah, I think that. I guess that's not really a football concern, but I guess just a perception concern. You know, and I don't know if that matters to CJ. CJ might like this persona. He is okay. Let me back up, because you asked the question, how do I feel about this? And part of me is like, all right, the LeBron stuff is whatever. It's just fun for you and I to talk about on here. But the Zaire Franklin stuff, all right, is CJ, if he's gassing up opponents like this when he's talking to them, is this detrimental to the Texans? And I think now that I'm reading this text about, he seems to be kind of arrogant, he's getting worse by the day, this is just part of the package. If we love the fact that C.J. Stroud became the first quarterback that I can remember for this team that was really like during the season, buddy, man. Like, yeah. we got to protect this house. Before that Steeler game, man, C.J. Stroud was talking during that week like we'd not heard any quarterback talk before for this team. And he was talking about it for a team that was 1-2 and had won 11 games in the previous 3 seasons combined. Like, we didn't know yet that the Texans were a capable football team. And so I think if that's how you feel about C.J. Stroud, about the bravado, maybe even hubris of C.J. Stroud, I think I would say that that's just part of the package. And if you like C.J. when he's doing that stuff before the Steeler game, giving this team a little bit of swagger, then this is the kind of offseason stuff that you're probably going to have to endure if it's something you don't like.
Well, and it's also, I think, if you go back to, say, Tom Brady, if Tom Brady had gotten drafted into the league and had the first couple of years that he did in the year 2023, I think that there's a very good chance Tom Brady himself would have acted a lot like this in terms of just being more of himself on camera, where there's just more. There are podcasts, there are Twitch streams, there are just so many more different avenues. There are Bleacher Report streams during the draft. Like, there's just so many more avenues for you to see the real aspects of a person's personality. And I think this is what CJ is kind of wired the same way Tom Brady is. You've got an appropriate sized chip on your shoulder.
Yeah.
Not enough that you're like Baker Mayfield, where you're checking your mentions and waging war against Colin Cowherd and all that, where it's just a distraction. But I think it's just you keep an appropriately bite-sized chip on your shoulder all the time.
You nailed it. You nailed it with the Brady thing, because if you watch that Dynasty documentary, the first couple episodes are young Brady. When he's living in a condo with his buddy who was a practice squad guy from Purdue or something like that, and they're playing pool in their condo, and they're talking trash to teammates, and Brady was a very extroverted young player.
Brady would tell teammates that he was going to take Drew Bledsoe's job.
You nailed it.
That was an intra-team smack talk.
He told Robert Kraft, "I'm the best decision you've ever made," when he showed up at the building for the first time. So, yeah, I think you're spot on with this. Like, CJ happens to be living in an era where players have podcasts, players have Twitch streams. You can call up. You can be on the internet saying crazy stuff within 30 seconds,
Brady played with a coach also that just was, would squash any personality of a guy too. Yeah. So so the counter argument could be, okay, well, maybe that's what's best though. Like, maybe Brady wouldn't have been that way if he had a coach that just let him pipe off on stream, or back then MySpace. I don't know. Facebook. Facebook hadn't even been invented when Tom Brady was.
No, 2000. No, I don't even know I don't know the social media was even a phrase back then. I like this version of the Texans where D'Amico kind of lets guys be themselves. This is way more fun than.
Oh yeah, more content.
Yeah,
why won't anybody think of us, the beleaguered radio hosts?
No kidding.
Yeah,
D'Amico does.
Yeah,
he's the hero we need. Yeah, he's the hero we need. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. Let's see. 100% to where he should be talking. That's a text message. Counterpoint text message. He's building confidence. Yeah, maybe this is part of his process, man. Talk as much trash to everybody as he possibly can, and he'll be his tank will be full for the season. Does arrogance inhibit? This is a text. Does arrogance inhibit a sophomore slump? I don't know if this. I think they're asking.
Or does it
foster it?
Slump?
Inhibit would mean it prevents it. I think the more appropriate question is is CJ feeling himself a little too much right now, especially considering the schedule they've got coming up this year, you know?
Yeah, I think that's the part I don't worry about, is that I don't think CJ has any illusions about how hard it is to win. And I think the fear would be, all right, we've just seen time and time and time again, adding a bunch of names and marquee free agents does not, whether it was just going to baseball, the Mets last year, it's no guarantee of success. And sometimes it actually makes things worse because it skews the chemistry or something like that. So far, when it comes to the messaging from all the players, I think it's been on point in terms of understanding that you're starting again from square one, and you got to build and you got to work and all that. So I'm not really worried about that. I honestly, I 100% believe that with a lot of athletes, whether it be CJ or otherwise, there's a lot of things that get out now because of social media that might offend old school sentiments and yet have always been there. It's just now it's more public.
Yeah.
And if anything, like, opposing players are, I think, less offended. There's just, look at what you see. It's annoying as hell, but these guys all like each other compared to Magic Johnson and Larry Bird. Back when guys genuinely hated each other until later in their careers.
Michael Jordan and everybody.
Like Michael Jordan and the Detroit Pistons.
Yeah.
I feel like if it was Pistons versus Michael Jordan these days, it would all be fun and love. And you got me last time. Come on my stream, we'll discuss it.
We'll swap jerseys and
Yeah, I think a lot of it is just, it's not specific to CJ. It's just, this is the way things are now.
All right. MLB released a bunch of data yesterday. And are we going to see, as a result, Dana Brown flip-flopping again on a certain player? That is next.
Bayway Ram on 225 in Pasadena.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, real quick, by the way, great text talking about Tom Brady and how it would have been if he had been a young player in this era with YouTube and Twitch and everything else, podcasts. He was a young player in 2001. Text message, Brady popping up in AOL chat rooms talking trash.
Well, yeah, that was a thing actually back then.
For sure.
You know, going in chat rooms or chats as a player with a fake name or something. That was how some guys found the scuttlebutt about what people were saying about him. And then you could tell sometimes when, well, I mean, you can still get this. You can totally tell when it's either a player himself or somebody in his family defending him.
Yeah.
That's, but well, not out in the open, but it's just a little bit more out there.
Yeah, those were the first burner accounts back in those chat rooms. Yeah. Hey, we have another schedule leak, coordinated leak. This one's from ESPN. Adam Schefter pointed out earlier this morning that each of the networks that carries NFL games has been given permission to put out one of the big marquee matchups that they have. We know that NBC is going to be carrying the season opener between the Ravens and the Bengals. We found that out yesterday. CBS is going to be carrying the Week 2 game between the Bengals and the Chiefs. So the Chiefs, we already know their first two games. Within the last several minutes, we have one of the Monday night matchups. I think there's been a doubleheader on Monday Night Football. But Monday Night Football, ESPN and ABC, Seth, Week 1, Aaron Rodgers makes his return in the Bay Area at San Francisco. Monday Night Football, the Jets travel cross-country, and Aaron Rodgers and his repaired Achilles tendon get fed to Nick Bosa and Fred Warner and everybody else on that San Francisco defense.
If you were watching on the YouTube stream, you saw Sean scratching his forearm as he said Achilles tendon, and I thought, I hope somebody out there thought that you thought that your forearm was where your Achilles tendon was.
It's in play.
It looked like you were pointing to your forearm as you were saying Achilles tendon. Yeah. So Aaron Rodgers is 100% cleared to participate. So, like, there is barring any setbacks or what had healthy Rodgers going into the season. And yeah, this is I'm excited about this. I'm trying to figure out whether there's a way that I end up. There's a part of me that just really I would want to pull for Aaron Rodgers just because he's a middle-aged dude with an Achilles tendon tear. Yeah, like say nothing else of how annoying he's been with listen, everybody, please believe me when I say this. I don't care about the off-field stuff at all with Rodgers other than like the actual football-related off-field stuff. And it's been so annoying to watch all of this play out where he acted like he was the victim in Green Bay and forced his way out of Green Bay and then brought all his cronies in to play for the Jets, but acted like he didn't have anything to do with it. That part of it has been annoying to me. And yet, I'm pulling for him as a guy who's in his 40s and is coming off an Achilles tendon tear.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, this is not an easy Week 1 for him, but at least he's not on the MetLife Stadium turf for a game. You know, at least he gets one game where he gets to play on actual grass out there in San Francisco before the MetLife turf shreds his Achilles for a second time.
Back when he's back close to where he grew up and no longer talks to any of those people.
That's right.
Yeah, he really gets to go back to an area where he's been disenfranchised.
Over under on number of will call tickets Aaron Rodgers leaves, I'll put it at 0.5.
Back when I was at Berkeley, chiming in on discussion groups and without having actually read the material and
exactly.
He's so.
Did you?
I find Rodgers entertaining because he's every one of my teammates that I ever had, like in a class in college.
Yeah.
Where there's a certain level of athletic cockiness where you talk. You're talking about crap you don't actually know about and being super confident about it.
Yeah.
In front of other people who actually read the content.
Who know what they're doing. Yeah. So MLB released a bleep ton of StatCast data yesterday on bat tracking. Okay, they've been doing this project for a
you mean
while
like
now.
From the Wabat colony?
No, not those bats.
They travel far, you know.
They do.
They do. They go like a lot of them go like 100 miles away from the colony.
They've had an MLB, research and development expert up there sewing microchips into each of the bats, and we've been tracking how far they fly every night. No, they've been tracking swings and more specifically like bat speed. Something that's become a big topic around here over the last 2 weeks because of Jose Abreu.
Because Abreu was cited as there was still hope because he still had his bat speed. But then when he got to West Palm Beach a week later, they said, well, we're concerned he's got to get that bat speed back up.
Right.
All right.
Right.
Yeah.
We've got Dana Brown saying that here in just a second. But just to lay out this article here, Jeff Passan does a long-form piece on this. And if you don't like the nerd stuff, you're going to tap out at about 4 paragraphs of this article. Like, it is a deep dive on how much guys the square up percentage on balls, the bat speed, just all sorts of. They have a stat called smashes or bashes in terms of like how many hard hit balls you have. It's super nerdy. I almost became a Jeff Bagwell as GM supporter after reading this thing because I tapped out about halfway through. If you like that kind of stuff, go get it. It is interesting. Just purely the technology is amazing. They've got 12 cameras in all the ballparks that are taking video of all this stuff so that they can nail down who's got what bat speed and how they can tweak their swings and things like that. The bat speed thing here is a Jose Abreu topic, as Seth pointed out. How did Jose Abreu do based on this metric here that baseball just put out? Well, the average bat speed is right around 71 miles per hour. That's average. Jose Abreu has actually had above average bat speed this year, 72.6 miles per hour, according to this article. So, as you pointed out, this was Dana Brown at the end of April when Jose Abreu was really struggling, saying, no, his bat speed looks fine.
When I watch Jose Abreu and I see him drive the ball, as far as he can drive it in batting practice, and I see that he still has bat speed, I say that there's still hope. And that's what the scouting eye. What the scouting eye tells you that if a guy's swing is slow and he can't get to certain pitches, then the chances of him getting back to his ability is null.
All right, so bat speed looks fine as of April 30th. Then he goes down to West Palm Beach, and he starts taking some hacks down there. Dana Brown's down there watching him taking some hacks, and all of a sudden he jumps on an interview last week, and it turns out Jose Abreu is just so yoked.
Spring training complex. So, we got them down there with some of our hitting guys. And the day-to-day is we're going to work on the rhythm and the timing. And we're also going to do some, strength and conditioning. A lot of times with these guys, they get into the heavy weight, the lifting, the strength building. We're going to do lighter weights, more rep, more quick twitch things in terms of weights and moving a little bit faster so that, he can get back to the quick twitch. I think he's gotten a little too strong and he slowed his back down a little bit. And so. All
right.
Yeah. I think the biggest thing about that is I think when he started talking about slowing the bat down and everything, I think he was more talking about just pulling, his decision to pull the trigger and all of that other stuff. More so, like the entire process was slowed down a little bit too much. The unfortunate thing is we don't really have, since they just started doing this data, we don't have the data on what Abreu was like when he was at his peak.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. So he's a few miles per hour slower than Yainer Diaz. I'm guessing at one point in his career he was up around Yainer Diaz's bat speed.
Oh, yeah.
Or a lot closer to it.
Yeah.
Right now Abreu's about 5th on the team in bat speed, which is better than average for the Astros, but it's still not up there in the upper echelon. So maybe his bat speed is still fast, but not as fast as it once was. The thing about it, though, Sean, is if you're going to hang your hat on that one metric, like when it comes to all this other hitting stuff, the advanced stuff, okay, he's a little bit above average in bat speed, but when it comes to sweet spot percentage, whiff, strikeouts, everything else, he's in the bottom 20th or bottom 10th percentile.
Oh, yeah.
It's just been really, really bad. The bat speed does nothing for me because your strength is fine through your 40s. Guys don't get weaker when they get into their 40s. Your ability to play basketball without tearing your Achilles tendon goes down, but your strength in the weight room and everything else, if you keep working out, can actually improve on through your 40s.
Yeah.
I'm not, or definitely up into your 30s. So I'm not as impressed by the fact that he still has above average bat speed. I think it's everything else, and especially the cognition type stuff. Just when to pull the trigger and how are you seeing the ball and all that stuff. That stuff starts to fall off, and it looks like it's falling off of a cliff with Abreu.
This story coming out and Abreu basically being average in bat speed in the whole thing is proof to me that they're just grab bagging with him right now. They don't know what they don't know what the problem is. Like one week his bat speed's really good. The next week, and I know you're saying there may be a different definition of what Dana Brown was saying right there, but let's pretend that he was actually talking about real bat speed. The next week it's bad, and as it turns out, according to this article, it's really neither good nor bad. It's right in the middle. This is. They sent a $19 million a year guy to West Palm Beach to the rookie. By definition, they're grab bagging right now.
Right. You're trying to find any positive. You know what he did? He's like, okay, what positive thing can I find to say about Jose Abreu?
Right.
That is the one thing with his scouting eye or with the analytics or anything else like that. That is this graph here, and it's like the one positive thing is. The one thing that's past the 50% mark, or even past the 25% mark, other than strikeout percentage, is bat speed.
Yeah.
Everything else is some shade of blue, which is bad on these graphs.
I need Dana Brown's take on this. I need to know which side he falls on now. Is it good or is it bad, or is it right down the middle, the bat speed? All right, the 8 at 8, the Ocho, 8 headlines to get your day going. Man, we got a lot of stuff to get to here. Schedule leaks coming out. We'll get to those in the 8 at 8 coming up next. mensteaclinic.com.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Still updating my scorecard, Plummer.
Bregman drives this one, and you can say bye to that baseball, y'all.
Good branding, Julia. Baseball, y'all. Merch. Julia Morales on the call right there. She was on play-by-play last night. Todd Callis flip-flopping roles with her for that game. Fortunately, the Astros continue to do what they do. They win 4 out of 5 of late, and they beat the Oakland A's last night by a final score of 9-2. Alex Bregman was the big story in this one. 2 home runs, a bases-loaded double. He was on base literally all night long when he came up. He was perfect on the night. He was batting 6th, so I guess it does beg the question, do you keep him at 6th because he looks comfortable there, or do you move him back up? Bregman doesn't care where he bats, but Joe Espada shed some light on what the direction is going to be for Alex Bregman.
Well, he's not going to stay down there very long, right? Once we start seeing the Bregman that we all know. But he helps you relax, right? You know, he helps you come to the plate with some people on base, pitchers are the one now in the corner, and you're able to, use that as your advantage. So I think he's helped.
And this would be nice. Like if Bregman is fine Nick at time.
God, yeah. And he was in early that morning doing some work and said he got back to basics in a lot of respects, and whatever's working for him, just he knows he's got to stick with that for now. That was it was the way the lineup was constructed last night. One of the more surprising things of the evening, I guess, was when they walked Jordan to get to Pena.
Intentionally, late in the game.
Yeah, they intentionally walked Jordan, and that ended up working out for him, didn't it? At that moment,
yeah.
But it was kind of notable that this is starting to look like the lineup that should be fearsome. Like I understand It wasn't a dumb thing to do or anything. It's just, man, it's a lot different when you're intentionally walking somebody, and the guy that's coming up is one of the best young hitters in baseball this season. It started to feel more like that old Astros feel.
It does. That's a great point. I had forgotten about that intentional walk to you. I think Tucker was on second, and first base is open, and Pena, who's been batting cleanup of late. Yeah, on paper, if someone said they're going to walk this guy who's been batting whatever he's been batting over the last 150 at-bats to pitch to the cleanup hitter who's hitting 344 on the season,
Yeah.
But that just goes to show you what Jordan's reputation is. Like, everybody knows it's coming with Jordan. Like, he's going to hit at some point. And he has started to snap out of it.
You know, the other good moments of last night that we haven't talked about was when Altuve got hit by Spindler on an 0-2 count.
Yes.
Spindler was one of the guys who said that he would probably lean towards being 2020. I don't think he waited 4 years to get his vengeance, but
that's holding a grudge. I will give him credit for
that would be no, and even afterwards, he nodded over towards Altuve. But Altuve was at first with what looked to be a wicked Charlie horse, at least.
Yeah.
And then in that inning, ended up rounding third and just sprinting. As they pointed out, he's faster than Abreu this season. I don't know how he does it, but at his age, he's still motoring around. And with a Charlie horse, just like it was a bat out of hell to home plate.
We, you know who else we should give credit to here that we haven't this morning, but who's been playing really, really well? As I'm watching him go from first to third on a stolen base in a throwing area here, Jake Myers has been very good this year. And I give Jake I criticize Jake Myers a lot. He's been very solid.
I haven't had the appetite because you've been so. I kind of meekly pointed out the other day that his OPS is actually above average, and he's the difference is. His arm compared to Dubon's arm in center field, it's just there's no comparison. That's the part that frustrates me sometimes. And yet, he will gut it out. There's the whole reason his shoulder's still banged up is he's not afraid when he's out there.
Yeah.
And he'll go after a ball. He made some nice catches in the outfield yesterday, as well as, he's been hitting well. So it's the center field position has not been the headache that it feels like. I know for whatever reason, I think because it's been a rotating cast of characters and because sometimes Dubon's not in the lineup and you want them to be. I've been a little bit more negative about the center field position. They're in much better shape than they were in 2022 at center field, for instance.
Yeah, well, I mean, Dana Brown himself said it in that interview on MLB TV. He's like, yeah, we're not getting what we want out of left field. And so I'm not saying he's right. I'm just saying, like, well, he said left field and center field in that interview. Yeah. And so, yeah, no, I'm with you. I've laid off of Jake Myers. I've laid off of him. Now I'm going to give him credit. I'll give credit where credit's due.
Did I say that Altuve is faster than Abreu?
Yes, you did.
Okay, what I meant to say.
I had no idea what you meant, which is why I didn't correct you.
Yeah, well, stop me. You know to correct me on that. I don't get mad at you. I get mad if you don't point it out. There's people at home who are like, geez, Seth, like, what the – are you insulting
Well, you might have meant Brian Abreu, who's –
No,
he's faster than a Brian Abreu pitch.
Yeah, well, you probably didn't realize – because I say Abreu instead of Pena for God knows what reason a lot. But he's actually faster than Pena on the sprint speed, or at least he had been for a long portion of the season. Yeah,
that's impressive. All right, let's keep moving. Schedule leaks today for the NFL. The entire schedule gets released tomorrow night at 7 o'clock. The international games reportedly are going to be released tomorrow early morning, so we should have those for you here on Sports Radio 610. The games that have been put out there this morning, Week 2, the Cincinnati Bengals will be playing the Kansas City Chiefs in the late window game on CBS. So we now know the first 2 games for the defending Super Bowl champs. They'll be home for the Ravens and home for the Bengals. That's a tough start to the season. Moments ago, ESPN and ABC announcing that Monday Night Football in Week 1 will have the return of Aaron Rodgers. So Larry Locker will not get his one big scheduling wish, which was for the Texans to open in primetime in New York against Aaron Rodgers in his return.
Yeah, that would have been fun.
That would have been fun. Yeah, but that's
Brock Purdy versus Aaron Rodgers. Still very much old versus young.
Yes.
And Aaron Rodgers going back to the state where he's from and the area where he went to college. And the family from which he doesn't talk anymore. I'm really excited about the Aaron Rodgers experiment this year, both from a football standpoint, but also just medically. Coming back from a torn Achilles tendon is no small feat, even in this era of advanced comebacks from Achilles tendons. He's a guy in his 40s coming back from an Achilles tendon. We have guys listening right now who have torn their Achilles tendons while playing rec league basketball in their 40s, who probably feel like it's impossible for Aaron Rodgers to get back to where he was.
And he's going to be playing football. Boy, they're not easing him in though, man. San Francisco, prime time, his first game. So there you go. Heavy is the head that wears the crown.
3.
Jared Goff got paid yesterday. 2 guys got paid yesterday. Jared Goff and Antoine Winfield. Jared Goff, quarterback for the Lions, 4 years, $212 million. $170 million guaranteed. I think this Lions Rams trade that was made before the 2021 season is the rare trade where both teams, I think both teams would do it all over again. Obviously, the Rams won a Super Bowl. I think the Lions are probably thrilled with what they've been getting out of Jared Goff. Had been better than any 3 seasons that Stafford put together for them while he was there. They made the NFC title game last year. You know, he's been statistically excellent.
It was and it's I don't think people in Detroit are saying, oh, if only we had kept Matt Stafford or what have you.
We'd have won a Super Bowl, you know.
Right, yeah. Like they were clearly like 2 ships headed at different stages of their growth.
Yes.
You know, the Rams were right there on the brink, and for whatever it's worth, like the stats, number of touchdowns thrown, number of interceptions thrown, the success rate percentage, all this stuff, they're almost identical for both of these guys. And I guess the one still hanging chat is that, the Rams got rid of Jared Goff because they didn't feel like he was the guy that could actually lead them to a Super Bowl. And Jared Goff has not yet led the Lions to a Super Bowl. So that is the one thing that obviously it's kind of a big thing that he hasn't done yet, but it's kind of a cautionary tale for writing people off too early in the careers,
that's a great point. That is a great point. All right, so that's 3.
4.
Antoine Winfield sets a new benchmark for defensive back contracts. Antoine Winfield, safety for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who was on a franchise tag, gets 4 years, $84 million. So we are now past the $20 million threshold for defensive backs. I think noteworthy that he's a safety, not a shutdown corner, which I think is oftentimes viewed as the bigger asset of the two, especially this offseason. Teams are dumping safeties like they dump their recyclables by the curb, and Antoine Winfield gets $21 million a year. Worth noting, David Mulligan set a new bar for defensive backs. These are both positions that the Texans are going to be doling out a lot of money to in the next 2 or 3 years. Defensive backs and quarterback.
Yeah. Safety is one of those positions that's, I guess maybe kind of like coffee almost, where everything's a commodity except for like the separate group that you actually charge a lot of money for. There's like a big mass of dudes who are just safeties, but then there's the cream of the creme de la creme at the top that are actually worth a lot of money, and those guys get paid. Like right now, the Texans don't have anybody on their roster that looks like they're going to suit that Antoine Winfield category anytime soon.
No, I mean, unless you're grouping DBs in one big – I know you're talking about safeties. Like Stingley's going to be
right, I'm talking about safeties.
Yeah. Stingley will be in that neighborhood for sure.
Stingley, okay, let's say Stingley's all-pro this season, just hypothetically, but he's got this injury history.
Yeah.
Does he get a new contract?
No.
Does he agitate for one? He's going to play out that fourth year.
Yeah, the fourth year. I don't think people realize how few non-quarterbacks actually get. Like quarterbacks are really almost the only ones who get paid after 3 years. So I think Stingley and the injury history is a big thing that you touched on there. I think the summer of 2026 is going to be a pricey one for the Houston Texans between C.J. Stroud's extension, Derek Stingley Jr.'s potential extension, and I do think that they might view Will Anderson as a guy that they want to extend after 3, as highly as they think. Follow 51, Will Anderson. I think he might be the rare non-quarterback could get paid.
Well, like J.J. Watt was a 2-time defensive MVP.
Yeah,
and got a new contract.
Yep,
yeah.
He sure did.
5.
Tom Brady, we now know what his first game is going to be. Another schedule leak yesterday. The Browns are going to be hosting the Cowboys in week 1, and Brady will be on that game for Fox. He talked about it at the big network meetings where he and Michael Strahan were presenting for Fox Sports yesterday, and he dropped this little nugget about the Dallas Cowboys, which got people talking.
Obviously, having the Cowboys on is a huge draw. As America's team, that's going to get a little hard for me to say that all the time. I understand they were the competition for a long time, but in this new role, I know the Cowboys, how important they are to this network. They got great storylines. Come on, Dak Prescott, let's see if he can finally come through. One of the great defensive players. Did that just slip out? Micah Parsons, what a great player he is, and Coach McCarthy. So I love covering them. I've been obviously going against them for a long time, and now I get to tell everyone how great they are.
Oh. I already like what you're doing, man. I already like it.
Yeah. So him saying Dak, does he finally come through? I thought that was I don't know why people were like up in their feelings about that.
He did say, did that slip out? So I feel like he added to it. He put the punctuation on there that, okay, can he finally come through?
Yeah.
Dak, I mean, for the most part, Dak Prescott wasn't the issue, especially late. I mean, there are a lot of times late in the season or late in games where Dak Prescott had game-winning drives.
Yes.
The defense just actually. One piece of advice to Tom Brady, he said it's going to be hard to keep saying America's team. Here's the thing, Tom, you don't have to say that. That's when somebody gives themselves a nickname, you don't have to abide by that person saying like, "Hey, call me Sparky." Like, no, I'm going to call you D-bag, okay? You don't have to call them America's team, Tom.
Sparky, you're doing them a favor. All right, 6. How about this one? This one kind of flew under the radar a little bit yesterday or over the weekend, but you had sent this to me, Seth. The Texans may have dodged a little draft bullet. If they were in the market for Johnny Newton, the defensive tackle out of Illinois, which several mock drafts had the Texans taking him, he certainly, I think, would have been a defensive tackle that if they had been high up enough in the draft to get, he would have been in the conversation for the Texans.
He was in that band of 4 defensive tackles that went in 5 picks in the top of the second round.
That's right. He's having a second Jones fracture surgery on his foot. This time it's the other foot. We knew about the right foot. This is on the other foot. This is on his left foot. So this is at least early on here.
Sounds like a genetic defect.
Injury
what the hell?
That's
scary.
Yeah, man.
Jones fractures of all any kind of foot fracture scares me. I'd say like the Liz Frank injury, which doctors will say, well, yeah, it's no big deal. Man, I've seen too many football players that aren't just the same guy after that. Kevin Johnson with his long litany of foot issues where he had a screw inserted, had to have the screw taken out, had to put another screw in. You just never know with guys with high BMIs running around on fractured feet.
Yeah.
which are in terms of how many bones there are there.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I feel like they I don't know if they dodged a bullet or not. I think there's a reason Johnny Newton fell out of the first round.
Yeah.
And it may have been concern over his injury and perhaps predilection to Jones fractures.
7.
Las Vegas is getting the 2027 college football playoff title game. So the 2026 season, but the game itself played in January of 2027. Going to Vegas, which is hysterical given that the NCAA is yet another entity that has been clutching their pearls over gambling for these many decades. And now, that Allegiant Stadium sure is nice. There sure are a lot of hotels there. And as it turns out, there sure are a lot of people that follow football and govern football that really love to sit and play blackjack till 3 in the morning.
Yeah. I'll be honest with you. Like, all the arguments about gambling aside or what have you, I love that. I don't gamble at all. I'm just not a gambler. I got scared straight early in life. I just love that city. The one downside, the one thing that I just don't quite get is that they still allow smoking in public places, in buildings. Like, that bothers me. I can't enjoy myself if I'm around a bunch of cigarette smoke.
Yep.
But other than that, no, they don't like allow smoking in like the Broadway shows and stuff.
No.
In Las Vegas, it's just the casinos.
Yeah,
okay.
and it's not even all.
So good. I got no issues.
Yeah, and I don't even know that all casinos do. I think there's some casinos may have a section.
Okay.
Which is
I noticed enough just walking through the hotel to the media center. There were times where
Yeah. I know it's still prevalent for college football playoff title game, which we had here last year, but it'll be in Vegas 2027.
8.
Let's see, which one do I want here? The Steve Buscemi getting cold cocked in New York City last week. One of these random incidents that I guess is happening a lot in New York City, where people are just getting randomly blasted in the face by people walking up to them. Am I reading these articles correctly?
Yeah, there's a lot of mental health issues on the streets in New York City, and apparently, I think there's just some random people that it's not like I don't think it was a psycho stalker or anything. He's just a random guy that punched Steve Buscemi.
Random guy punched Steve Buscemi in the face.
He might have recognized him from a movie or something.
Yeah, yeah. Like, I thought Tony Soprano whacked you, Blundetto. I'm going to take it upon myself. Blammo, right in the face. Now, Steve Buscemi is one of those rare celebrities who a shiner actually might be an improvement for him,
Aw. I feel like he's gotten better looking as he's gotten older.
He has, but he was rough looking about 10 or 15 years ago.
Well, but I think that part of it is that I think he's aged well.
Yeah.
And now it just starts to look more like, okay, some of the blemishes or what have you or irregularities on his face are more just like a normal guy aging.
You can write it off, yeah.
Yeah, and he's just kind of, but he's got a distinguished vibe to him, and he's Steve freaking Buscemi. He's got that going for him, that you've watched a lot of movies that you like this guy. I think he might have, by the time he's 90, he might be an outright sex symbol.
If he makes it to 90, maybe he will be.
He's like somehow Benjamin Button while still actually aging.
There you go.
You know what it is? I'm looking at the fact that he looks a little, he's more put together with his hair.
Yes.
He's kind of got, he probably quit smoking somewhere along the way too.
Yep.
So his skin probably looks healthier. Even if it looks older, it looks healthier than when he was younger and smoking.
He's always had great eyes too. He's got those kind of clear blue eyes going.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I think I'm falling in love with Steve Buscemi.
I think I might be too. You're going to have to fight me for him. I'm going to tell you right now.
I'm gay for Buscemi.
Yeah.
That's a club that does not exist, but I'm starting it right now.
GFB.
I'm gay for,
he's a GFB.
Gay for Buscemi.
Ladies, I don't think you need to walk up to Seth. Why? He's GFB. Okay.
I'm the only guy in prison when Fresh Fish Buscemi walked in, I'd be like, ooh, there's the new missus.
No competition there.
Back off, everybody.
Right.
I got him first.
All right. Payne and Pendergast with you. The NBA draft is coming up in a couple of months. I don't know. LeBron has not really spoken on this, but some of the speculation about what LeBron may be thinking he does, I can't believe that he would actually do this to his son if this were to happen. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe people don't share the same opinion, but we'll share with you what it looks like is going to happen with LeBron and Bronny here coming up next.
I have an opinion that you can all get behind, especially if you were hoping to buy a Silverado this summer, but you're thinking like, I'm not quite sure.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so one of the big stories headed towards the NBA draft will be the Bronny James situation. LeBron James, the most famous basketball player in the world, his son Bronny, just finished up a probably a disappointing, I would say, one college season at USC. I guess disappointing maybe statistically, and the team wasn't very good. Probably exhilarating in that he was actually able to get on the floor because he suffered a cardiac event prior to even setting foot on campus at USC, before even playing basketball, that he was cleared of. He got cleared this week by NBA medical people to play in the NBA. They have their combine going on this week. And so there's been a lot of speculation about the fact that LeBron James wants to play a season at some point with his son Bronny. Here's Brian Windhorst from ESPN on that situation.
Over the last few months, Rich Paul, who's the agent for LeBron and Bronny James, has made an effort to part the concept that drafting Bronny James means you're getting LeBron. I do believe LeBron's going to opt out of his contract next month, and I do believe he's got several reasons why he wants to do that, and leaving optionality for playing with Bronny is on the list, but I don't think it's at the top. I do think he's going to be back with the Lakers. And I also will say this. I think if the Lakers have an opportunity to draft Bronny James, they will do so, whether that's with the 55th pick or if they make another deal around the draft where they pick up another pick. I think they will try. I do not think it's going to be their top priority. And I don't think the league right now is looking at this as draft Bronny James and you can get LeBron.
Yeah, this is just weird to me. I guess for those who don't know, Bronny James, LeBron's son, he's a fringe draftable prospect. Like, he's not a lottery pick.
Late second round would make sense, maybe.
That's why I said the 55th pick, Brian Windhorst, that the Lakers have the 55th pick in a 60-pick draft. And he was at the Combine, Bronny James was this week. He's been listed at 6'4" throughout his career. He measured it barely over 6'1" without shoes on,
Yeah. Thank God the Combine's starting to get some accurate measurements on these guys.
But all the... Like, the one person we haven't heard from through all this is Bronny James.
Bronny James, right, which Windhorst said, LeBron is through now his adult life. And you go a million different ways with this. For one, like, all right, how big a deal is it if a team uses a late second round pick on one of the best players in NBA history to bring in his son, if that's what he wants at this stage of his life? I feel like there's three different arenas you could argue this over. One is just, general parenting in general. Should LeBron even want this for Bronny? And then two is, should LeBron care about having him personally on his team? And then three, does this do harm to the Lakers themselves and just having this extreme nepotism or what have you? I think I'm falling maybe on that final part of it where it's like, okay, you're at the stage in your career, LeBron, where it's not quite like, I don't know if you paid attention to the Lakers, but it's not. This is not the time to be doing it. It's not like you're stacking one extra guy onto a roster that's just so formidable and unstoppable that whatever. I find it most intriguing that Austin Rivers seems to. At this point, for him to not be speaking for himself, that's his choice. Like, is he just letting Daddy do the dirty work?
You said Austin Rivers. You mean LeBron, right?
Dang it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Or you mean Bronny.
To point out, one of the points I wanted to make was that this is not an Austin Rivers was a lottery pick, and it just, he played for his dad for a stretch of time. It's easy to like, oh, Nepo baby or what have you, but he was a very highly regarded prospect right from the get-go.
Oh, yeah. Austin Rivers could play.
Yeah.
Bronny is probably a solid college player. I don't know that there's a right answer for it. I just know, like, if I were Bronny, I don't know that I would want this. I don't know that I would want, like, if my goal were to become an NBA player, that I want, the only reason I'm in the NBA is that my dad is speaking for me. I'd probably want to get drafted to a different team, quite honestly. But again, that's, there's no right answer. If Bronny wants to play with his dad, that's the most frustrating thing, is that it's all LeBron doing all the talking here. Nobody knows what Bronny wants because Bronny doesn't, he's not spoken publicly about this that I know of.
When you frame it that way, would Bronny want this? I think of the worst possible scenario ever was when Tom Coughlin drafted Chris Snee, his future son-in-law, who at that point, when Chris Snee was drafted, he was not yet married to Tom Coughlin's daughter, but Tom Coughlin's daughter was carrying Chris Snee's child. I don't know. I think Chris Snee ended up, being a very, very good player. Yeah. He almost had no choice but to be. But to be drafted onto a team where the coach is known as a strict disciplinarian, not a player's coach, and now all of a sudden we've got a mole in the O-line room. Yeah. That's tough, man. Ooh. That's tough. So, would Bronny even want all of the pressure that comes with that? If I'm Bronny, I'd like to think that no, I don't think I would. My own guy. I don't want Daddy there protecting me and shielding me from either getting cut or proving myself on my own.
Yeah, I just wouldn't feel comfortable. A lot of times, if guys are getting drafted, if guys get drafted because they know somebody, right? There's a coach on the staff who coached him in college, and now they're using a second-round pick for you, and now you're getting maybe not life-changing money, but you're getting money that you never thought you'd get before. That's one thing. The one thing that can't factor into this is money, right? I mean, Bronny's going to have more money than he knows what to do with down the road because of who his old man is. So then it becomes okay, what would I want my basketball journey to be? And I can tell you unequivocally right now, I would not want to play on the same team as my dad when the sole reason I'm on that team is because my dad got the front office to use a second-round pick for me to take up a roster spot. I would not want that.
Maybe LeBron, Roger Daltrey, the lead singer of The Who?
I do.
He did not give his kids anything. He basically was no, I want them to make it on their own in this life, and I'm going to give them that. I'm going to give them the gift of independence. I think he's at least that's what he claimed at one point in time. Maybe LeBron's is practicing tough love in other arenas, and Bronny doesn't know. We just don't know about it.
But tough love in other areas, but he's getting the Lakers to draft him into the NBA.
Yeah. Which, look, everything that's going to come out of the LeBron camp, as it is right now, and Windhorst is his mouthpiece, we know that. Everything that's coming out is no, of course we would never do anything like that. That's certainly not driving our decisions.
Yep.
I don't think it helps that. Honestly, I don't think it helps that his name is Bronny. I've never heard a dumber, more infantilizing nickname in the history of nicknames than Bronny. It just sounds like a toddler. I've hated it all. It has nothing to do with LeBron. He needs a different nickname. Just start calling yourself Bron. Okay. Yeah. I would respect him 50% more if he just started calling himself Bron. His given name is LeBron, so he's LeBron Jr. But call yourself Bron or something, just anything except Bronny.
Yes, LJ. LJ.
Yeah,
LeBron Jr.
So something.
Yeah,
you can stay true to the LeBron theme.
Yeah,
but just don't be Bronny.
Yeah,
that's not a man's nickname. Not a bit. I'd rather be a boy named Sue than be a man named Bronny.
2462 agrees with you. Here's the first problem: Bronny is a terrible name.
It's awful. I feel like, it can't be that guy and me that are alone in this opinion. I feel like it's got to be a universally despised nickname.
I don't feel as strongly as you do, but I think there's better versions they could have used for sure.
If I had a daughter and I found out that a guy named Bronny was taking her to the prom, I'd be like, oh, cool, we're cool, we're safe. All right, yeah, this guy's no threat.
I'm good. That's funny.
Come home whenever you want.
Right. Plus, he's 3 inches shorter than what he's listed at, okay? Everywhere.
Hey, honey, if Bronny gets a little aggressive, just slap him, bitch slap him. Okay? Just bitch slap him and call him a little tool.
Do y'all think LeBron
sawed-off tool
text message? Do y'all think LeBron would make it a prerequisite for the team that picks Bronny and wants LeBron make him a first-round draft choice? Well, if they do, if that's the case, if that's the stance of the James crew, and it's not, but if it were, I would tell him to go to hell. You need to make Bronny a first-round pick. Get the hell out of here, dude. You were the 10 seed in the West. I know you're a great player, LeBron, but it's not like you've carried your team to glory here over the last few years.
It feels like I look at Bronny the same way I look at that fat son of the politician in Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? Like, just, you know, you're like, oh, this is the guy. Like, how is this guy even wearing a suit? Why do I have to pay any mind to this dude? Yeah. Oh, man. No, Bronny, for your own sake, Bron, for your own sake, get the hell away from Daddy. Okay?
Yes.
Can you do that? Can you do that if he had gone to college at Providence or something, I would have respected him more than if he had stayed in California.
USC. Can you punch a nickname in the face?
It's the most punchable nickname ever.
It is super punchable. Yeah. Super punchable. Someone saying Adidas couldn't sign Giannis because they wouldn't sign Thanasius or whatever Giannis's brother is. That's different. That's a shoe contract. That's not the same as occupying a roster spot in the NBA. It's different.
Oh, yeah, if I were a shoe company, I'd sign Bronny in a heartbeat.
In a heartbeat, yeah, they probably have.
If I were Under Armour or somebody trying to make I would try to, get, I mean, you're never going to get LeBron to leap out of his.
LeBron. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. If you missed it yesterday, we did a little get-to-know with the rookies for the Texans. Kamari Lassiter and Blake Fisher met with the media. Some interesting things they had to say, and backstory, too, on these guys that we will get into coming up next. The backstory at West Point, Lincoln, and Sugar Land is this. They are the newer
additional details.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Man, so I looked at the weather before I got out of practice. It just said 80 degrees. So I was like, okay, bet, it's only 80. And I walked out on the field and I was practicing. I'm like, this is not 80. Like this is like 90, something else. So it's a little bit different.
That was Kamari Lassiter. Keep in mind, he went to Georgia.
Place noted for not being the coolest of places.
Right. Not exactly Arctic temperatures. So that was Kamari Lassiter over the weekend, rookie minicamp for the Texans, and their top two rookies met with the media. Got a lot of one-on-one time, Kamari Lassiter did with the coaches. Not many bodies there. This is the other good one from Kamari Lassiter. Then we'll get to Blake Fisher. Do we buy that he didn't know DeMeco Ryans was an alum of Alabama?
Coach went to Bama?
Yeah.
I ain't know that. But those two programs, very high-profile programs, got a lot of the same, a lot of similarities. The standard I would say to Georgia is super high. It don't matter, how old you are. It don't matter how many years you play. The standard is the standard, and it's always going to be that. Coach Smart does a really good job of just making sure that everyone buys in, and I think that, Coach Ryan does a great job of doing that as well. And that probably comes from his background of being at, the other place.
Yeah, that was, the other thing is it's very clear that whether he knew that DeMeco went, he didn't know that there was a time before Nick Saban at Alabama.
Yeah.
Because when DeMeco finished up at Alabama in 2005, Kamari probably would have been about 3 years old, and Mike Shula was the coach. So I guess he's comparing the Texans culture to Mike Shula's culture, to which I say I take deep offense. Deep offense, Kamari Lassiter.
Do you think DeMeco pulls anything from his time playing for Mike Shula? Because he talks about how his coaching style is sort of a combination of Gary Kubiak and Kyle Shanahan, and he mixes Chip Kelly in there.
Chip Kelly,
and
right?
Reed.
Yeah, a lot of yeah. I think a lot. I actually think he pulls a lot from Chip Kelly in terms of Chip Kelly has an innovative way of looking at things, and a lot of the stuff that Chip Kelly started doing with the Eagles has kind of become normal in the NFL now. But on the sports science side of things too, I don't think I've ever heard him reference Mike Shula.
No. He's referenced
get Mike Shula on the horn.
He's referenced Joe Kynes, who was either his DC or was a linebackers coach, who has a really distinctive voice. We don't have a cut of Joe Kynes, but he's a guy that talks like this coming off the field at halftime. But so no Mike Shula mentions from DeMeco Ryans. Blake Fisher was the Texans' other second-round pick, the offensive tackle out of Notre Dame. He's got two proven starters in front of him in Laramie Tunsil and Titus Howard. So what's his approach knowing that those two guys are on the roster right now?
Every day, just come in, just go to work, just continue to get better. They've been in the league for a long time, so it's, just understanding, how they play. Asking them to play at a really high level, and that's what we're doing now. We're going through a lot of film studies, so, I'm seeing it, live in real time. And, for me, it's not about starting right now or, where I'm at on the depth chart. It's just coming in here every day and just working. New system, new coaching staff, new environment. So it's just getting comfortable, like I said, just earning that trust and the respect from my coaches and my teammates.
So I had someone ask me on the Utopia podcast, Seth, on the mailbag and I'm pulling up the question right here. It said, it's clear Blake Fisher is an insurance policy for the 2024 season. If he becomes a good player, what would be the soonest that you could see him replacing Laramie Tunsil or Titus Howard? I think the contracts probably factor into this, but
right. Yeah, I don't think there's a. I think it would come with one of those guys becoming a free agent. I do, man. I really sense that there are a lot of people in the fan base who look at Titus Howard at guard and treat that like how Titus Howard has played at tackle, and it's just they couldn't be more different. He is just not a guard. He is a potentially very, very good right tackle. And I think as a young guy who's he's only spent about 65% of his time at right tackle compared to left guard and left tackle with a smattering of snaps at right guard. He's just a bad guard. He's not a good guard, but he's a good tackle. So I think that those guys got their contracts for a good reason. And I think if Laramie approaches free agency or if Titus Howard approaches free agency and Blake Fisher has done well when he's had opportunities to, that's when it would be 2024, 2025.
No,
other than for injury.
Yeah, right. If one of them gets hurt, he'll probably see some time, I would imagine. I hope so. Like, if one of them gets hurt and Blake Fisher is not the guy going in to replace either Tunsil or Howard, then something's gone wrong with this pick.
Well, okay, but I don't know if I would say that about this season. Okay. I think there's a chance that they just trust Charlie Heck more.
Okay.
I think they look at Blake Fisher as a guy that, man, like a lot of scouts were saying, if this guy would have stayed in for one more year, there's a good chance he could have developed into a first-round talent.
Mm-hmm.
And, and that doesn't make it a bad decision for Blake Fisher to come out. If he becomes a free agent 1 year earlier and he's good in the NFL, then he makes that much more money. But I think that it's a genuine competition between him and Charlie Heck and maybe, George Fant types who are out there perhaps if they don't feel like they're ready. But I would wait at least a year. If Blake Fisher doesn't play this year, I'm not going to act like, oh, okay, that was a bust of a pick. I think that he is – because remember, we do this all the time where a guy gets drafted, you call him a project. Everybody calls him a project like for months at a time, and then all of a sudden when he's not ready to start on day one, like, oh, he's a bust.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I can't believe this guy that I myself said is going to take a couple years to develop isn't ready on day one of year one. Okay, so I'm going to be patient with Blake Fisher.
The contract extensions for Tunsil and Titus both kick in this year, so contractually it doesn't become painless. Or okay, let me back up. The pain is significantly mitigated probably after 20. It's expensive to get out from under either of those guys after this coming season. It's probably 2 years, unless performance factors in, and one of them is just playing so poorly or is so banged up all the time that you're like, you know what, it's Blake Fisher time. Let's go.
Or if Blake Fisher comes in because of injury and he's awesome, then all of a sudden maybe you're trading away Laramie Tunsil or Titus Howard.
Do they have trade value? Sense. Yeah.
And especially when you start to get in closer to when you got to pay some of these young guys like Nico Collins and Derek Stingley and these guys. And maybe that's what. So, I'll back off a little bit on saying it's because of free agency, but at some point, maybe they move on for salary purposes from one of those other two guys.
Let's skip down, Ben, to this cut. You pulled this cut, Seth. This is from Blake Fisher's time at Notre Dame.
Oh, yeah, okay, because he was asked about this at the press conference about his sister had passed away when he was young. And in the press conference, it was kind of, it was after practice and everything. So I found a better version of him talking about this.
Some people don't know what my fight is, but my why is my sister. When my sister was young, a virus attacked her heart. She was in and out of the hospital. We would have nurses come into the house to take care of her. She was in a wheelchair all the time. My sister passed when I was 7. The entire situation, I would say, helps me to push and fight through the adversity that I face, the trouble that I go through. Because I know if it was her, she would still be fighting the same way she was. I would feel like there's a certain situation that I'm faced with that, helps me grow, or it's not risking. At Notre Dame, you're faced with a lot of adversity. You go through a lot of things that, can kind of shake your coolness, your calmness. And it's about, what you do in those moments that, help you to grow and help you to, become, that person that you ultimately want to be.
Yeah, and so he talked about, and he talked about how that's his why, because that's one of the big things running through is, okay,
that's cool.
A lot of teams okay, find your why. And that, I just know from personal experience, because I had a teammate that died when I was younger that I would always write his name on somewhere on my wrist tape or on the top of my shoe or whatever, because it's one of those moments, when you're really exhausted or you're getting down on yourself or what have you, it's a lot easier to just remember, oh man, this person can't do anything that I'm getting to do right now, and it helps you push through a lot of stuff. So I do like hearing those stories. Aside from being emotionally uplifting, it's just it's nice to know that those guys have that in terms of what motivates them.
Yeah.
As opposed to just I want to get super rich.
Right.
The problem with wanting to get super rich is that the day you're drafted, you're already richer than 99% of the world's population.
Some of these guys before they even get drafted nowadays
because NIL.
Yeah. So you're already ahead of the game. That was cool. That was cool backstory on Blake Fisher.
Well, they get you with the violin music too.
Yeah, that was solid. So that
Good job, Notre Dame.
That was okay. So that was from ND Media. He was asked about it at the press conference here.
He was asked about the press conference. A lot of times when people ask you those questions over and over again, you get stuck in this position where you don't want to give a cliche answer, and it's something that's very important to you, and yet this is the 987th time you've answered a question about it.
Yeah.
So it was that one that we just heard was from when he sat down with the Notre Dame media people.
Gotcha.
And they added the violin music.
Gotcha. Yeah. It's a nice touch.
Classy.
Yep.
Would have been kazoo would have been the wrong choice.
Harmonica. Yeah.
Yes.
Would not capture
you
the
could
mood.
you could do it all right with the harmonica.
Oh, probably. Yeah. Slow riff. All right, let's get to the Astros. Are they turning a corner? Is this particular player turning a corner? And might they need to think about doing something with the announce team here based on how things went last night? We will discuss that coming up next.
In the Loop.
One of the reasons I like schedule.
KILT. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Still updating my scorecard, Palmer. Bregman drives this one, and you can say bye to that baseball, y'all! Taylor Scott, 3 strikeouts in that inning. That's going to be ball game 2. What a great ball game by the Houston Astros, who beat the Oakland Athletics in game 1 of this 4-game set, 9-2.
That was Julia Morales on the play-by-play last night. Good job by her. Alex Bregman's first home run of the game is what you heard off the top. And then the final call, Taylor Scott coming in, striking out the side in the 9th inning to close out a 9-2 win for the Houston Astros last night. Stros have won 4 out of 5. That's good to see. 16-25 now. After what was hopefully bottoming out at 12-24, they've won 4 out of their last 5. And they're back at it. 3 more with the A's, 3 with the Brewers, 3 with the Angels. So they've got their next 9 games at home. And 6 of those are against AL West. And then they go out to Oakland for another 3 games against the AL West. So this is a time on the schedule, Seth, to make a little hay and get back into this thing.
This is, on pace now for 63 wins, which is a huge improvement over the on pace for 53 wins just a week ago. There's growth here, Sean. The fact that Bregman, because we've seen Bregman go through long slumps before and then come out of it and have long stretches of brilliance afterwards. To get optimistic about Bregman right now, given the nature of his performance last night. The very fact, I almost feel better about him taking that first walk and then hitting 2 home runs than if he had hit 3 home runs. Because he did it all. He exhibited his judgment at the plate and then yet attacked and hit 2 home runs. He talked about his routine that he had that morning and getting back to basics in some regards. So I think there's a very good chance that Bregman is back on the upswing.
I hope so. Here is Bregman talking about what Seth just touched on. Got some work in the morning, and he's feeling good.
Worked through a lot of things and some different cues and thoughts, and ended up going back to Old Faithful, just not pass the ball, and kind of clicked and felt good in BP today, and hopefully continue it into tomorrow.
Yeah. We've established now the things that get Bregman to awaken. Having a kid, being ejected or the mere threat of ejection from the circle of trust, the P&P Astros circle of trust, and Julia Morales in the booth.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe we got to give Julia a little credit on this one.
So between having Julia Morales in the booth and us just discussing the possibility of ejecting him from the circle of trust, which honestly, if we had actually done a circle of trust yet this year, I think he'd be out of it. But but it took us talking about it to get him back on track.
Right.
So 2 things aware of. Other than I bet he was aware of. I bet that everybody in the dugout was aware of Julia doing the play-by-play just because Todd Callis was sitting there in the camera well. So obviously, when they go to get their peanuts and everything, they would have they would have realized something was up.
Oh,
when Callis. I honestly, as a player, I'd be kind of disappointed if I get accustomed to seeing, getting my treats from Julia during the game.
Right.
Then all of a sudden, I got old man Callis coming down to probably give out like seltzer water or something. I'm surprised that they won last night.
Callis was even admitting at one point on the broadcast that he had screwed up the doling out of the peanuts. Like he still had bags and bags of them down there. You asked this question earlier, and it's funny, and I think Todd Callis would probably agree with this. Like it looked like Julia seemed to work her way into a much more comfortable groove doing what she was doing than Todd had sitting down in the camera well down there.
It reminded me of movies or TV shows where a CIA operative is sitting at a cafe in some Central American country, and it's hot as hell, but he's trying to look casual. And he did that by taking off his hat and his jacket and his tie, and he's just sitting there like trying to act like, no, I'm not a CIA operative. I'm just a guy talking to an arms dealer.
Just blending in.
I'm totally fine here. Yeah, like somewhere in Southeast Asia.
Right.
Bregman, real quick.
Yeah.
Bregman is okay. He's got eight. He's 8 for 17 in his last 5 games.
Yeah. I think the difference, the previous few games, they'd been like, ground ball base hit, serving it to the opposite side base hit. Like this was, this was a power display. Like the 2 home runs into the Crawford boxes, and then a late game bases loaded double that went over the right fielder's head into right center.
8 for 18 with a hit in each of the last 5 games.
Okay,
at
so
least one hit in each of the last 5 games.
5-game hitting streak. Good to see, man. The thing I've liked most about these last few wins is that they're doing things that when the Astros are clicking, when they're really clicking, it looks like it's looked the last 3 wins, I'll say. I know they've won 4 out of 5. Well, even in that Yankee game to close out that series, I mean, that was the thing I came in the next day and said is this is how they kind of drew it up. Hader coming in and getting a save at the end of a 1-run game. But when the Astros are looking at like peak Astros, they are pitching really well, which in the last 3 wins they've done. Fromber on Friday, Verlander Sunday. Arrighetti was solid enough yesterday, and the bullpen came in and did the rest. And they are hitting hard the back end of these bullpens. They are attacking mediocre pitching and tacking on runs to where they can save Josh Hader for the couple of times in this series they're going to need him in a close game. The
things that should look lopsided have started to look lopsided.
There you go.
We're seeing. There's a lot that feels substantial here. The fact that they've been much better hitting at home this year gets me excited about this homestand versus a bad team. Yeah. And the next several games against all these AL West opponents, I feel good about that. Chandler Rome had pointed out, too, that over the first 40 games, the Astros had the toughest schedule in baseball, the way things have worked out this season, and now you're starting to face some patsies. So I will have zero shame about gloating and getting overconfident over them destroying some patsies. If it's part of proving that they themselves are not patsies.
Right.
If it's proving that right now, I mean, going into yesterday's game, you were on the exact same level of the Oakland A's. There was no playing down to the A's. You had to prove that, no, you are authoritatively a better baseball team than them. That's right. You got 3 more opportunities to do it over the next 3 days.
That's right. If we're in the spirit of eat what's on your plate, you can't even be talking about the playoffs. You got to be talking about you're basically treating this 4-game series against the A's like a playoff series. Like if we win 3 out of 4, we're definitively better than the A's.
If they win these next 3 games, they'll be on pace for about 71 or 72 wins.
Hey, man. Yeah.
Then you're right there. You're within striking distance of being on pace for 90 wins.
Did you see the little feature they did on Yordan Alvarez and the chicken coop that he has in his backyard?
No, I missed it.
This was on during the game last night. It wasn't a feature. Like it was like a minute coming back from break. You know what I mean? Like in the middle of the game. He apparently has a lot of animals on his property. Like he's got a chicken coop with 12 chickens. You were on a farm when you were a kid. Did you guys have chickens, or were you mostly? Yeah. They're filthy creatures.
No. Why would you say that?
Because my daughter had a chicken coop in the backyard of their house in Naperville during high school. Okay. As a science project, she had a chicken coop.
You just said the key word was high school, which was that your daughter wasn't. They're not filthy if you clean them up. They poop.
Everywhere.
Sometimes they poop eggs out their butt.
They poop a lot.
But other than that, the non-egg poop, you just keep it clean.
Filthy creatures. All right, so you're team chicken in this. I got you.
They do have the egg out of the same hole that the poop comes out of.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know. Should I have known that?
No, I don't think that's common. It's not advertised by the egg industry. Big Egg doesn't want you to know that.
Big hatchery. Yeah, man. Yordan is he's an animal enthusiast. Got a chicken coop in the backyard. Pretty cool. Payne and Pendergast with you. Hey, Seth, this is a text message. I was just here driving, listening to your show. Hey, thanks for listening to my show, too. And I just realized something. Stephon Diggs has that personality that you want your quarterback to have, that he's insanely obsessed with football.
Oh, okay.
Do you feel like Stefon Diggs is insanely obsessed with football to a Seth Payne desire degree?
So, okay, but he said that's what you want your quarterback to have?
No. He said, I'll read it again, your show, and I just realized something. Stefon Diggs has that personality that you've talked about. You want your quarterbacks to be obsessed with football.
Okay.
You've talked about that before. This person is merely pointing out that Stefon Diggs has that type of personality that you pointed out you like in your quarterbacks.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I feel good about Stefon Diggs. Nobody's ever complained about his competitiveness. Nobody's ever complained about how he works in practice. Like Josh Allen specifically pointed out when asked about it in his first press conference this year, about what he remembers from Stefon Diggs or what he'll take from it was how competitive he was on the practice field. And I think a lot of what happened last year was that they were trying to make changes to Josh Allen's game when they changed coordinators midway through the season, and it got a little clunky. And Josh Allen became a better quarterback in a lot of ways in terms of wanting to distribute the football. But there were times where it was a little bit clunky, and I think there were times where the ball wasn't going to Stefon Diggs when it should have. But it was all for the greater good because Allen was trying to do the right thing, not get stuck on reads, not just sit there and stare down Stefon Diggs until he came open. And because of that, as receivers tend to do because they have zero control over whether the ball comes to them when they're open or not, I think he got frustrated. And it was an extension of some of the frustration from the previous year. So, yeah, I think some of the drama in Buffalo, you could specifically point to Ken Dorsey being the actual problem. And then you had to try to rectify and fix what Ken Dorsey was doing with the new offensive coordinator, Joe Brady. Stefon Diggs was an egg that got broken in the middle of it, after it came out of the chicken's butt. And it was so, I would agree with that. It's a certain – I think the comparison I might make, I can remember talking to Eric Winston about what it was like in Seattle because am I thinking right? Was it Winston spent a year in Seattle?
You're thinking of Wade Smith. Wade Smith.
I don't think I am.
Okay, well, no.
Okay, so I was thinking of somebody other than Wade Smith. Was that what people have said about that Seattle Legion of Boom era? Was that they were so hyper competitive, and you had so many like alpha males that there was a lot of drama at times in the locker room. There were fights. There was a lot of stuff going on, and it's something that happens when you get super competitive about things.
Yeah. Winston, Houston, Kansas City, Arizona, Cincinnati.
Yeah, that's not it at all. Who the hell am I thinking of? I'll tell you eventually.
Yeah. I know Wade did spend a year or at least a camp, I think, in Seattle. I'm pretty sure. But, yeah. Chickens are disgusting creatures. Pendergast is spot on. Thank you, 0385.
They're not that disgusting.
Why are you so team chicken on this?
I never had a problem. We had chickens when I was really little, and it was my job to take care of them, and I never really thought of them as being – I guess I just didn't know any better,
Yeah.
I shoveled manure for a good portion of my life. 4 a.m. There were 3 years of my life in high school and college where I would wake up at 4 a.m. to go scrape manure at a dairy farm. So chickens were if it's non-liquid poop, I'm kind of like, oh, that's not bad. So non-liquid poop for me has got it over just about everything else.
I think chicken poop is fairly liquid. It's pretty.
It hardens.
You have a higher fecal threshold than I do, I think. Chicken poop is great fertilizer. Thank you, Texter. I'm sure it is. Could it have been Dwayne Brown? Someone's asking. Dwayne, of course, played for Seattle for a long time.
Normal chicken droppings should be firm and brown with a white part at the top.
Ah, okay. Well, maybe.
So it basically tells me that Judy was not properly taking care of that chicken that you were so quickly disparaged. Okay?
I have two experiences. Our neighbors across the street growing up had a chicken coop as well. And when they go on vacation, I would have to go get the eggs. And those chickens were freaking disgusting. They were awful. Yeah.
It's fun. That's why one of the things that taking care of farm animals is a great lesson for kids because you can actually, you can see the progress just simply in rates of disease and death. You're like, oh, hey, you like those animals? Take care of them really well, and they won't die on you.
Yeah, that's true.
So it's actually, I guess I love all of God's creatures, Sean, unlike you and some of our listeners.
No, there's some I hate. I'll admit it. Yeah. Several people asking if it's Dwayne Brown that you're trying to think of here.
It's not Dwayne that I was talking to.
Yeah.
I want to almost say it was Drew Hodgson.
Okay.
So who was a center for the Texans back in the day. But now I have to second-guess my whole memory of the conversation,
That's
obviously.
All right. Yeah. With you on a Tuesday here. Several people pointing out that Bregman wore a headband last night, and that may be what snapped him out of it.
Oh.
What did you think of his headband? Did you see him in the postgame with the headband on?
I thought it gave a little bit of I got kind of a martial arts vibe off of it. That's what I liked about it. I felt like he was,
He wore it on defense. Like, he had it underneath his cap, too. Like it was sticking out of the back of his cap. I didn't like it. I didn't like the look. I like.
You didn't like it, even though it might have been the very thing that was making him so good?
No, we all know the reason he was hitting well was because of you and I threatening to take him out of the circle of trust. The headband was just mere window decor for me. I didn't like it.
I wonder if Julia will get another shot at doing play-by-play this season. Or do you think it becomes like a once-a-year type of thing?
I don't know. I'm curious. I am curious how much of it had to do with the fact that the A's have a female play-by-play voice, and they were creating a moment, which I'm perfectly fine with. Yeah. That Julia, and her name is Julie Kavner. She's the actual play-by-play voice for the A's. She does every game. Yeah. So I don't know. I'd be fine with it. Or if Todd goes on vacation, give her a shot at it then. Like that. That may be kind of what they're doing, because it's weird. Like, these baseball people actually do take vacations during the baseball season. It's very strange to me.
It is, I know. And then you realize, like, okay, it's a guy. They're on the road a lot and everything. It's probably, again, just like farm animals, you can start to realize, like, they probably lost a few along the way at some point. And they realize, like, okay, these baseball announcers are dying off on us.
Yeah.
We got to give them a little bit of a break. Oh, Brandy. Now, Brandy, who is like a genuine farm chick growing up.
Okay.
She says people think chickens are gross because they eat their own poop. It's a big deal.
I didn't know that.
I don't have any issue with animals that eat their own poop. So,
really?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's just efficiency right there, my friend.
True,
that's just reclaiming.
Oh, yeah.
As somebody who once swallowed something that had to be recovered later on, I know from going through my own feces that there's a lot of valuable stuff lost in the shelf.
Long time ago, I'm sure, right?
It was, yeah.
Long time ago. All right.
It was 60 hours later, I successfully recovered it.
Attaboy.
And then I got out of those handcuffs.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Hey, 2 big contracts handed out in the NFL yesterday. How close of attention should Texan fans be paying? And I am really happy about one of these because I think it's setting the stage for helping torpedo one of the Texans' arch rivals in the division. We will explain coming up next. But first, any of my arch rivals, even my arch rival,
SportsRadio.com.
Present Payne and Pendergast.
Mystery solved. The former Seattle Seahawk player that Seth was thinking of, who shared some of the knowledge about what it was like with the Seahawks and the Legion of Boom and conflict at times in the building. It was indeed
Big
Eric
personalities.
Winston. Yeah,
it was Eric Winston.
It was indeed Eric Winston, as you had thought. Now, he never...
Everybody else second-guessed me. I can't imagine why.
Well, because he never played... I can't imagine why. He never played in the regular season for Seattle, but he was there in training camp. As a listener points out on Wikipedia, he was a Seahawk before he had a nice little run as a Cincinnati Bengal for the last 4 years of his career.
Thank you, listener, for rescuing me from the tyranny of Sean Pendergast. He's trying to gaslight me into thinking I was wrong again.
I was selling Wade Smith as the answer to the question so hard, too. Man.
Yeah, and I was like, I know for a fact it wasn't Wade Smith.
Right.
Plus, when was Wade there in Seattle?
I think same thing, like a training camp sort of deal.
But when was it, though? Was
around
it during
that
the Legion of...
yeah, around that same time.
Okay.
Around that same time, yeah. Like towards the end of Wade's career. Wade was done in like 2013 or 2014.
Yeah.
So about that same time. So it was a big spending day yesterday for some NFL teams. Quarterback got paid, Jared Goff. This quarterback market is interesting. The highest paid average annual value, which is kind of the default for everybody because it's easy to understand, he's not the highest paid, Jared Goff. So we're not in this world where somebody who's maybe like the 12th best quarterback is all of a sudden the highest paid quarterback, where just like the next guy who's got a pulse and won some games, he makes 2% more than Jimmy Garoppolo, who never should have been the highest paid guy. Remember, like at various times, Joe Flacco was the highest paid.
Right.
Jimmy Garoppolo was the highest
just
paid.
Whichever quarterback was going to get paid next.
Yeah, and this Jared Goff's deal stops just short of Joe Burrow, who's at $55 million. Jared Goff is at $53 million a year. 4 years, $212.
4 years, which it's notable that it's a 4-year contract. I think the days of giving there's fewer and fewer 5 and 6 year contracts anymore in general. But especially for Jared Goff, who I don't like. In their heart of hearts, are the Lions 100% convinced and sold on Jared Goff? I don't. They may have fooled themselves that they are, but they know that he's the best. He's the best and most likely option right now, and he's played way better. And honestly, there's enough stuff that's filtered out through the years that it's like Sean McVay is hard to play for. Not in a good way or a bad way. It's just that some personality types might not jive well with the way that Sean McVay calls a game, especially with younger quarterbacks. So it might just be as simple of it's a better situation for Jared Goff in Detroit.
Yeah, where does Jared Goff sit among quarterbacks? I mean, he's making he's not Joe Burrow money, $55 million a year, and I know Justin Herbert's up in that neighborhood. There's others that are looking to get into that neighborhood eventually. Is Jared Goff, is he like top 10? Is he top 15? The AFC is full of, the AFC has at least 6 or 7,
Look at the PFF grades, which for quarterback, I actually kind of like them for quarterback. I don't like them for a lot of other things, but they've got him 10th last year.
Okay.
He's above average, and I think in the right scheme with the right people around him, I think he can. They've proven time and time again, you can win a Super Bowl without an All-Pro quarterback. So if they do things right around him, then yeah, I would. I can't imagine there's a lot of people that are panning this move or this deal.
No, I don't know. Look, I'm not a huge Jared Goff guy. I get it. That's how I feel about it, Seth. Is I get the deal. I understand it. I still think if the Lions are going to compete for a Super Bowl, that Jared Goff is probably more something that they need to work around as opposed to kind of building everything on,
Yeah. Well, I think one thing that Goff does really well is he takes care of the football.
Yeah.
And there's a certain part of just first do no harm when it comes to playing NFL quarterback where Jared Goff is a much preferable option. Like in some respects, okay, the Lions fans are going to be arguing with Packers fans about whether Jordan Love or Jared Goff is better. And each side is going to think the other side is ridiculous. Lions fans will point to Jordan Love's proclivity for just hurling the ball off into outer space, up for grabs in key and critical moments. Like Goff is the anti-Carson Wentz in a lot of ways. Like Carson Wentz is the worst for oh, wow, look at him. He's playing like an all-pro. Oh, my gosh, he tried to throw left-handed. Like Carson Wentz had so many Jameis Winston moments that you just can't offset that enough. Well, unless you're Brett Favre on the other side of it.
Yeah, I get. If I were to localize this Jared Goff contract, this 4 years, $212 million, he got $170 million guaranteed. By the way, so that number keeps the guaranteed amount, the percentage. Non-Deshaun Watson continues to narrow from being almost all guaranteed, to fully guaranteed. So Jared Goff gets 4 years, $212, $170 million guaranteed. I don't even know that there's a C.J. Stroud take with this, because if C.J. Stroud keeps playing the way he is, he's going to become the highest paid quarterback in football. He'll be the highest paid player in football. So I don't even know that there's a hot take when it comes to the Texans. Now, the Jacksonville Jaguars directly impact the Houston Texans because they're in the same division with them. What would your reaction be if all you did was just take Jared Goff's name out of it and put Trevor Lawrence's name onto the Schefter tweet, and that got announced today?
Well, that would get panned. That hardcore. I think Trevor Lawrence still has to prove himself as an NFL quarterback.
Yeah.
He's at various times last year, the defenses that he played against said, he's a first-read quarterback, just not, which is what it looks like. There's all kinds of excuses potentially for why he is that way, but when you watch him play, man, he looks like a guy that is, if the first read's not there or it's not what he likes, he's going to pull it down and run or panic or whatever it might be. And there might be legitimate excuses for that. Maybe guys like Calvin Ridley and others just weren't on the same page as him. But look, he's not Allen is. He's not a guy that can get away with that. He needs to grow up and mature into an actual NFL quarterback this year. Jared Goff has already done that and proven that. Whereas I think Trevor Lawrence still has another hurdle to clear in that regard.
Yeah, if that
and there's a chance that they might give him that contract this offseason.
They might. And if that happened, like if we in June or July saw a tweet from Schefter that Trevor Lawrence was getting $53 million a year.
Yeah.
That deal. If he got that deal, I would feel good
about that. Yeah.
As a Texan fan, I feel ecstatic.
You feel good about that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Absolutely.
Look, I mean, you look at the history of Doug Peterson too. He's a guy that's gotten the most out of quarterbacks when he can just take them to that somewhere between football 101 and football 201. Like, all right, how can we utilize the RPO and the things this guy can do to get the most out of him? But then when you try to elevate him above and beyond that, you've got a Nick Foles, you've got a Carson Wentz, you've got potentially a Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah. NFL.com has an article, the 10 most impactful trades of the offseason. They've got the author's name, the writer's name is Tom Blair. And he's got Stephon Diggs number one, and I don't think that's a big surprise. People, that Diggs trade had legs, not just here in Houston, but around the league for days afterwards. The only other Texan tie to any of these deals in this article is not the Joe Mixon trade. It's the Malik Collins trade. He's got Malik Collins in here, Seth, as the 8th most impactful trade made by a team this offseason. For the 49ers, picked up Malik Collins, and he seems to think that given the fact that Eric Armstead left the building, he's going to have a pretty big role on that defensive line, Malik Collins, and he seems to think Malik Collins is going to do some good things for the San Francisco 49ers. Where are you on that for Malik Collins?
I think it was a good trade for them. I think they'd still be better off with Eric Armstead. Yeah. So they were going to lose Eric Armstead though. And it ended up being like for what they gave up, then yeah, that was a good trade. That was a lopsided trade. The Texans kind of hosed themselves on that. And I don't rake them over the coals. They intentionally hosed themselves because they had the opportunity for Danielle Hunter. So It wasn't like they got duped by the 49ers or what have you. It was a matter of timing. For what they gave up to get Malik Collins, that's a good deal. But I also don't think that Malik Collins is a better football player than Eric Armstead. The Texans specifically wanted Eric Armstead.
That was the trade.
Instead of Malik Collins, right.
That was the trade. That was the trade. And your thought is always your thought's always been once Danielle Hunter entered the picture and the Texans had to get out of the Eric Armstead business, that they did the Niners a solid by still sending the Malik Collins.
I think that. And it's not even a solid. It's a matter of just ethical business. Yeah. I think that if you're the one pulling out of the trade, but meanwhile, the 49ers had already basically told in effect, they basically said, all right, well, Eric Armstead, we don't like you. We're bringing in Malik Collins. Yeah. You can't just pull out of the trade and then not and screw the 49 people in the future.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think it's just a matter of being a good business person that's hoping to do business with people in the future.
Yeah.
I think that if you mention Davis Mills being a potential trade amongst quarterbacks, it makes a lot of sense just in that so many teams are running the Kyle Shanahan offense right now, or at least some offshoot of it. That there's a lot of teams out there that if they lose their starting quarterback, there's a good chance that, okay, at the very least, we need to pick up somebody who can come in and keep the trains running on time. And Davis Mills could be that guy.
He could.
I would expect this preseason for them to heavily, kind of like the way the Patriots did with Ryan Mallett a long time ago. They made Ryan Mallett look as incredible as possible, and they thought they were going to get a second-round pick for him or something. I think the Texans really try to do everything they can to have Davis Mills have some really good preseason performances.
Yeah, he needs 30 pass attempts in the Hall of Fame game. Over under. That's got to be the Davis Mills show. National television, first crack at making impressions on people this training camp, because that's the first game. I like it. I like it a lot. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Keon Coleman was on Adam Schefter's podcast. We've got a rule that anytime Keon Coleman speaks extemporaneously on non-football things, we play the audio on this show. So we've got that for you. In the Loop jumps in here at the top of the hour. That is coming up next. Oh, Prize Picks.
advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, we have a rule. If Keon Coleman, rookie wide receiver for the Bills, pops up on the internet talking about non-football things, we play the audio. He was on Keon Coleman, who you may recall right after the draft at his press conference, talked about things like Macy's and trying to find the swimming pool at his Buffalo hotel, and there was an ice rink there. Really everything but football. Here was Keon Coleman on Adam Schefter's podcast when asked about the possibility of getting a snowmobile.
You mentioned a snowmobile in Buffalo when you got there. Are you going to be getting a snowmobile now that you're moving to Buffalo?
I don't know, man. I ain't. That's a little dangerous. I like wheels. If it ain't got wheels, I ain't really trying to ride. You know, we'll see. That's a lot of machinery. If anything, I get a snowplow before a snowmobile. I ain't trying to go out there and play in no snow, no snowmobile. They don't have no mountains or nothing out here. Like if this was like somewhere like up in Denver or somewhere, you can go up on a slope or something. I get it, but I ain't trying to drive a snowmobile. That was a joke. People got snowmobiles out here?
People will be driving on the freeway.
On the freeway? Why not a four-wheeler?
They have those too.
Yeah, four-wheeler for sure. Snowmobiles, if it had wheels, I'd definitely get it, but I ain't dealing with it.
Okay, so I need to paint the picture. It was on Zoom. Schefter's interview was going the snowmobiling wormhole to the extent that he turns to somebody who is in the room with him and looks at them. That's who he was talking to at the end there. Like, about do they use it on the roads? Do they? Yeah.
Yeah, they don't have any mountains in Buffalo. They do snowmobile. Remember that was when Ben Roethlisberger and Jim Kelly used to go snowmobiling together. Like somewhere in western New York.
Oh, did they?
And they do have they've got kind of mountains, but they've got ski resorts like south of Buffalo. But they haven't had a lot of snow as of late. They'll have like snowstorms, but then it's all gone within like 3D. He doesn't have to worry about going snowmobiling anytime soon.
Have you snowmobiled?
Yeah. My brother-in-laws used to be really big snowmobilers.
Okay.
My one brother-in-law is crazy though. Like he would get a new snowmobile like every 2 years and get like the latest, most like insanely suicidally fast snowmobile. So it's never any fun for me because there's a lot of like, oh, okay, Dusty's got to wait for me to catch up. Meanwhile, my visor's all fogged up and everything.
Is it as dangerous as Keon Coleman is fearing it is, snowmobile?
If you like launch yourself into a tree, it is. Okay. Yeah, that can be really. If you hit a tree, it's bad.
Yeah.
There's no seatbelts.
No.
Yeah. Or if you hit somebody else that's going 140. I think a lot of the snowmobile accidents happen on some of these wide open trails where, like up in Maine and everything, where they have like people are going like 120 miles an hour on these things and they hit somebody else that's coming super fast the other direction. Yeah.
Ugh. All right.
But no, it's not that bad.
Okay. Yeah.
You ought to have a green kamikaze about it.
Right. No, yeah, Keon Coleman's he's frightening me a little bit.
It's weird that, it's one of those things where, we think nothing of getting on the highway and driving 75 miles per hour, like, amidst everybody else. Like, you ever sit and think about when you're on the highway, you're like, oh, I'm not really that much different than the Blue Angels right now. I'm driving within mere inches of other vehicles that could easily kill me.
That's true.
We're doing just fine.
That's true.
Snowmobile, you're out there by yourself with plenty of space between you and everybody else. He'll get into snowmobiling if it ever snows again.
I love watching these. This is a text message. I love watching these dudes do backflips on snowmobiles in the X Games.
Oh,
yeah, that's some crazy stuff, man.
Yeah.
That's some wild stuff.
It's fast, man. It feels... Well, like the closer you get to the ground and when you're in the open, everything feels that much faster.
Oh, yeah.
So when you're going that fast on snow, it's pretty exhilarating.
Yep. So Keon Coleman, I would imagine, in addition to being asked snowmobiling questions, getting his rookie minicamp work in. Here was Dan Orlovsky. This video went around the internet over the weekend. Dan Orlovsky went and found his 2008 Texans playbook, Seth, I think. He went and found his Kyle Shanahan playbook. You whittled this down here. This is Dan Orlovsky on how rookies learn the playbook at rookie minicamp.
You'll start at the very basics. Like you take this book and it will start with general terminology. And that general terminology might be just some words that get used for them to be able to talk football throughout the whole. And you go to the huddle for these quarterbacks specifically. The cadence, what I just talked about. Look at all these different cadences that you can go through. And then you'll go to different kinds of variations of that, right? So you're trying to make sure that you're giving all these guys all this information to see how much they can handle. And then it's day one install. And here's day one install. That's day one. And then you get into day two. And so this is really 8 days of your offensive playbook getting completely installed. And so you will do that in rookie minicamp. How much can you actually take onto the field? And then you'll do that again at mandatory minicamp. Are you a little bit better than you were in rookie minicamp when it comes to all the different things that we have to know? Are you a viable option for us to play on Sundays this season?
Yeah, and the big thing, like there at the end, are you a viable option for us to play on Sunday? That's a big part of it. You heard from both D'Amico and some of the other guys this weekend after the rookie minicamp is it all boils down to, can I trust this guy? You know, it's so they're just if you have a hard time grasping the playbook during rookie minicamp, it's not like all of a sudden they've made their decision that I can't trust this guy. But they're going to give you like 3 opportunities. They do it in minicamp. They'll do it at OTAs. They'll do it again in training camp, and they might install it twice during training camp. And you're going over stuff that you might never use again. But they want to, A, get a sense for whether you can do it or not. And then, B, also, they want to install everything so that if they do decide to use some concept in week 12, that they're not introducing it to you, that your brain's got a little bit of the circuitry already built in for it. But yeah, a lot of rookies, just how much book work it is.
Yeah.
And just how much more mental work it is. And in college where they gotta play to the lowest common denominator in college a lot of times. You know, they got 40 minutes in the meeting room with you, then they got a limited amount of time on the practice field with you, and then you're off to your chemistry lab. So in the NFL, it's just way different. They're going to try to flood you with as much information as possible.
Shocks to rookies and shocks to radio hosts. When Dan pulled that book out, man, that Texans playbook, I'd never seen a playbook before. You know, like I'd never.
Oh yeah, because it's old. Yeah, it's not on an iPad. It's
right. It's thick. I mean, it's for people who didn't see the video. This thing is as thick as a phone book. And as I'm watching Orlovsky just do a cursory run through it, like his surface level a run through. Hey, that's what this tab is. This tab is that. He opened a couple pages, and I'm looking at how many damn words are on the page. And I'm going, man, I feel bad about criticizing every quarterback I've ever criticized.
Yeah, it's a lot to bring
in.
And like you got to get to the point where it's not like you're sitting down and taking a Scantron test for it. You got to be able to. You got to know it instinctively almost. I would have the huge playbook, but as a defensive lineman, it's kind of like having a medical encyclopedia. You're only going to thumb to the parts that are relevant to you. You know, I don't have to. like, what are these warts on my groin? I don't have to get a medical degree to look up what are the warts on my groin.
Right.
That's the defensive lineman's life.
Yeah.
Just looking for reasons for the warts on your groin.
Orlovsky, man, I saw a video. On my phone today. Apparently, either yesterday, maybe on that NFL live show on one of those shows. Maybe they're going a little too deep with this stuff. That video got a lot of run with him with the playbook. He was doing like 5 minutes on what cadences are and what that means.
Oh, yeah.
And the different cadences. And, yeah, I watched like the first 30 or 45 seconds just to go, okay, well, is this something we can use on the show? And I'm watching this. I'm going, man, this is I only need to know so much about football. You know, like that's kind of how I feel
they weren't doing that on the TV show, right? That was just on his social media.
No, that was on the TV show. He was
that was on the actual TV show.
Yeah, about cadence and stuff like that. Yeah, and I'm going, I don't know, man. Like this feels a little wormhole-ish.
I like that show, though. They do a good job of blending kind of the hot takey stuff, but also with some of the technical stuff.
Yeah,
I'm okay if they veer towards too technical sometimes.
I'll watch the whole
especially
thing.
This time of year. There's no news.
No, you're
These
right.
kids don't get arrested anymore. It's Rashee Rice is like propping up the entire industry of off-season arrests right now. Has anybody else even gotten arrested?
Dude, remember when it was every day there was somebody getting arrested? There was a time. I actually did a thing for the Houston Press for multiple summers called the NFL Fantasy Crime League. And every guy that got arrested, if it was a misdemeanor, it would be 1 point. If it was a felony, it was 3 points. If it was murder, it was 10 points. Aaron Hernandez had a hell of a summer back in 2013 for the Patriots. Mm-hmm. But there was so much crime that I was able to create a gimmick called the Fantasy Crime League. And there was more than enough content for me to feed that thing at least 2 or 3 times a week on the Houston Press. There's no There's nobody.
Right. It's one of the. It's one of the. It's one of the awful consequences of people just spending more time at home online. Yeah. I think everybody, like every player, knows that he's under surveillance from every smartphone in the building anymore. That even Tank Dell was completely innocent when he got shot. So it's the level of juiciness of some of the stuff that happens in the offseason just isn't quite the same. Yeah.
Our metaphors, I think, are a little outdated, according to the people. Sean,
what?
Thick as a phone book is not as useful a metaphor as it once was. That's fair. Two things.
How about thick as your mama's thighs? How you like that? Okay?
Yeah. 4226. And your mom, take that. Two things. What's a phone book? What's
It's a compliment to your mother, though, by the way, just to be clear.
Depending on how you like it, yeah.
It's not as thick as those thighs that I'm plunging into. Yeah.
THICC, yes, thick. What's a phone book? What's a Scantron? LOL.
Yes, Scantron. No, the kids still use Scantron,
they do.
right?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so.
You know what Scantron is. It's the little bubbles that you fill in.
Yeah, stop it.
Do they not use Scantron anymore or something like it?
I don't know.
We're going to have to ask. Well, Landry's not young anymore either. How old's Figgy? Figgy's still kind of young,
He's probably the youngest out of all of us. Yeah, I don't know. Is Figgy John Lopez just walked in. Definitely not the youngest out of all of us, John Lopez, but young at heart.
Oh, of course.
Do you know? Well, you have kids that would have been doing some test taking. Is Scantron still a thing?
I know they used them.
They did?
Yeah, I know they used them. Now I don't know if they're still alive.
Lopez would know.
We use something called Blue Books. Remember those?
Essays in them, right?
Yeah, they were horrible.
If I had wanted to be outdated, I would have said something about a mimeograph. Because even I would say the average 22-year-old probably still had a phone book in the house when they were younger, because they were still sending them out for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah,
that's true. Yeah. That's true. They still exist.
Remember punch cards?
I do. I remember punch cards. I remember punch cards.
Don't you mean a supercomputer? Is that pretty much?
Pretty much. Pretty much.
Do you think Todd Callis has been Wally pipped?
No.
Not because of Julia's performance. I thought she got better as the night went on.
Yeah.
But because Bregman.
Yeah. Hey,
yeah.
Todd, that's a great point. Todd Callis is Mr. Respect the Traditions.
Yeah, he's the guy who doesn't mention no-hitters.
Dude, why didn't I think of that?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking. I'm not saying Todd Callis is excellent at what he does. I'm not saying like Julia was better than him. I thought for someone that doesn't do play-by-play.
Well, that'd be a great question to ask him. Julia should ask it.
Yeah, tomorrow. Yes, tonight on the game. Yeah.
So you're all about this no-hitter stuff. How about 2 home runs from Bregman?
Right.
With me on the call.
I'll say this, by the end of the night, she seemed ready to take her old role back.
Yeah.
She seemed exausted by the end of the night.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's the level of stress just from being in an uncomfortable situation.
Yeah.
I remember even Roger Clemens talking about, like, when he came to when he's in the AL and he had to run when he had his first time getting on base, how exhausted he was just from kind of being uncomfortable, like with the whole scenario.
Yeah. Do you have a baseline for where they have to finish this homestand?
Well, Landry has been talking about it. Well, he talked about it yesterday. 13 games. You can't just tread water. Even just like 7 and 6, you can't do it.
No, so you're adding the 3 Oakland games at the end. I was talking about the 10-game homestand.
Oh, okay, but this against opponents that are very beatable.
Yeah. There's 13 games
outside of maybe the Brewers or whatever.
Yeah.
But out of those 13 games, you can't just tread water.
10-3, right?
Got to be something like that.
Because even at 10-3, they were 10 games under 500 going into yesterday. Like 10-3, you're still a week away from being at or above 500.
Yeah.
They got to start doing some work here for sure.
Yeah,
for sure. Did you guys see C.J. Stroud saying things about LeBron James on that dude's Twitch feed?
I did.
Yeah.
I did.
Do you think C.J.'s feeling himself a little too much here, or do you like the?
No, I like it. I keep going back to the one thing that I went, all right, this guy is the real deal. Yeah. When he was sitting next to Micah Parsons, and he has the confidence and everything, and he says. You're sitting next to one. Talking about a killer.
Oh, dog.
Dude, you're sitting next to a killer.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, he's the man.
Yeah,
he is the man.
I think it just comes with the territory. If you like what he said before the Pittsburgh game in Week 4, where he's like, we're not going to lay down for anybody. Then this is just kind of what comes with it.
Yeah,
hey,
exactly.
I would feel, if it gets to the point where he's despised by the rest of the league, that would be awesome, because it would mean that he'd be that guy who was also one of the best in the league.
It means
year in, year out.
He's worth despising. Yeah.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Gangster.
How are you?
How you doing, man?
I'm doing great, man. I'm doing
great.
Yeah.
What were y'all talking about the age thing before with Lopez?
Just scan. We were trying to see if they still do Scantron in the schools, and I was saying that,
so,
like,
man.
Yeah.
Although they made that too damn hard, man. Like, you're charging me thousands of dollars on tuition. Like, it shouldn't be so hard for me to get one of these effing Scantrons. Like, it's ridiculous how hard it was to get a Scantron.
Wait, what do you mean? Like before the test, so you could cheat on the test?
No, like even when you walk in, some people don't have Scantrons, and it's like, oh, well, you got to go down to the student hall.
Oh,
you
really?
know,
Wow.
Kids are like slinging Scantrons.
I
Scantron's
didn't
hard
know
to
you
get, bro.
You guys had to supply your own Scantrons?
Wow.
Yeah, a lot of times you had to get them yourself, man. It was a pain in the ass. Like
BYOS.
the ultimate pain in the ass.
Bring your own scan. I've never heard of such a thing.
Yeah, it
Damn.
was a big. It was a big problem, man.
Yeah.
Especially in like the big ass rooms.
Oh yeah, the auditoriums.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, well, we are done. We are out of time. Seth, I will see you tomorrow. Schedule release day tomorrow. I will see you then. Antibodies.
Yes, with God's help, and at least 25% of the schedule will have remained unreleased.
We'll have some Euro games by showtime tomorrow for
Euro.
sure.
I don't know if that's appropriate term.
Yeah.
No. Dump that, Figgy.
Yeah, okay. Dump that. All right, we're done. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They're in the loop, and they start now.
All right. Is the B going to meet the B?
Is the B going to meet the B?
Is the B going to meet the B? That's my question of the day. Is the B going to catch up to the B? What am I saying right now? Catch up to the B. What am I saying right now? After what happened last night, what am I trying to say here?
Will the B something about Bregman?
Will Bregman catch up to the bat?
No. You're on the right track. You're on the right track. Will the B catch up to the B?
You got me.
Biggie?
Sean?
Biggie?
Will Bregman catch up to the ball?
No. He got up to the ball last night, that's for sure.
Yeah, he did.
He did.
Yeah.
2 bombs.
Mm-hmm.
Will the B catch up to the B?
Well, you're leaving us hanging.
Will the ball player catch up to the brand?
Oh. Okay.
All Alex Bregman has been this season is one of the worst ball players in the league and one of the best branders. Breggy salsa, Breggy Creole sauce, all that. Will the ball player catch up to the brand? That is the question. And this is a question that I don't think is this might be another B word. Buzzkill. But I'm here for you. Will he continue to increase his trade value? 713-572-4610.
I'm not going to lie. I thought of that. I absolutely thought of that. Going back to what we talked about, like there's going to be a team that's going to be interested in him at some point, especially because of his 19 postseason home runs and his production.
That's actually the first thing I thought about.
Oh, wow.
Like, yes.
So we're just shipping him out, huh?
Yeah. I feel kind of dirty, though.
Well, you've been known to come in here a little bit dirty, John.
No, I'm not.
Especially once you eat something.
I'm very clean. I am a very clean person. I feel kind of dirty because I want to go, maybe this is a sign, 4 out of 5.
They're 1-0.
Blah, blah.
They're 1-0 in the 13-game stretch. They are 1-0, John.
Am I just a horrible person?
Yes, but they are 1-0. They are 1-0 right now in this 13-game stretch that we've been speaking of. 1-0.
Yeah, but I feel kind of dirty because I'm not, like, in line with everybody.
No, because I think after this 13-game stretch, we can reassess ourselves. They're in single-digit below 500 right now. That's where they're at.
Yeah.
So if after this 13-game stretch, we can say they're 6 below 500, 5 below 500, something like that, I think we're good. But right now, we need the ball player to catch up to the brand, and we need the 13-game stretch, which right now, so far, so good. You're 1-0. We need them to get to that point, and then we'll be okay.
Yeah, look, 6 games at the minimum, right? 6 games after these next 13 below 500 at minimum. Because that's still not exactly. So you can't count on one of the reasons that a lot of people are kind of like, hey, now, with the Astros, is the Rangers got swept by the Rockies, and that just doesn't. The Rockies are pitiful. They're a glorified AAA team. You can't count on that happening all the time. With the standings, the guys at the top of the standings sort of tripping over themselves. So since you can't count on that, you got to make do yourself. I mean, you got to make hay,
Make what?
Make hay.
What does that mean?
You know what make hay is.
I don't get it. What does that mean?
But you know what it is.
Well, I mean, look, John, we're progressive radio. Why do we want to make hay? What is that?
Well, it comes from farming, obviously.
Yeah, but why?
Yeah, you got to.
You're not a farmer.
I'm not a farmer.
Are you a farmer?
Do I look like a farmer?
Yeah, my grandpa was a farmer. I mean, we had cows and stuff. They had big ass hay.
I don't even know a farmer.
He'd go out there 12 hours, but wait, why are we talking about making hay?
Because
where did this come from?
When you finally have a good day of weather, you got to make hay. In other words, make the bales back in the day, and now they make those big giant.
Why are you trying to get your farmer street cred up? Like, why are you saying this?
Hey, my grandmother was a sharecropper, man. Long story. Don't want to tell it now, but she was.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
my grandma.
So we're making hay.
I'm not even that far removed from it.
So we're making hay.
Yeah. If you have a good day of weather, you got to make hay. That's a farming term. Like don't wait for the next day because it might rain. You know what I mean? So you got to make hay while they have this opportunity.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, you get it, Figgy?
I just don't know about this.
Sure.
I don't know why we're making hay.
We're making hay, man. We are making hay.
Can we
change it up a little bit?
Yeah, well, maybe say, a little bit.
Now
progress?
we're making.
How about we're making progress?
Now we're making crack.
Now we're crawling.
Make crack while
we're making crack
while the Bunsen burner is hot.
Now we're crawling.
Now we got the Pyrex going.
Yeah.
We're crawling
before the Pyrex breaks. Yeah, we can use that one.
Now we cooking dope.
Most sayings are really old that we still use.
Man, I was so confused today. I feel like this is my theme of the day. Is just stuff going over my head, and shout out to y'all if you listen. You are one. Are well, of course it went over your head, but I just feel like ever since I got in the whip today, stuff's just been going over my head.
What went over your head?
I mean, told you to listen to Kendrick Lamar, man.
Nah, I'm good on that.
If you have any questions about Kendrick and Drake, just ask me. Yeah, just ask me if you have any questions about Kendrick and Drake. I can help you.
I just want to know if I'm alone or not because I'm not young. I'm about to be 4 decades old. Now, I feel like when you're in college for 7 years, it lowers your age a little bit. So I feel like,
and then you age quickly.
Yeah, whether you're 26 or 25 when you get out, it counts as 22.
Yeah. And then all of a sudden you're 35.
But there were three in one segment. There were 3 references from Sean and Seth that just went over my head.
Okay.
And I was like,
I know one of them because you mentioned it.
Okay. This was the first one.
Mm-hmm.
They brought up a movie.
Yeah.
I've never heard this movie. And I'm going to get Figgy in here because I want Figgy to tell me if he would have understood this reference. This was a movie about a brother or so. I know about stepbrothers. I know about twins. We can go back to the Schwarzenegger DeVito movie. But this one went over my head.
I look at Bronny the same way I look at that fat son of the politician in Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? Just... you're like, oh, this is the guy. Like, how is this guy even wearing a suit? Why do I have to pay any mind to this?
That went over my head. Do you know that?
So I remember the name of the movie.
Okay.
I remember that movie was the previews coming out when I was a kid.
Okay.
But I never saw the movie. If I did, I don't remember it.
Was it a good one?
I didn't see the movie.
Okay.
But I remember like Figgy, almost exactly like I remember when it came out.
Yeah, I remember there was a lot of hype around it.
It came out
in
2000. I just looked it up.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
All right.
So it wasn't exactly like a blockbuster.
I didn't know that was a quotable movie.
Yeah, it wasn't exactly a blockbuster. Like you could say, even old movie, Goodfellas, and people would know,
Then there was music. So I've already, it's already gone over my head with the movies. Now there's music.
Mm-hmm. And that is?
The Who singer.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe LeBron, you know Roger Daltrey, the lead singer of The Who?
I do.
He did not give his kids anything.
Okay.
That one I feel you should know.
Really?
The Who is pretty big, even with the younger
I have to be honest. I love classic rock, but I'm not the person that know the guitarists or some of the lead singers. I know some lead singers, but I didn't know the lead singer for The Who.
It's not unforgivable.
I do know The Who.
It's not like, oh my gosh, if you don't know Roger Daltrey, but you know The Who.
No.
You don't know The Who?
I know that, Who, song.
Yeah.
I know that.
Okay.
So that went over my head.
Okay.
Then there was this, and I know who the guy, I know face. I feel like it's just like going over my head. This is a guy named Steve.
Steve Buscemi getting cold cocked in New York City last week. In one of these random incidents that I guess is happening a lot in New York City, where people are just getting randomly blasted in the face by people walking up to them. Am I reading these articles correctly?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of mental health issues on the streets in New York City.
And then there's a little bit of Steve B.
Yeah.
So Steve B is a guy in like a bunch of Adam Sandler movies.
Yeah, and you saw him in The Big Lebowski.
He's homeless, the McDonald's thing.
Yeah, he was in The Big Lebowski. I know him from Fargo. He was a guy that was putting the leg in the wood chipper. Yeah, he's very popular, but I get it.
By the way, yesterday, apparently, according to the text line, which is always a reliable source, I guess McCullers brought the whole clubhouse some coffee. So you might have to apologize for your distaste for the coffee shop.
Why? Why would I apologize?
They was balling last night, man.
They're balling,
man.
the
coffee did it?
Yeah, it was the coffee, man.
brother. I'll tell you what,
baseball
players get hyped up on coffee before games. And back in the day, other things.
Who was that a couple years ago who spilled coffee all over? I think it was Christian Javier. Somebody spilled coffee all over.
on his jersey. It was like a big deal.
They drink the hell out of coffee.
All right, so we have the Astros 1-0 right now. That's all that matters. The 13-game stretch is all that matters. Forget the overall record. 1-0 right now. They got another opportunity against the A's. The ball player is trying to catch up to the brand. So we have that. Speaking of brands, y'all's way. 713-572-4610. I want you to tell me whether you're buying or selling the brand. In other words, would you be interested in being a customer or a returning customer if you've already tried it of this brand?
And OG sauce is on it?
It is not.
Okay.
It is not. I did not. I did
How
not.
dare you?
I did not put OG sauce on.
Come on, man, make it 6.
I can't afford OG sauce.
Yes, you
man.
can. It's $6. Yeah.
Where?
$5.99 or $6.99, depending on where you pick it up. Online, it's a little more with delivery.
Yeah, online it's a little more. I was gonna get some the other day. I was like, damn, I might as well go get a ribeye.
Just go to one of the retailers. But you get recipes and a shirt too. I mean, and stickers too.
Man,
yeah, you want a sticker? I'll bring you some stickers.
I have a sticker. All right, these are local brands. OG sauce. We already know that we're down with the OG sauce. Okay, we already know this. Local brand number 1.
Mm-hmm.
CJ Stroud Buffalo Cheetos. You buying or selling Buffalo Cheetos?
I actually tried them last week.
Were they good?
They were all right. I wouldn't buy them.
I say they're worth a try, but I don't think I would like them. Are they puffy or crunchy?
They're puffy. They're crunchy. No, they're crunchy.
Okay,
no, they're crunchy.
Okay. I was going to say.
You meant like they're puffy like the Cheetos puffs.
They're
no, they're not like
okay.
that. I tried them. I was driving somewhere, and I said, I'm going to try it. They were all right, but I don't think I'm going to buy them again. Figgy, have you tried them?
Nah, man. Like, you know, I'm a chip guy.
Yeah.
So every time I have them in my hand, I'll be like, nah, I don't want to. Because otherwise, I had to buy like 2 bags of chips. And I don't want to waste my chip time.
Here's my thing
if I don't like it.
We're going through the buy or sell local brand. 713-572-462. Here's my thing with the CJ thing. It's worth one try.
You should.
But it's not necessarily a knock on that. It's just a knock on the greatness that is the Cheeto brand and how good they've done with other stuff to where even if it's all right, you're still in the back of your mind thinking, okay, this is okay, but it's not as good as the original Cheetos. It's not as good as the hot Cheetos. So it's kind of an uphill thing. I guess it's a nice change up. But it's worth it. It's worth it.
I would put those 3 ahead of them. Part of my issue with it, whatever was it's the flavors just didn't kind of go together with Cheeto. You know, the buffalo.
So was it like a buffalo sauce?
Yeah, it was a buffalo powdery. You know how they do it. It was okay, but I wouldn't.
So what's the difference between that and like a Flamin' Hot?
It just tastes more buffalo-y.
Okay.
Yeah, like buffalo chicken.
Okay.
Yeah.
Next local brand, buy or sell. So we're all one-time buyers of this, but not really like all the time.
Yeah.
Breggy Bomb Salsa.
Sell. No.
Figgy?
Nah, I think I heard too many bad things about it, man, where I wouldn't try it.
It's not good.
Yeah.
It's a saturated.
I'll just be honest, it's not good.
I wouldn't get it.
You go in the salsa section at HEB, no.
It's a saturated market. There are so many salsas and so many that are better.
Man, there was a salsa that I had that HEB hasn't gotten since. I'm so freaking pissed about it. I almost dropped an F-bomb. It was like a It had 2 extra cilantro. It was like extra cilantro.
I don't know.
It's gone. It's gone, man.
Yeah.
Like it was in the cold section. It was like in one of those plastic
Oh,
things.
okay.
Now they just have the
Okay,
H-E-B
I've seen
salsa.
those. I don't know if I've seen
I
that
bought
one.
2 of them, and it's been gone since. So,
but you liked it.
Yeah, I'm really sad about it, honestly.
Yeah. Hell, Cal McNair salsa was better than Breggy's.
Yeah. So Breggy bomb salsa, I'm good on that. That's
Yeah.
a no for me, dog.
Yeah.
Next one, Bum B Trill Burgers. I got to say yes to this. I'll be honest. You know, there's a lot of hype. There's a lot of marketing. But I mean, if we're putting it, first of all, we're putting it in the Five Guys / Steak Shack bracket. So don't tell me Trill Burger over Whataburger or Burger King or McDonald's. It's in that bracket. But if we're in that bracket, then I'm going to say very strong.
Yeah, the first time I tried one was at the national championship game last year when it was at NRG.
Man,
there were so many out-of-towners, there was no line at Trill Burger. I said, all right. It's damn good. I'm telling you, it's a damn good burger. And that was at the stadium. That wasn't even at the store.
Yeah, I think it's good. I think it turned a lot of people off with the hype.
Yeah.
So they expect the best burger in the world, but if it was just on the corner with no line, no anything, it's a good burger. I am disappointed they changed their fries up, man.
What?
The fries are not the same how it was when it started. Yes.
That's too early to be changing.
Yeah.
What are you, Wendy's?
Man,
Wendy's changes their fries every damn week.
Everybody's so disappointed about the fries, man. Apparently, I guess it's the other fries. Disappointed.
Right. So we're one-time purchasers of local brand CJ Stroud Buffalo Cheetos. We are no for me, dog. Breggy bomb salsa. Bum B Trill Burger's okay. There's a place for it. Lance McCullers Coffee Shop.
Well, I haven't had it. Obviously, it's just come out. But I'm just irritated, so no. I'm just irritated by it. So that's a no for me. But it might be awesome. I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt.
Come on.
It might be awesome.
Do we need more coffee?
There's a lot of coffee out there. You talk about a saturated market.
My question is, what's different about this coffee spot compared to another one?
The way I saw him and Jay Sean Tate making that cup on Vanessa Richardson's Twitter feed, it made that's too much, man. That's too much damn effort. Just.
So do they have like the espresso martinis and stuff like that?
Yes.
Or it's just, they do. That's right.
They do?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which is hit or miss, the espresso martini. You got to be real careful on those.
Yeah.
Man.
Oh, they'll light you up.
Especially when you make them yourself.
They'll light you up.
College football playoffs.
That one at Grace's.
Put them in the tub.
Man, that was
I've
good.
had that one.
The one at Grace's goes ham.
Yeah. You told me about that one.
Yeah, that one's one of the best, man. They make that right there in that machine. The Chili's has one now. They're kind of pushing. I'm like, that's maybe so. I don't know.
Yeah.
All right, final brand, and we're back to the beginning of the show. Ball player versus brand. This is why he's such a good brander. Alex Bregman, Creole.
Haven't had it,
dude.
Have you had it,
dude?
Is it good?
Yes.
Really?
It's good. It's the very top wing sauce at Pluckers. It is good.
Really?
It is good. It's
good for him.
He's got the top spot at Pluckers, the Breggy Creole wings. Yes. He's also got a margarita at freaking El Tiempo.
Doesn't he have tacos at Bun B?
Yeah, he just got that, but he's got margaritas at El Tiempo.
Breggy. How about that?
But the Creole wing sauce, you won't do it, will you?
I did it once. But I'm more of I like the dry rub more a little bit. So
put the dry and the wet on there, man.
Yeah.
Balls. But yeah, get that going. Coming up, the Texans, 4 strong candidates to open the season against. We got a bigger picture of who it won't be. Should the Texans open up the season in the division? John Lopez has 4 possibilities. One of them is really growing on me. We'll discuss next.
If the new Texans rookies are looking for biggest stories in Houston sports.
Would you go to a manscaping place and enjoy a good shave?
Yeah, I'd be down with that.
Hell yeah.
You wouldn't purr like a walrus if you shaved my back for me.
Do you have any experience on how walruses purr?
And whatever that is. Find it all on the free Odyssey app.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Oh, the jokes are coming fast and furious.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio 610.
All right, so we know the Texans, who they will not be playing to open the season. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. So it's not going to be the Chiefs. It's not going to be the Ravens. It's not going to be the Packers. It's not going to be the Cows. And it's not going to be the Jets.
So who's it going to be?
You tell me. Because
Yeah.
I know you have a list of 4 potential Texans opponents. So I want you to tell me, John.
Yeah, look, so Chiefs was early on my favorite, my desired opener. Then Cowboys was on the table. And then you and I both have kind of said, well, maybe the Jets. You know, we talked about it just yesterday. Well, those are all gone now. I think there's 4 teams that make a lot of sense right now as an opener. You got to put C.J. Stroud on display early on. He's one of the next faces of the entire league. So the first one, I'm going to leave the one that you and I are both kind of warming up to for last. But the first one,
I'm warming up big time to this.
Yeah, is the Buffalo Bills. Not just because it's the Diggs game, but it's kind of
teams in the same tier.
2 teams in the same tier. Could it be? I mean, you can hear the passing of the torch of Patrick Mahomes' biggest threat. You know, Josh Allen has done this, and this, and now here comes C.J. Stroud. I think the Bills is on the table as a potential one.
Okay.
Another one that we really haven't talked about, but it's kind of in that same vein, depending on how you feel about their quarterback and their squad, and it could be potentially electric offenses, like absolutely electric offenses to open the year, and that's the Miami Dolphins.
Okay.
I think the Miami Dolphins is in that close to that tier.
I mean, you have the D'Amico, Mike McDaniel connection. You obviously hype up the quarterbacks. The 2 of the probably 3 or 4 best receiving cores in the NFL.
Yeah.
Depending how you look at it. Yeah, I mean, sure.
Yeah, I think it could be there. The other one is probably, as much as I'm warming up to the next one, the common sense OG schedule, if I had to adjust it now, I had this as the second game of the year behind the Chiefs in my original schedule prediction, the Titans. I think the Titans, it's one of the best budding in-division rivalries in the entire NFL.
It's what?
It is. It's one of the best budding in-division rivalries in the entire NFL. Because most of the
you think we're too close into our own situation, like saying in the entire NFL.
I don't. The Amy Adams and
I kind of agree with Hannah. They got to do something.
The Amy Adams and Hannah stuff made national headlines.
Yeah,
so I think it's a budding in-division rivalry. So I would say Titans if I had to bet. This one I'm really warming up to, and I could see the NFL doing this, and that's the Chicago Bears.
That's kind of where I'm starting to head toward. I'm starting to really, really be down with Chicago being the season opener. I think there's a lot of intrigue. I think there's a lot of excitement. I think it's a unique position for C.J. Stroud to be in, which we can talk more about at 11. But of all the possibilities, opening the season against Chicago is the one that really, really intrigues me. Even more so than Kansas City or Baltimore. I want to get the first look at the team that has, they've kind of won the offseason. They got the quarterback that we've been hyping up for a long time. He would be going against the quarterback that's coming off a historic rookie season. I think the Bears are
they're a good
brand,
squad.
Strong brand.
And
too.
they're a good squad.
Oh, they're a really good squad.
Yeah.
They are a really, really, really good squad.
Yeah.
and you have the Keenan Allen factor. Texans tried to trade for Keenan Allen.
I hadn't thought of that one.
There's a lot of angles there. I would be really, really intrigued to see the Chicago Bears. Furthermore, and I don't know how you look at this. I don't know if you agree with this or not, but we talk about laying out the schedule and getting teams at the right time. Depending on what you think about Caleb Williams, you may. Loophole 713-572-4610 or on the YouTube and Twitch. You may think that he sucks and that Caleb Williams is not good and blah, blah, blah. Be pretty good. I think he's going to get better as the season goes on. Is he going to be this generational guy? That's to be determined. We don't know that.
Yeah.
But I do think you want to catch those guys early. I think you want to catch rookie quarterbacks early on instead of later on in the season. And also, I think the Texans would be favored to win that. So if you could start the season off with a dub, that'd be nice.
I think you do want to catch a rookie quarterback early, but I think more importantly, the NFL wants to catch this type of marquee matchup early. Like last year's phenom. Could it be this year's phenom?
Yes.
Here we go. Maybe the two best young quarterbacks.
Some jersey swap?
Yeah. One of maybe the two best, young quarterbacks for the future of the NFL. Blah blah blah. It's warming up. I'm warming up to it. I think it would be a really big test for the Texans secondary. You mentioned Keenan Allen. Hell, they drafted Rome Odunze, who was one of my favorite receivers coming into the draft. Obviously, we know what he did at Washington. I'm kind of warming up to that. I would still maybe lean Titans, but I think Texans and Bears in the opener would be pretty sweet.
Yeah, I'm down with that. I would like to see Chicago on the text line, the 975. I guess I don't know. 979. I guess. Yeah, there you go. Bless y'all's heart. Keep getting wishful predictions wrong. So now y'all gotta make up being excited for the next hopeful wish. How can you get a wish wrong?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Like, if you hope that you're gonna play the Chiefs, it's not like what I haven't predicted the schedule.
I wish I could get $1 million. Well, you wrong.
Well, there you go. Good luck next time.
Look at you, wrong again.
How do you get a wish wrong?
I predicted the schedule, and the operative word there. Predict. like that's just kind of what I think it might look like.
Hey, save your blessing, man. You don't have to. I don't need to be blessed for a wish for a schedule wish.
Nope, you're wrong on that one.
Yeah,
we're not.
I do not need that.
No, we're not.
My friend 281 says, "How about Detroit, Lopez? You've been a big Detroit guy. How about Detroit?
I think that's going to be a late season game. I think that's going to be like a Thursday
night.
That
would be a good opener, though.
Sunday, it'd be a hell of an opener. Be a hell of a good opener with those two guys. Man, Jared Goff. We're going to get into that. Woo. Woo, baby. That's it's got me thinking. That's for dang sure.
Yeah.
And it's got me thinking, like, you better make hay in the next 2 years. You got to make hay in the next 2 years.
I think they have 2 out of 3 things that you need. I think they have the tackle. I think they have the receiver. I don't think they have the quarterback.
The Lions?
Yeah, I don't think that. I think they have a decent quarterback, but now it's a different level. Now we're talking. I'm not in on this golf thing. You're the Jared Goff guy here.
Yeah,
you're the Jared Goff guy.
I will illustrate it for you.
Coming up at 11, C.J. Stroud, love the kids. A vibe about C.J. Stroud. Now we're used to one role C.J. Stroud has and multitasking. We'll talk about that coming up at 11. But coming up next, let's get into this Jared Goff thing. Why is John Lopez thinking about the quarterback of the Houston Texans, C.J. Stroud, following the mega extension for Jared Goff? We'll decide that next.
Can you tell the new Texans cornerback Kamari
Leasing to learn more about Easy Lease from D&M.
We're making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
All right, Jared Goff. Big extension. The Lions are signing quarterback Jared Goff to a 4-year, $212 million contract extension. That includes $170 million guaranteed, and we are localizing it, as we do really throughout the show, but specifically at 10:40 Monday through Friday. And Jared Goff's extension has John Lopez thinking about C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, you got to localize this one. It slaps you right in the face. Jared Goff with that enormous contract, $212 million. What is it, 170 guaranteed, I believe. The Lions have showed the Texans, they're showing us just how expensive things get when you have to sign your big-time talent. And it's not just Goff that factors in here. And I said it right before we went to break. The Texans have to make hay in the next 2 years to have the easiest route. It's not to say they can't do it year after. To have the easiest route in terms of money, acquiring players, etc. The next 2 years are going to be crucial because C.J. Stroud's under the rookie contract. They'll probably sign him after his third year, which is after next season. Would you agree? I would think that's the way it's going to play out.
It's going to go down.
That's how Burrow was. Yeah. I think some others as well. So this year and next year, they have to make hay because look what the Lions signed just this year. $212 million Goff. $120 million Amon-Ra St. Brown. $112 million Penei Sewell. Dude, that's putting yourself in a obviously a win now mode, but obviously also in it's getting expensive and you have to do some fancy math, to make it work on your roster. So the Texans the next 2 years, I think that's when they're going to have to get it done with this iteration of the squad anyway. So what does that mean? I started thinking, and you could disagree. A lot of times, you have a different perspective on these things. But I think Laramie Tunsil and Titus Howard, these are their last 2 seasons here. Would you agree with that?
One of them for sure.
Titus, unless he becomes Penei Sewell.
Yeah, I would say one of them for sure.
So that means you got Laramie Tunsil and Titus Howard or whomever plays right tackle these next 2 years, and then you're going to have to start figuring out some math, because you're going to be paying C.J. Stroud. Then there's the other guys you got to pay. The equivalent of, now I don't know who's going to emerge here, but the equivalent of and Penei Sewell. These other guys are going to come up just like at the same time, just like Goff and those guys. Nico Collins. Who knows when that's going to be? Next year, this year, whatever. Will Anderson, you're going to have to pay him. Derek Stingley, you're going to have to pay him. And these are going to be enormous contracts. And then, of course, Stroud is going to be your priority. So that means also that you're going to have to make some decisions at running back, defensive tackle, wide receiver, emphasize on the draft, whatever it may be. But he's going to be – C.J. Stroud – if he stays on this track, even close to this track, he's going to be the highest paid quarterback in the NFL after next season. Not this coming season, after 2025 season. He's going to be the highest paid quarterback in the NFL. That puts you in a bind on all these other things.
Yeah, it puts you in a bind. That's when you start to get to the Buffalo situation where you're having to release players. You get to, that's where they're going to eventually arrive at, and that's where that's where you draft. That's why the Fisher pick's actually kind of warming up to me, because you're not going to be able to pay Titus Howard and Laramie Tunsil top 5 tackle money. It's just
can't do it.
You can't do it. It's not possible unless you just have some sort of miraculous drafting stretch the next 2 years where you have 8 starters that you picked. It's not realistic, so that's why that pick's kind of warming up on me a little bit.
I wouldn't mind picking another tackle this coming season or this coming draft because of that reason. So he's going to be 24 years old after the 2025 season. So you're looking at a 10-year contract. You would want it. You'd rather sign him for 10 years than 4, like what they signed Goff at. So we're talking $500 million.
Do you think there's any chance C.J. Stroud's kind of like the Tom Brady, Patrick Mahomes, where he's taking less? And I mean, when you take less, it's not like, but you remain flexible to build the squad around you. Do you think C.J. could be that guy? I'm not suggesting whether he should or shouldn't be.
Yeah.
Because do your thing. But, I mean, a lot of times, especially if CJ seems to be doing pretty good for himself when it comes to marketing and all that type of stuff, and he wants to be, legendary. I think Deshaun Watson just wanted to get as big a bag as possible so they could afford, purses for Cardi D minus and all that type of stuff and private jet, like all that crap. But could you see CJ being that type of dude? I mean, there's always like the restructure and stuff.
That's where I was going to go.
But I mean, there's two guys who've done it. That we've seen clearly. Mm-hmm. Aaron Rodgers has actually kind of done it for the Jets on the back end too, but Mahomes and Brady.
Yeah, but I think the first real big contract, I don't see him doing that, but I would see him after he signs, and I'm just going to go with that 10 years, $500 million is kind of the neighborhood of where he's going to sign. After he signs that, then he could restructure after another year or two to help the squad. But you can't criticize the guy for doing all these things, taking the Texans to wherever he's going to take them in the next 2 years, and not get that enormous bag, that enormous contract. You can't blame him. Now, what he can do is after 2 or 3 years there, restructure, get another big bonus, help other guys get signed, et cetera. But no, man, it's 2024 and it's 2025, the easiest path, I feel.
I think it depends if the Houston Texans get to a Super Bowl or they win a couple Super Bowls. I could see them taking the team-friendly deal because Patrick Mahomes, that's what Patrick Mahomes did.
Yeah,
they actually won a Super Bowl.
And my whole thing is I don't sit here and say what he should or shouldn't do.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's a guy who has a skill set that is valuable to where you have the opportunity to do that. So I'm not going to sit here and say what C.J. Stroud should or should not do. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying some guys, it's in your best interest to do that. So I could also see him doing that. And that's where when we start talking about extensions and we start talking about Nico Collins and how much do you want to pay Nico Collins? Do you pay Nico Collins? It's one thing to give Titus Howard an extension that, quite frankly, you spent more than you would have had you waited when C.J. Stroud's on that rookie deal.
Yeah,
because you can get out of that extension in 2 years. And some people say, well, Titus is still a good player. I get it, but he got hurt last year.
Yeah,
and that's why a lot of times the player because he wants to avoid, if I get hurt, I still get my bread. Now, on the other side, from the team perspective, if he has a rough year and then you pay him like a top 5 guy and he hasn't proven himself as a top 5 guy, you really didn't save any money in doing that, which is fine when you have a quarterback on his rookie deal, you have Will Anderson on his rookie deal, you have Derek Stingley. But when we get past the 2-year window that you speak of, if you're giving guys extensions and they end up not being valuable, every little bit helps. It's not about getting in a guy's pockets. Mm-hmm. It's about the piece of pie that they take up when it comes to the salary cap, because you only have so much money that you can spend. It's not baseball. So that's the thing with Nico Collins. That's why I would kind of sit and wait, and I don't think the price is going to go up more. What if they do you think this would be a win or a loss? 3 years, $75 million for Nico Collins right now. You give him Devontae Smith's contract. Do you think that's a win or loss? Keep in mind, 12 missed games in 3 years.
Yeah.
1 good season. Still got Stephon Diggs, Tank Dell. Would 3 years, 75 be reckless or not? Because you got to think about these things.
I don't know if it'd be reckless, but I wouldn't do it. And the reason is, how much more are you going to pay after this next season? I mean, you're saying 3 years, 75 now. Would it be 3 years, 80? After next season, like $5 million.
Like if he duplicates,
I mean, it's a lot of money for you and me, but not for the salary cap. And the other thing on Figgy's point, what is team friendly, and how much does that really help? Like if let's say that he does do a team friendly contract, his second contract, C.J. Stroud, 4 years, $50 million. That's still going to leave you in a lurch. That's still
the other thing though that I think the Texans. Early on, but it appears And I think this is more valuable than even some of the things that you look at as the most important things for an organization. Like, you want to sign good free agents, you want to draft good players. That's really how you want to get players. The good organizations that have good culture, good coaching, good quarterback, they can overcome poor drafting. Like, look at Bill Belichick's drafting history. Like, it sucked. Like, it wasn't. It's not great. It's not terrible, but it's not that good. Like, when you actually look at it, but they were able to overcome it because of the culture. The Chiefs, teams like the Chiefs and even the Patriots, like, a lot less salary cap money. If players want to go there for less, it's really not as big of a deal as back when we talked about the Texans tax 2 years ago, because you hope that you get to the point where whenever a big name's on the market, there's like 3 teams that they might go to. It seems like Baltimore and Kansas City are right now kind of the squads. Yeah. To where
Pittsburgh.
Yeah, like the players just want to go play there.
Yeah.
So there's kind of like that hidden value too, where if players want to come play with C.J. Stroud, then like a veteran on his last wheel that would probably cost more, sometimes they'll come play for you for less. So if you're not taking less, there's kind of like there's a snowball effect where they want to play for you for less, so you're having that impact.
That might happen that would benefit the Texans and do quote-unquote team-friendly. They might actually benefit from what Deshaun Watson did. Like, what if they give him a fully guaranteed 4-year contract?
Well, I mean, that's what Mulligetta wants.
Yeah, and so that kind of would be added value right there that maybe makes it a little more team-friendly. And I think he's going to have an enormous guarantee no matter what, whether it's 4 years, 6 years, 10 years. But, yeah, man, I mean, you got – like, if you're looking at this realistically, like, what's the best way, the easiest way the Texans can get the most out of C.J. Stroud and get to a Super Bowl? 2 years. They can certainly get there after that. But these 2 years are going to be the ones.
Andrew Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. Coming up, we look at CJ as a young man. And let's be honest, 22, he's definitely a young man. However, could he be playing the role of OG? I think there's a possibility, and I think it might excite you. We'll lay it out for you next.
In the Loop.
One of the reasons
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
CJ Stroud. We know him as a young man. Could CJ Stroud turn into an old man on certain Sundays? It's a good question, man.
He's an OG?
He might be. He very well might be, and he might not have any choice or whether or not to embrace that role. Let me lay this out for you. There's a big group of young quarterbacks coming into the league that they look up to C.J. Stroud already. Whether it's Drake May when the Texans take on the Patriots, whether it's Caleb Williams when they take on the Bears, there is a group of quarterbacks that look up to C.J. Stroud. Mm-hmm. And much like he looked up to Mahomes, much like he looked up to Lamar Jackson, I'm not saying he's on that level, but with them he might be, and he's kind of one of those guys who is a guy that you can text, you can talk to. Here's Jaden Daniels, just to give you a little example. This is his number 2 pick in the draft, Jaden Daniels, also a California guy out of LSU, Heisman Trophy winner. Here's Jaden Daniels with Keyshawn Johnson talking about trying to live up to what C.J. Stroud did last season.
I mean, I'd be lying. You know, that's my boy. If we competitive, I'd be lying if I say I don't want to do better than him his rookie year. But what he did, unheard of. No, it's unheard of. I'm not comparing myself to him. I mean, just me being a competitive, us being from the same area, I want to outdo him. Just like, you know, he's a 2-time Heisman finalist, but he ain't win one, so I won one. So
okay,
you know, but that's my brother, man. That's my dog. What he did is unheard of, man. But that's just who he is. Like, he's a confident human being, and they put some pieces around him. So I'm excited to see him now, you know, going to year 2 where teams got 18 games on him. So I'm excited to see what he does.
Okay, so there you go. That's one example of a guy not on the schedule this year, but that's one example. I bring this to the possibility of the Texans taking on the Bears week 1 because I'm starting to kind of get intrigued by just that whole feel. Instead of the C.J. Stroud is trying to chase Patrick Mahomes.
Right.
He's trying to is all this. There's going to be times where they're trying to get to where he is, especially rookies, because you're trying to duplicate what C.J. Stroud did. I want the Texans to take on the Bears at this point. The Jets is gone. The Bears at this point, and just seeing C.J. Stroud in that type of role, that's kind of where I'm at right now, and I think it's going to be something that is going to be a theme with these young quarterbacks. I think it's an easy dude to look up to, and I think it's an easy dude to talk to and be able to relate to.
It's pretty amazing, and you just go down the line, and we're going to talk about others, but just the level of respect he has with his peers. I mean, guys that are pretty much his age. The level of respect that he's commanded says a lot about C.J. Stroud. It also says a lot just about how these guys legitimately have a respect for him that you would normally reserve for a 4, 5, 6 year veteran.
Yes.
You know?
Yes. So does C.J. Stroud love the kids? That's the question. So,
of course he loves the kids.
Does C.J. Stroud love the kids?
Of course he does.
Here's Matt Eberflus. Caleb Williams, kind of one of the more polarizing players in the NFL. To enter into the NFL in a long time, because we've been talking about this for a while. This was Matt Eberflus being asked about the vibe of Caleb Williams.
I'm Caleb. How would you describe his aura?
You can really tell that he's comfortable with himself in his own skin, and he is who he is. His personality comes out from the inside. You can certainly feel that energy. He's a 1 + 1 = 3 guy. You know, so he's an enhancer. He's a guy that brings out the best in people, and you can certainly feel that within 5 minutes of meeting.
That's kind of weird to me. I mean, that's part of the reason, like you said, he's one of the most polarizing guys to come into the league. He's really the first big-time Gen Z guy that's come in, and that's a different kind of culture, different kind of personality if you have to paint it with one brush. But 1 + 1 = 3 guy?
What does that mean?
I don't know what that means.
Help me out.
I don't know. I can't. I guess he just, what do they used to say? Another old saying, marches to the beat of his own drum.
What does that mean?
Yeah. I mean, 1 + 1 = 3 guy. Is that a compliment?
What does that mean?
I don't know if that's a compliment or
Help
not.
me out.
That sounds like a flat earther to me.
Yeah, flat earther.
1 + 1 = 3.
Yes.
So that means he's just deep?
I guess. I mean, if he was trying to
The
compliment
earth is flat.
He's a flat earther. Yeah. That's a bizarre one. He's clearly saying this isn't your normal dude. Like this isn't like some cookie cutter type quarterback, and he tried to make it a compliment. I'm not sure it's a compliment.
Do you think we're getting ahead of ourselves, though, acting like CJ can be like this type of mentor dude? Because he's the guy they all mention. Like Drake May mentioned him. Like he's the guy that they talk to. Do you think we're getting ahead of ourselves? Like, does he need to have multiple good years before we start putting him in this position, or do you think CJ is built to do it?
I really don't.
CJ Stroud.
I really don't. Look, how wild would it be if we're all just fooled by this guy? But I just don't ever see it happening. I think he's legit.
No, I'm just saying, like, is it too much, man?
No, he can handle it.
Is it too much? Like, are we asking for too much to think that CJ is going to carry that role?
No, I don't, and I think he really is that guy.
So if the Texans take on the Bears week 1, and tomorrow's the schedule drop, so we'll be getting leaks throughout. But if the Texans take on the Bears, do you think that more attention is on Caleb Williams than CJ, though? Because I think
I think
positive.
No, I don't think I'm not positive.
You think it's going to be a duo type of thing?
I think it's going to be a duo.
I mean, it would be the debut of Caleb Williams in the Chicago Bears brand.
I think it would be a combo. But C.J. Stroud is going to be talked about probably a little more just because of everything that he did last year, and they're gonna kind of bounce Caleb Williams' hopes and potential off of what C.J. Stroud is. So I think C.J. is going to get a big, if not the bulk, of the attention, and he should.
I think it's going to be
It's going to be close.
I think it's going to be a duo, man.
Yeah, I think they're going to look at C.J., but they're going to also look at Caleb like, can he have a C.J. Stroud type of year?
Yes. Yeah, I think that's exactly how it's going to play out.
All right. I want to play a game with you guys here.
All right.
I want you to tell me if this is a loss or not. Landry Locker, John Lopez. Figgy SportsRadio 610. Loss or not? When it comes to the things going on in local sports right now. The Texans not playing the Chiefs. Is that a loss or not? Did the Texans miss out by not opening the season against the Chiefs?
Yeah, that's kind of, I got to see who they're opening with. So I don't mean to cop out here, but like would it be a loss if it's Caleb Williams and the Bears? I don't think necessarily, because it has its own kind of a different way, but a different kind, but its own kind of attraction and marquee value. But as of now, I'd say yes. As of now, not knowing who they're going to play.
I think it's a yes. Now, does that mean that I wanted it? No, I did not. I'm not as excited. It'll be cool when they face the Chiefs, but as far as like starting the season against them, they bore me. And maybe that's just kind of like the Patriots used. The Chiefs just kind of bore me. Furthermore, I think that arrow is pointing down despite them winning the Super Bowl. But I will say this, like, if I'm on the business side of things, let's just look at the layers of the Texans organization. If I'm on the business side of things, God, I want that.
Yeah.
Like, oh, my God. Like, we're opening the season on national TV. We're going against
if you're on
Chiefs.
the Texans business.
Oh,
yes.
God, yes. Holy
I think,
crap.
that make 100%.
Now, also, if I'm on the coaching side of things and I'm D'Amico Ryans, then I want it too. Because you start the season off on Thursday and then you get 10 days of rest. So you get that. I would say the answer to answer my own question, I would say yes, they did from their perspective for sure. They missed out not opening against the Chiefs.
And strategically. Chiefs early on in the season with new receivers and
some people don't get that.
Yeah.
When you say you want to get them early in the season, now it can end up being wrong. But that's not the assumption that you're going to beat them at the start of the season. It's that there's never a right time to play an elite football team, but you're getting them at full strength.
Yeah.
And you're getting
Just
to
like
prepare
Baltimore.
for months. Yeah, you're getting to prepare for months. Whether you lose or not, that's the argument. That's the side of that.
Yeah, and I think the Chiefs, not traditionally, but maybe in recent years, don't really kick it up to another notch until like Thanksgiving.
Yeah, they wait.
Yeah, so
they've been known to sleep.
It would be strategically be a good way to get them.
So loss or not, the Astros hiring Joe Espada. Loss or not?
Yes, come on.
Sorry to offend you, sir.
Yeah, that would be a loss. A lot of things have looked bad with him and just his role and how he's handling the team. And now you got players, at least two players, talking about his communication. Yeah, that's a loss.
All right, so loss on Joe Espada. I agree. I think that was weird. I just don't like the guy as a manager. Loss or not, the aisle seat instead of the window on an airplane. Aisle seat instead of a window on an or not.
Give me the aisle seat all day long.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Stretch your legs.
Really?
When the cart's not coming through, you can stretch your legs into the aisle. Hell yeah.
I'm an aisle seat guy too.
Man.
All
See,
day
the
long.
thing with me, I don't really sleep on flights, so I don't have to like lean on the window to go to sleep or anything.
Or you won't get bothered if somebody.
Yeah, I like the
else
aisle
goes to
seat.
the bathroom.
Yeah, because like I like to sit wide.
Yeah.
So that
100% aisle seat.
Window all day.
No.
I got to lean on it because my leg's going out. I'm going to trip somebody.
But you can kind of keep an eye out.
Plus, I could see you being barefoot. And sticking
No,
your
I'm
feet
not.
out
I'm not
there,
that guy.
sticking his hairy ass.
I am not
bare
that
feet
guy.
out
You
there.
take my shoes off.
Yeah, I could see that.
Put it on the chair in front of me. No, I am not that guy. Put it between the seats, dude. There's nothing worse than that. The person behind you puts their foot between the seats. Good God.
All right. Loss or not, if the Texans end up playing on Christmas, is that a loss or not?
Yes, absolutely.
How are they going to do that? I tried to figure this out yesterday. How are they going to do that?
Well, I guess they're going to play Saturdays, the Saturday before. So that would be let's look at
That's 4 days.
yeah.
So that would be a
So that would be
Thursday.
like
a Thursday
that,
night.
Yeah, that would be like playing Sunday and then playing
and
Thursday
then playing
night.
Thursday. So they would play Saturday. Holy crap! They would play Saturday the 21st against whomever. Come back on Wednesday the 25th, and then play again. January.
I don't even
5th?
want to have to do this. I don't even want
I'm
to have.
glad
I
I'm
don't
not the schedule
I don't
maker.
even want to have to try to break this down.
Yeah.
So I think we can all agree that would be a loss. Christmas Day,
Yeah.
F that.
Yeah.
F that.
Boy,
All right.
that would be 3 games in
11 days or
something like that. Holy.
Loss or not here on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. So Texans not playing Chiefs. Loss from like the business and coaching side of things. Astros hiring a Espada. That's an L. Aisle instead of window. Figgy and Lopez are aisle guys. I'm a window seat guy. And then Texans playing on Christmas. That's a loss. All right, you go up to a chicken spot or a place where you get a piece of bread with your meal. They tell you we're out of biscuits and we only got rolls.
Yeah.
Loss or not. Rolls instead of biscuits. We're out of biscuits.
See, I would prefer biscuit, but I don't mind the roll. I don't mind the roll.
I think biscuits are overrated. Give me the roll.
I love biscuits.
Give me the roll.
I love biscuits, but I wouldn't consider it a loss. I like, especially like a yeast roll. Oh, baby.
Yeah, give me the roll.
I went to Cleburne's last Friday. That cafeteria is good. Their yeast rolls.
Give me the roll, man.
Woo. They're good.
Give me the damn roll. You like biscuits?
Figgy?
Either or, but I probably honestly I think I like the rolls more than the biscuit. If I had to prefer one,
biscuits are so hit or miss, man.
depending on
That's
what
the
you're
thing.
eating.
Biscuits are one of the most hit or miss thing in the world.
Yeah, they got to be done right.
All right. Nico Collins extension right now. The Devontae Smith contract. Before the season starts, Texans and Nico Collins, 3 years, $75 million. Loss or not?
No, that's not a loss. I mean, no. You mean they give it to him?
Yeah.
Then it would be a loss. Yes.
So wait on Nico.
Wait on Nico.
Yeah, I think if he earns that, he earns it. The one thing that I think that they do have with Nico is that they're probably like depending on how the extension goes, I'm assuming that it's going to be, if he plays his way into earning an extension, it's probably going to be front-loaded because CJ's contract's going to kick in, because next year you'll have the final year of CJ's rookie deal, which will be the first year of Nico's new contract, assuming he gets one. And
even if you sign CJ, it doesn't kick in until the next year.
I mean, salary cap stuff kind of makes my head hurt, but that's what I'm assuming they would do.
Let me ask you guys this one, loss or not, because you got me thinking that I'm looking at the schedule now. Playing in London.
Nah, that's a dub, baby. Give me that.
Figgy?
Yeah, no, I'm down with that.
I'm down with it,
Give me
too.
that. CJ's a national brand, man.
Yeah.
It's not a fake-ass national brand. Put something on your head and take a picture on Instagram and talk about speaking to a Saudi prince type of national brand.
I wonder who you're talking about.
He's a real national brand.
I wonder what you're talking about.
He's a real-ass national brand, man.
Damn, man.
What? Come on, man.
Kind of a drive-by right there.
Man. Rent-free.
Yes.
I'm just saying. I'm just talking about national brands, man.
Move on.
Hey, I'm just talking.
We got
about
our quarterback.
I'm talking about national brands, my friend. Yeah, Texans. I want that bad, man. I just like that vibe.
I do too.
The only bad thing about that will be Sean will be talking about like the pregame for like 3 weeks. Yeah, and we got to do the pregame show 3 hours before, and then I did the postgame show up till now, and that's going to be like 4 weeks of it. And you're laughing because you know it's true.
Oh, he would.
I'm surprised he wouldn't be trying to go up there to London.
Nah, that'd be sick though.
He should. They should.
I was actually kicking around. Like, how could we do that?
I had to get up at 2 a.m. because I had to do the pregame show at 6 and.
Like, let's say one of us goes to London for that game.
So I'm doing that.
So I've got it, just me, not official. October 6th against the Vikings.
Is London cool?
Oh, it's one of the greatest cities.
What's cool about London?
It's just one of the greatest cities on the earth.
Oh wow, that's
really
a bold
is.
statement from you.
It's not
Mr.
just
World Traveler.
It's not just me. So we would leave like Friday after the show, get there Saturday, play Sunday. That'd be a quick turnaround, man. That'd be a quick turnaround to get there. I'll do Monday's show from London.
Why not?
Yeah, it's like, what is it? It'd be 6 p.m.
Be sick. Man.
Yeah.
If you can get to London, get to London.
I have to stay a couple more days, to be honest.
Yeah, it'd be tough.
Yeah, I might have to pull a show and say I'm not going to be here.
I'll pull a show, huh? How long I'll be here? Magic Johnson?
Yeah.
I'm not going.
They got a 1,000th show coming up.
Who?
Clinton
Run. Yeah, I knew that.
Yeah.
I know that. Next Monday, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 1,000th show, baby.
What they got planned?
I don't know. I got a lot planned.
They're going somewhere, I think. I'm not sure.
Mm-hmm. That's cute.
Ain't going to be better than ours, though.
What do you mean?
Our 1,000 show was legendary.
So it's like their 850th together? I kid.
Go ahead, say it, Figgy.
I kid.
Say it, Figgy.
Say what?
Say it.
All right, they're gonna have a live 1,000 show. It's gonna be B. Scott and Adam Spillane filling in.
Coming up next.
Oh Lord.
Let's talk about 2-year plans. And if Alex Bregman is playing his way to staying in Houston or leaving Houston. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Next.
Low T.
10 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Alex Bregman. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Do you think he's the better he plays, the least likely he's here at the end of the season? Is that where we're heading? I know Seth brought this up earlier this morning on Payne and Pendergast. The Astros had the most difficult schedule in baseball the first 40 games. Mm-hmm. So 25% through the season, not a good start. Most difficult season in baseball. Alex Bregman, one of the worst players in baseball, through about 40 games, although in the last 5, he's got a hit in all 5 of those games. He's 8 for 18. He's coming off a performance in which he had 2 bombs.
Yeah.
There seems to be some speculation, and we'll talk to Baseball Spo about this tomorrow at 10:40, that, Alex Bregman could potentially be traded. There's questions about what is the value of Alex Bregman. Do we see Alex Bregman traded? And do you think the better he plays, the more likely it is that he is traded?
And like I said earlier, I kind of feel dirty for some of the things I think about the Astros. That's the first thing I thought of yesterday watching this game, because there's always going to be a team, you've heard me say it, that's interested in a veteran like that has incredible postseason experience, big role, has the leadership, all that stuff. I think it actually enhances his trade value. Now, if you're going to be in the group of people that thinks that the Astros can make a big run and get to the postseason, I'm not going to say you're stupid, but I am going to say that's a little different look.
Next 13 games.
It's a little different look than the last couple of years.
So Kunkel Stats and Info, Will Kunkel Fox. Mm-hmm. He's put this together. First 28 games versus last 10 games for Alex Bregman. The batting average has gone from 200 to 270. 1 home run in the first 28, 2 home runs in the 10 games after that. 10 RBIs in the first 28, 7 in the last 10. 5 runs in the last 10 compared to 6 runs in the first 28. And the OPS has gone from 543 to 828. Mm-hmm. So he does appear to be, I want to say finding his form. He does appear to be at least trending towards being an okay baseball player for the entire course of the season instead of one of the worst in the league, which is what we saw early on, month plus.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But how much is it going to affect this squad this year and how much is it going to affect his trade value is what the Astros are dealing with. And trade value right now, it's no secret. I mean, Spo said it, you've said it, I've said it, everybody said it. Like he's going to be the most likely guy to be traded by the deadline. I mean, it's no secret. That's just the way it is because he's going to be out there.
So where do we go from there? Then do they focus on Kyle Tucker? Where are we going?
In terms of signing him?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's got to be Kyle. Yeah. Oof. Yeah. Well, he is.
Kyle Tucker, you're saying trade Kyle Tucker?
He's a candidate.
Come on.
What? It depends on what your philosophy is.
That might be the best person to trade if you want to rebuild.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say.
Want to rebuild?
If your philosophy,
you got to build around him.
You could.
How? How you going to build that farm system up? What you going to get for Bregman?
Develop the players you got right now. You can't trade Kyle Tucker.
What players? No. Look, I don't want them to trade Kyle Tucker. I understand them trading Alex Bregman.
But if they want to play chess,
You got one more year of control with Kyle Tucker, and then we can have that discussion.
Okay, but let me ask you this: if you're the 27 people that make decisions for the Astros, and you're in a room with Jim Crane.
And frozen Ted Williams.
That's right, Ted Williams.
Reggie Jackson
is one of the consultants. If you're one of those numerous people in that room with Jim Crane, you have to come to a decision. Where are we as an organization? Do we have another run this year, much less?
Can we get to a World Series?
Can we get there? And if the answer is we don't have the farm system, the arms are all hurt, Verlander is old, Fromber's going to be a free agent too, all these, and the answer is like, nah, we got to rebuild. Kyle Tucker is an option.
All right, let me ask you this: do you think that there's like a even though it doesn't look great, don't you think there's kind of like a lower level 2-year window where you kind of got to be all in though? Like you're gonna have Kyle Tucker for one little bit more time, depending on how many innings Verlander pitches, you might have him. Don't you kind of owe it to the fan? I mean, and God, Jim Crane he's been through a hellacious process. Which we all remember, but don't you kind of have like a little bit of an all-in-ish next 2 years instead of like what would the fan reaction be if you trade Kyle Tucker? I think
it's obvious.
Well, I mean,
what you're doing.
First of all, I don't think you should do it, but I also don't know that. I don't know that they haven't pissed off Kyle Tucker to the point where
right.
He is very excited to be able to go out there and get offered and potentially money whipped. I know that. The arbitration thing was something where you went through the process, but when you're giving Montero $11 million and you're giving Abreu $20 million, and I know it's not a good precedent to set, but they've made exceptions for other types of things, and you're going through this process with Kyle Tucker where he has to basically be backhanded for a couple $1 million. He said it bothered him last year. I think he might be kind of foaming at the mouth to get on the market. I think Jose Altuve wants to be in Houston. I think if push came to shove and you told Jose Altuve, hey, you can play for $2 million here, or you can go play $20 million somewhere, I honestly think he would at least give it a thought.
Yeah, he would.
But I don't think Kyle Tucker is that guy. I think Kyle Tucker's foaming out the mouth to hold their feet to the fire.
He needs the money. Well, he doesn't need it, literally, like to pay the bills. I'm just saying, and strung along, arbitration. That's got to be frustrating when he sees what these guys are making across baseball. Like he's 27, man. He wants to get paid. But it goes back to the decision. Like if the 2-year window you talked about, I could absolutely see them landing there. But if they land there and say, you know what, it's not time yet. We're keeping the band together. We're doing what we can. This is the band you're keeping together. Jose Altuve, you're going to have him no matter what. Yeah. But he's 34.
Yeah.
Singleton's 32. Verlander's 41.
Singleton, come on.
I'm just saying, if you're gonna,
come on.
No, I'm playing your game. Like if they say 2 years, we're sticking together. Like who else is going to play first base? Ronald Blanco is 30. Hader, the guy you brought in, and he's going to be paid a lot.
He'll be good for a while.
He's 30. Bregman's 30, going on 38. Fromber's 30.
Going on 38. What the hell's wrong with you?
Fromber's 30.
I didn't catch that one.
Presley's 35. Even Montero's 33. So it's a roll of the dice if you're going to say, okay, we're going to run it back for 2 more years.
The 832 says, Lopez, you doubting the Astros. I can't wait to watch you eat your words in October. They are getting healthy and heating up.
Okay. I mean, I will. But tell me if this team has all the elements.
If you're betting on this squad, you're just betting on the past. You're not betting on what's actually going on in front of you and what you actually see.
Yeah, I think that's exactly the point.
Yeah.
Like this is not the same.
Thing is this, when push comes to shove, like right now, I talked about this 13-game stretch. You're 1-0. But when push comes to shove, and let's say the Astros just completely nail this 13-game stretch. Let's say they go 10-3 during this 13 games that we've laid out, and they're creeping up closer to 500. Then we get to a scenario where you're kind of in the chase, whether it's the wild card or the division. later on in the season. Do you trust Joe Espada to manage?
We got
these
several
types of
texts
games?
on that.
That's the other thing. Like right now, it's kind of a carefree. Like your talent can take you to a certain point. You can win whatever they've won. I think they've won 4 of 5. You can win 10 of 13. You can put yourself in position. But then let's say there's a 4-game set with the Rangers, and it's all on the line. Look in that dugout and see Bruce Bochy, and then look in this dugout and see Joe Espada, who can't even communicate with players and doesn't even talk to him during games, goes to the podium and says, I got to talk to him. Like, do you think Bruce Bochy, let's just be serious. Because Dusty Baker's an OG, Bruce Bochy's an OG, real recognized real. Those guys had a mutual amount of respect when it came to handling situations, whether it's clubhouse morale or in-game management, which Bruce Bochy is one of the best of our lifetime. Do you think Bruce Bochy has gone up to the podium after like a Jose Altuve type of blunder or Jake Myers falling on his ass hours after it happened and said, well, I'll have to talk to him and see what happened?
Yeah, no, never. Never in a million years.
And that can be, but it matters when we're talking about if, and it's still an uphill battle, if the Astros put themselves in position to where it's make or break, you got to get in. Do you trust this manager to get the job done? For me, it is an absolute no.
That's several. I said texts earlier. I don't know why I did that. Several texts along those lines. Like you can do that. You can do the 2-year window, but you got to change managers. Well, then that's another little sort of twist in an ongoing array of people that have been general manager and manager that makes it more difficult.
Coming up, are we really doing this again? Are you? You've got to be freaking kidding me. The hits are lit. Next, good Lord.
D&M.
Sports Radio Sloop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Dude, come on. Really, the hits are lit here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right. Please tell me we're not still doing this.
What's that?
I'll tell you in a sec. But first, let's talk about the NFL schedule. So yesterday it was announced that the Cowboys-Browns, that would be Tom Brady's first game. So cross that one off. We know 4 season openers in the NFL. Ravens-Chiefs, they're going to open the season on Thursday night. Packers-Eagles, they're going to play Friday, so a little Friday night in Brazil. Then on Sunday, you're going to have Cows-Browns on Fox. And the Monday Nighter announced today, my dream of the Jets opening against the Texans dead. They're going to take on the 49ers. So we know the Texans won't be facing the Ravens, Chiefs, Packers, Cowboys, or Jets to start the season, which leaves open the possibility, and it seems like a pretty popular one around here between myself, Brandon Scott. I think you're opening up to it. I kind of intrigued by opening up at NRG against Caleb Williams and the Chicago Bears. First game for Caleb Williams. C.J. Stroud, kind of the OG, despite only being a year older and having 1 year of experience. Texans, Bears, I can figure out. I am glad that tomorrow we finally figure this out. We don't have to speculate anymore, though.
Morning right before our show, right before we come on air, you're going to have the international games announced officially, so we'll know if the Texans are a part of that. And I'm absolutely warming up to the Bears. I just feel as if it'll be the Titans. Now that's just nothing behind that. I just kind of feel like it'll be a lot of sense to put them against the Titans. But I'm definitely warming up to the Bears.
Sign me up for it.
Yeah.
Also in that division, the NFC North, massive quarterback extension. John Lopez's favorite player, Jared Goff.
He's not.
It's a 4-year, $212 million contract extension that includes $170 million guaranteed.
Yeah, he's not my favorite player, but you have to look at these things.
That's your squad, ain't it?
I love the Lions. That's my adopted squad the last couple of years. But that's just because I like the way they play. I like the way they've been doing things and building that squad. So I'm not a fan. I just like what they've been doing. And if you're looking at this objectively, Jared Goff is the second most accomplished quarterback in the NFL the last 2 years. Like, he is. He's started more games than any other quarterback in the NFL. He ranks second in yards behind Mahomes, second in touchdowns to interceptions, and fourth in touchdowns altogether, wins, and quarterback rating. He's the second. I mean, just look at the number, and on top of all that, took him to the conference championship. Your respect is done.
You're taking it too far.
He's the second most accomplished quarterback in the league the last 2 years.
Taking it too far.
He just is.
Lamar Jackson's accomplished more. He won an MVP.
I said the last 2 years.
But he won an MVP. Patrick Mahomes won 2 Super Bowls. There's 2 right there.
But again, I said the last 2 years. Jared Goff. I mean, look at the numbers that I just said, and took him to a conference championship.
You're ruining this, man.
I'm not ruining it. I'm just giving the guy his due. And
I would say way more than his due. I'm telling you, man, this guy with Jared Goff is unbelievable.
I am not.
Goodness gracious.
I'm just saying what's out there.
I've never seen you like someone this much.
Yeah, you have.
That's average.
He's not average.
I'm above average-ish.
Yeah. Ish?
Well, I mean, once he starts getting paid like this, it takes away the impressiveness, right? It's kind of like having a quarterback on the rookie deal. Like,
yes. Now, that I'll agree with. I'll also agree I wouldn't trade him for C.J. Stroud. I'm just saying if you're looking at what he's done the last 2 years, he's the second most accomplished quarterback in the NFL. That's all I'm saying.
You think Detroit like him better than Matt Stafford?
Hell no.
Their numbers have been almost.
Hey, he got them further than Matt Stafford.
Did you see that making the rounds?
Yeah, they did a good job building a squad.
Yeah, yeah.
But no,
he ain't had no Calvin Johnson, though.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, Matthew Stafford didn't for a long time either. You're making it worse.
I'm trolling.
The Jared Goff, that is not a fun life for me if I'm the Lions. Now, I just think they missed their opportunity last year.
Yeah.
Like blowing that lead against San Francisco, I think that was their chance.
absolutely will.
Ever get back to that point? I don't think they will. I don't think Jared Goff. I'll put it this way. I'll bet you.
Mm-hmm.
I'll bet you in the next 2 years the Lions do not make it back to the conference championship.
Oh, that's not a very hard bet. I mean, because there's so many teams that are in competition.
What do you mean? They got the second most accomplished quarterback, and they got some good things
That's
going on.
where we are today. Today, he's the second most accomplishment.
All right, next 3 years, Lions will not be in the conference championship.
Next 3 years?
Next 3 years, the Lions will not be in the conference championship. And if they are, Jared Goff has to be the quarterback.
Well, yeah, sure.
Next 3 years.
3 years to get to one conference championship. What's the bet?
Or at least by the time his contract up.
Yeah, that's 4 years. Yeah. That's a tough bet. And I should get odds on that.
Odds? Giving you 3 years.
All I'm saying is if you look at the last 2 years, he did everything he needed to do to win this.
All right,
this
3
contract.
years.
3 years what? What's the bet?
Bottomless margarita El Tiempo fajita dinner.
Oh, I can do that. I'd enjoy that myself. Yeah, let's do that bet. I don't care if you show up or not.
All right.
Why are you here
3
by
years.
yourself? I lost a bet.
All right, next 3 years.
Yeah.
It's a bet. Astros topped the A's yesterday 9-2. Alex Bregman with 2 bombs. Mr. Arrighetti, first career dub. 4th win in 5 games. 1-0 on the 13-game stretch that I've laid out. So the night looking to make up some ground. NBA last night, the Boston Celtics. They go up 3-1 with a 109-102 dub over the Cavs. Them advancing to the Eastern Conference Finals is inevitable. So Boston, who they will face, will be determined. Knicks, Pacers tonight. We'll get to
who's at the Cleveland-Boston game.
We'll get to New York and what's going on there
the Mavs,
in a sec. But you also have the Dallas Mavs yesterday. They're now tied at 2 with OKC. Choke City.
That just broke my heart.
They lose by 4. Here's the free throw discrepancy here. And by discrepancy, I mean percentage, not amount of free throws shot. The Mavs yesterday at the free throw line in a 4-point loss were 12 of 23, 52% from the free throw line. OKC, 23 of 24, 95%.
Yeah.
That'll get you beat.
That's how you win those games when they really didn't do anything for 3 quarters. The Thunder.
Meanwhile, in Cleveland, oh my God, I can't believe we're doing this again. LeBron James was in attendance.
He's back, baby.
Brian Windhorst was on Unsportsmanlike, the radio program this morning. I can't believe we're doing this again. Is this ever going to stop?
We
Please.
talked about it yesterday.
God. Here was Brian Windhorst talking about what to make of LeBron James being at the Cavs game.
I had several NBA executives. What is going on in Cleveland is what they were going on because, I will say this. The first thing I thought of was this moment 10 years ago where LeBron showed up to a game in Cleveland while he was a player for the Miami Heat to honor Zydrunas Ilgauskas' jersey retirement, his longtime teammate. Got in a private plane, flew from Chicago over to Cleveland on an off night. Pat Riley was not happy. And a few months later, he signed with the Cavs. And when I wrote my book about LeBron coming back to Cleveland and winning the championship, that was the lead chapter because that was sort of the beginning. So I'm thinking about that now 10 years on when LeBron shows up today, and I'm saying, what's he doing? Because he's extremely strategic. I wish I could tell you I knew exactly what he's doing. I don't pretend to know, but he's got to be up to something.
Okay.
Figgy, what do you think?
This is so ridiculous.
It's LeBron, man.
I just can't.
LeBron get a kick out of doing stuff like this.
So, and when you say, he's calculating. He is just so ridiculous, man. I'm just over. I'm ready for him to go away.
Now, Windhorst did say later or this morning that it was Mother's Day weekend and he wanted to be back there, whatever. Who knows?
Let them have their moment, man.
Mm-hmm.
Like, exactly
that's true
what's
too.
going to happen.
No, that's absolutely
They've
true.
moved on from you. You put them in a tough spot. You left for L.A. They basically had to rebuild. The rebuild's gone decent. They have a chance to tie the series. Quit making everything about you. Go watch it in your nice-ass theater room or whatever. Have a little bit of respect. It's a joke, man. This guy
alone, man.
He's created an atmosphere of just pure selfishness. It's not fun to watch. He's been bad for the product. He's one of the best players. Just bad for the product. It's all annoying. It really is. Now
he didn't do it for no reason.
Just stay away.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious. I mean, what are we doing here? These are the types of stats that I just like. I know Figgy loves these types of stats. They're just not really my favorite. This was after the Oklahoma City Thunder even their series with the Mavs. Playing the hits here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Chet Holmgren. Did you know this, John? And I know all eyes were on this. Like this was something we were talking about for a while. Chet Holmgren. He became the fourth rookie in NBA history to total 120 points, 60 rebounds, and 20 blocks through his first 8 career postseason games, joining David Robinson, Alonzo Mourning, and Tim Duncan.
There you go. Biggie, you like that?
Numbers are hot.
What do we do? What is with these stats?
How do they decide on those numbers?
Like they just pick a number and then you go back and look at it.
Why they ain't do 150, 80,
exactly,
and 30 or something?
What
like
about
that?
125 plus 60 plus 20?
Yeah.
Like, can we say like a double or a 20-10? Like, can we just
now,
make
those
this
you
easy?
understand?
Yes. Like what?
No.
You're making my
These is
head
random ass numbers, man.
Like I'm back in school.
That happens every day, practically.
So Knicks tonight against the Pacers, Wolves versus Nuggets. This is actually a really good two-piece of NBA action tonight. If you just want to post up and put it on. Wolves versus Denver. Road team hasn't won in Pacers versus Knicks. Home team hasn't won in Wolves versus Nugs. I'm rooting for anyone but the Knicks in the playoffs. I'm over this. I'm tired of being spoon-fed it. Here is just a little feel of how the Knicks fan base is feeling. This is a caller into Evan and Tiki out there at WFAN, a Knicks caller. It's got a message for all you haters.
Evan and Tiki, thanks for taking the call. Tommy, thanks for putting it through as always. I got to tell you, you hate the Knicks, but you show respect for the Knicks. That was the worst game I've ever seen as a Knicks fan yesterday. Absolutely. That game 3 was the game to win. However, you were watching an Indiana Pacers team, not more talented than the Knicks, not playing in a different way than the Knicks. They're playing up because they know the Knicks are the better team. And why is it the New York Knicks in all these NBA playoffs, from every single media outlet, is the little engine that could and is not the more talented team? And because they had the worst playoff performance of this year, that they're the team that can't do it. They will win the series. And not only because of Madison Square Garden, which is awesome, but they will win this series because they are the better team, because they are the team. But I'm upset because the disrespect for New York and these Knicks is so unacceptable that I'm going to be the only voice in America to make sure everybody knows. And the broadcast, again, slanted towards the Pacers. It is a travesty.
Who is disrespecting the Knicks?
Who has ever disrespected the Knicks? Except when they were awful for
the national media. What are you hearing, man?
I think the Knicks are just triggered by the whole Reggie Miller stuff from the very start. You know.
Oh, they went off on him, talk about how he didn't beat the Knicks and blah 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 blah, yada yada. He's not. Just get the Knicks out, please. I want him.
I'd be good with that.
Pass and LeBron retire.
The Knicks are interesting to me, just how they play. But Celtics are going to win out of the East. Come on.
Oh, word.
Yeah.
Oh, word.
Yeah.
I ain't know that.
Yeah, they're cruising.
Yeah, they're going to win. They're going to win.
Yeah, there you go. Heard it here first.
Yeah.
Andrew Locker, John Lopez.
You think?
Figgy Fig with you.
Yeah.
You're on Houston Sports Leaders. You did kind of present that as
breaking news.
You don't think Isaac Okoro will carry the Cavs?
Coming up, as we await the schedule, let's talk about the times in life in which the schedule mattered most. Not necessarily just in sports, but when it mattered most, and why it matters so much for the Texans. That's next. First, though, speaking of Texans and speaking of it matters,
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, schedule life. Schedule life here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. We await the Texans schedule. SportsRadio610.com is asking, how many games do you have the Texans winning this year? We know the opponents. I'm going to ask you.
Yeah.
That doesn't sound good.
It doesn't.
How many games do you have the Texans winning this year? There's high expectations around here.
I'm going to say 10.
That would be solid.
That would be more than solid.
Given the schedule that you
have.
They
have the fourth toughest schedule in the NFL as it relates to last year's record. So the fourth toughest schedule in the entire NFL, that's asking a lot. They play spectacularly good quarterbacks. Just look at the quarterbacks they're facing. Patrick Mahomes, Tua, whatever you think of Trevor Lawrence, Josh Allen, whatever you think of Caleb Williams, Lamar Jackson, Dak Prescott, potentially, I say potentially because we're all assuming he's going to be out at some point, Aaron Rodgers, Jared Goff. I mean, on and like just the quarterback matchups make it one of the more difficult things to say anything.
So
you're
saying 10 wins?
More to say anything more than 10 would be just you can be 50% better. I mean, I know this is sort of arbitrary, but let's say you're a 50% better team, which would mean you should probably win 11, 12 games, right? 12, 13 games maybe. No, not when you're facing this schedule and these quarterbacks. So I'm going to say 10. Yeah.
That's pretty good.
I think it's generous.
I mean, 10-7, that's really good.
Yeah, I think that's generous.
Does that win the division?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that wins the division.
So you say they win the division, they win 10 games.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's solid.
It's a tough schedule, man.
See, me, I don't want to back out. I want to see how the schedule is lined up because I do think that matters.
Mm-hmm.
When you're facing certain teams, I think that kind of matters before just lay out what the Texans will or won't do and what the schedule looks like.
Well, let's look at that potential 3-game stretch if they play on Christmas Day. I mean, and let's say it's, I don't know, Detroit, Buffalo, and I'm just picking, and Miami. So you got a 10, 11-game stretch where you're facing Tua and Josh Allen and Jared Goff. I mean, that's why the schedule matters for anybody who thinks, they already know the team. No, the schedule matters.
Man.
Yeah. I mean, think about just the quarterbacks they're facing.
I'm in the 9 range. Maybe I can get higher up. I just need to see what the layout is, when the bye week is, when you're facing certain squads. That's what I need to see.
It's going to make it interesting for your annual schedule layout.
Oh, the schedule game? Yeah, but that's not 100%.
Interesting when you see how the schedule lays out and the quarterbacks they're going to face and the teams.
Speaking of schedules, let's go through periods in life and times in which the schedule mattered to us. Not necessarily the NFL schedule, but the live schedule.
Yeah.
School schedule.
Mm-hmm.
What's the ideal school schedule for you, John Lopez?
I had it in high school, man.
Okay.
I had the ideal.
First period off?
First period was athletics, but your senior year in the spring semester, if you're not doing any of those sports, you don't have to show up. So I would get to school about 9, and then last period was journalism. Yes, I've been doing this since I was in 5th grade. Last period was journalism/yearbook. So I would go to school from 9 till like 1:30 my senior year after all that stuff. So, yeah, that was the ideal schedule. Then I'd go to Canyon Lake, go to the Guadalupe River, do some things that I probably shouldn't be real proud of anymore. I spent more time at Canyon and the Guadalupe my senior year. Good Lord, did I have a tan.
High school, you get that first period off. You're feeling yourself, man.
Yeah.
You walk in late. Walk in.
Yeah, I can't relate to that. I never had the first period off.
Yeah, you get the first period off senior year.
Mm-hmm.
Get that period off. The elementary school, like back in the day, you used to get dropped off at the school. name there. There was always like the certain teacher that you wanted.
Yeah. Did you like first lunch or last lunch in elementary school? Because there's usually 3, right? At least there was when I was in elementary school. There's 3 lunches. At least 2.
I don't remember that.
I always loved first lunch. Just pig out. Get there early.
Well, I mean, they run out of pizza and stuff.
And that stuff.
Yeah, sometimes they run out of pizza.
Exactly.
Go in there. But although if you get to the second one, I would assume that it's more clear whether or not you can get the seconds.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes they try to save it at the beginning.
True too.
You ask for those 2 orders of chicken nuggets, mashed potatoes, gravy, 2 rolls.
Yeah.
Try to save it.
Mm-hmm.
Vacation schedule. When you go on vacation, are you a guy that likes to have a schedule? Do you like to have it laid out? You know, hey, we're getting up at 8 a.m. and then we're going to do this.
Never. By the way, you were wondering about the couples vacation that we did. Dude, it couldn't have been more perfect. Like, they were just as laid back as we were. Like, what do you feel like doing tomorrow? I don't know. What do you feel like doing? Talk it out. Go do something. No schedule. That's the best, to have no schedule.
So no schedule on vacay?
Yeah.
Okay. Figgy, you got a schedule on vacay?
Nah. Honestly, I feel like I should at times because I feel like I go to places and we kind of be rambling a little bit. And I feel like, weeks before we should try to make some type of schedule where we
or at least have an idea.
Yeah, that's the other thing. We try to wing it, and sometimes it go good, sometimes it could go awful.
All right. What about the daily schedule? How do you feel about the daily schedule? Is it like an alarm set?
Every morning, 5:30.
Take vitamins.
I do the exact same. I can take you through my whole day every day. Yeah, I'm just saying. I get up at 5:30, and I have to have the same routine. Creature of habit. You?
It's hard, man.
I always do. Well, with a baby, it's harder.
Yeah, it's hard, dude.
Yeah.
Not really sure about that. Not really sure about that. Do you think that it's important for the Texans to start the season at home because of the momentum they have? We saw the schedule release. We saw all of that excitement. Do you think it's important for the Texans to start at home?
I don't think it's important to start at home. I think it would be much better for the hype around this team if they do start at home. I think they can play wherever. It doesn't matter to me. But a home game, like let's use the Bears as an example. They're playing the Bears at home. So Bears, Texans to start the season, man, the juice in that stadium after all the terrific offseason they had, the uniforms that, all that stuff, C.J. Stroud entering his second year. The hype at a home game to start the year would be much better. But it'd be the same if it's the second game or close to the same, So it doesn't really matter, but I think it'd be really cool if they started.
I think it kind of depends. I think all fans are in, so it's not like last year where they're kind of out of it. But if they lose the first game on the road and it was a bad loss, then that would kind of I don't want to say something energy out. Dang, got to bounce back from a loss.
Yeah, I think
that
the
wasn't
energy
a good
to
loss.
start the year is going to be off.
I think home's important.
You do?
At this point, yes. Given the fact that it's not going to be in Kansas City, it's not going to be the Jets. I think there's one primetime slot left. I think home's important.
Mm-hmm. I could see that.
To maximize. Like, it's not like a make or break for the entire season, but to maximize the buzz, the excitement, I think home's important.
Yes, I think it would enhance it. It would enhance kind of the energy around this team. It'd be, man, opening at home, let's say against the Titans or the Bears.
Colts?
Colts, off the charts.
Jags?
Off the charts. Mm-hmm.
Bears is where I'm leaning.
Mm-hmm.
Bears is where I'm leaning.
It's attractive. It's definitely attractive. And we're going to get some leaks. Today's a big day for schedule leaks, traditionally. Now, they're clearly trying to put the clamps down on it because really haven't been a whole lot of leaks per se. It's mostly been announcements from networks. But today's a big day. From now until this evening, there's going to be a few leaks here and there.
The Texans leaks have been all over the place, though.
Mm-hmm.
Like I've seen so many different scenarios. Cowboys on Thanksgiving, Cowboys on Christmas Day, Bears on opening day.
Yeah,
there've been way too many schedule leaks when it comes to the Texans. And what we will figure out tomorrow. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Stroud, if C.J. Stroud's not the best player on the Texans next year, who do you think it would be? If it's not C.J.,
if it's not C.J., I think the most obvious answer is Derek Stingley.
Okay.
With Will Anderson coming up,
can you count on Stingley to be healthy though?
I'm assuming health on all these guys, but I could see where Derek Stingley takes that. Now he's not a real talkative and flamboyant guy, but boy, he makes plays and he's fun to watch on the field. I could see Derek Stingley becoming that guy, that shutdown guy that your eye just gravitates to. Big plays, interceptions, all that stuff. If it's not him, it's got to be Will Anderson Jr.
Man, the way that D'Amico's talking about Will Anderson and what we saw from Will Anderson last year, I wonder if he is the one. You know, you talk about CJ taking the next step, but Will Anderson taking the next step might be the key to this whole thing, especially when you hear D'Amico speak like this.
It's funny, I put up a picture of Will Anderson in our room, said, you guys want to understand our culture and what we're about, follow 51. That's what it looks like. And for me to be able to say that, right, it's not me having to say it with words. It's like, just watch the way 51 works, and you'll see what a Houston Texans culture is all about.
Yeah. I mean, you can tell that's who they're real high on. I think Stingley or Will Anderson. Will Anderson, you know, now that he's got, you know, all these other guys around him and maybe even J.J. Watt, it could definitely be him.
I think Will Anderson is going to have a monster year this year. I'm thinking 6
double digit for sure.
Double digit for sure. I think there was a lot of growing pains that he had to go through last year. I know that we focus on the difficulty of the quarterback, but I think the way that he played, the way in which he actually got hurt, he didn't really talk about it, but he was banged up even when he was on the field last year. I think the fact that you've given him help, you talk about CJ getting Stephon Diggs and Mixon, you put Daniil Hunter on the other side, better linebackers behind him, Christian Harris. I think Will Anderson, I could easily see a scenario where the Texans have a good season and C.J. Stroud has a good season, but there's a debate, a healthy debate about who the better player is.
Yeah.
Is it Will Anderson or is it C.J. Stroud? And that was really that really says a lot.
That's
because,
the whole idea, man.
Well, I mean, that was where this whole thing started. The decision to draft C.J. Stroud or Will Anderson, and then the decision to go up there and get both of them.
Who's your dark horse? Figgy, start thinking about this. Your dark horse to have, a huge year. Forget, he's having a good year. No,
like
I'm talking
freakish year?
Like a freakish Will Anderson, like we're talking about.
Daniil Hunter,
Derek Stingley, like we're talking about. That's a good one. That's
as a dark horse.
But is that a dark horse? Because I'm thinking deep dark horse.
I don't know that they have like a deep dark
Christian
horse.
Harris.
That's another good one. That's a really good one.
Yeah, the strong season at the end.
Yeah, that's a really, really good one. I'm wanting this year. Maybe this is way too big of a stretch, but there's an opportunity there. Kalen Bullock.
What?
Yes. There's an opportunity at the safety position for him to make plays. He's a ball hawk.
Well, what's enormous?
Do you think he could have a
6 interceptions? 5 interceptions?
Gosh.
Do you think he could have a Petrie rookie year type of season?
Yeah. But without the missed tackle.
Seth's worried about his legs.
What's he worried about his legs?
Says they're skinny.
Seth's legs are skinny?
No, he said that he's worried about
Bullock's
legs.
No, he's got we saw him the other day.
Bullock? Are you talking about Bullock or Lassiter?
Bullock.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bullock.
Yeah, he said Bullock, he's worried about his legs. He said it might need some...
No, he's got skinny legs.
Yeah.
He's got toothpicks.
Yeah.
But that doesn't necessarily mean anything.
I'm just telling you what my body type leader said.
You know what's funny is nobody has mentioned Nico or Stephon Diggs.
Because I just feel like it's going to get spread out between all of them.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like it can be a different guy each week.
I like Figgies, to be honest. I hadn't thought about Christian Harris. He could have a big year.
I think the advanced stats and the actual like simp stats, if you want to call it that, sacks, I think the Will Anderson catches up to that.
Yeah.
That's my prediction.
Yeah, and I could see where Will Anderson, that's another good one.
See what happens. The schedule is going to drop tomorrow. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Talked about the Astros 1-0. 13 games. We laid out this 13 games. We put the 10-game below 500 start, 40 games in behind us. So far, so good. 1-0 for the Astros against the A's. They are, in order to finish with that 90 wins that we talk about, they'll need to go 74-47 for the remainder of the year, which is not easy.
Mm-hmm.
But if you get through this 13-game stretch, it looks good, then the sky could be the limit.
Yeah.
So we'll keep an eye on that.
That's
so
a
far,
big
so
ask.
good for the Astros. 1-0.
That's a big ask.
Hey, 1-0. They've done everything they can do up to this point.
Yeah. Well,
got to crawl before you walk, my friend.
They're at 9 games under 500, which is progress.
Got to crawl before you walk, my friend.
Yeah.
Coming up next, lunchtime confessions. One of the Texans rookies is growing on me, and I felt really bad for someone. One of the most highest rated TV events of 2024, and I felt bad for someone. Should I have? Next.
Can you tell the new Texans? 24/7 on the free Odyssey app.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Lunchtime confessions. We confess our sins to you, the loopholes. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Some of these confessions have to do with sports. Some have nothing to do with sports. We're transparent with you 24/7. Let it hang a little bit lower during lunchtime confessions. It is time to confess.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I'm kind of liking the bro in Chet Holmgren. Did you see him after the game? His media availability, pink jacket, white undershirt, dark shades that he never took off. He is the biggest bro ever, and he was obviously upset that he was the only guy that missed a free throw, so he was talking about all that. But I didn't know. I was higher on Chet certainly than Sean Pendergast, but on a lot of people. But I still didn't know what he was going to be. He's a good player. He is not just a good player. He's like embracing the bro. I mean, he looks like exactly like that. I'm liking the paying attention to this Oklahoma City team.
Tonight's a good NBA night.
Yeah.
No doubt about it.
Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I don't get Jared Goff. I like him as a maybe second-tier quarterback. He's doing a good job. I look at him as kind of a system guy. Off getting his money. Good for him. Seems like a swell fella. Good dude. Funny. I like his press conferences. I don't root against him or anything like that, but second highest paid player in the NFL.
Yeah.
I got to confess.
Take that, man.
Give me a break.
Take that.
That's an eye roll for me. That's my confession. I roll my eyes at the fact that Jared Goff is the second highest paid player in the NFL. That is a huge eye roll for me.
Yeah, well, he's earned it.
That's where we are.
He's earned it.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Great point by Sean Pendergast, speaking of Sean this morning, that I hadn't thought of. So Todd Callis is Mr. You got to pay tribute to the traditions in sports, right? Mr. Don't say no hitter during the game and all that. Hey, Bregman hit 2 home runs with Julia on the call. Bregman hit 2 home runs with Julia on the call. You better, what if they come back and he doesn't play well, you got to put Julia back on the call, right, Todd?
No.
What'd you think of it, by the way?
It was fine. I mean, it's good.
It was awkward, but it was fine. No, it was awkward. It just sounded weird.
Yeah, it was,
we're used to Todd.
You know what I've noticed about this, and I want loopholes to correct me if I'm wrong. I don't mean this in a weird way, but I think there's kind of, first of all, she could have been bad, and a lot of people would have said she was good no matter what.
Yeah.
I mean, there's that, obviously. I think that's fair to say.
She's a nice lady, too, so
yeah,
she's going to get the benefit
and
of that.
She's awesome. She's great. But she could have been bad. The group, and this is just my experience, so I'm not trying to generalize. I'm just talking about just my experience. The group of folks that, whether it's Beth Mowens, who I think is fantastic, whether it's Doris Burke, whatever, the group of people that don't like women doing play-by-play the most and stuff like that is women.
Is it?
It's women, dude. The women are the ones who like it the least.
I think it's habits. It just comes down, we're used to, by and large, men, So it's just like sounds different. So yeah, you could be
Beth
right.
Mowens is a badass.
She's really good. She's really, really good.
Yeah, but I think Todd's fine. And I think Julia probably wants to go back to.
Oh, by the way, respect to Julia. I would have said no thank you. Like to do, if I'm doing that job and they want me to do play-by-play, I was like, oh, you know what? I hate not to be a team player.
I think we all get like that, man.
No, thank you.
Like, I don't know if I want to do y'all job, like being a host like that.
Yes.
And I'm sure y'all don't want to do my job.
I don't.
I mean, I've done it.
I don't.
Oh, you want to do it?
Yeah.
Hey, you can fill in for me. I can piece. I'm sure you don't want to do it.
Saying I've done it many a times. Long time.
All I'm saying
but was you good, though?
No, that's
the real question.
I was the
There's
best.
a lot of people did this, man.
I was the best.
Matt Hammond did this job before.
Yeah. There was a lot of dead air.
There's a lot of dead air.
A lot of dead air there. Yeah, I was the best, man.
Yeah.
How to make
goods.
good.
Forgot who trained him, man. Good grace. Goodness gracious.
No, thank you. Yeah. I'm not even going to hide. No.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
You and I still have hope. You want to be a head coach in college basketball?
No.
Well, we still have hope.
No.
There's still hope if you want to be one. Doug Gottlieb.
He's been trying to be
he's been on the air a long time, man.
There's some people at Oklahoma State who thought, oh, man, maybe he can be the coach.
Doug Gottlieb, hired from his radio show to be the next head basketball coach at University of Green Bay. How about that? There's still hope. Who's hiring? Who's hiring?
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Yeah, on the text line, Landry, you're so right about us not liking women doing play-by-play. I'm telling you, it's women that have the biggest problem with women.
I actually
doing
like
play-by-play.
that happens a lot because guys usually get criticized when they don't like a woman doing something.
Yeah.
But when a woman doing it, you can't really have that argument.
Yeah.
Because it's another woman doing it.
She's a legend, man.
Yeah.
She's a legend. Speaking of legends, Jake Fisher's really growing on me, man.
There's another one.
I mean, I can't get over this Jake Fisher pick. I'm really starting to feel this Jake Fisher pick.
Yeah.
I gotta
think
confess.
it's chess.
I gotta confess.
Well, if you look at the contract that, and we were talking about it earlier. You have C.J. Stroud. He's got 2 years.
I think it's
I
think it's chess. I think it's the sports book.
Insurance.
Yeah.
The chess is that eventually, like 2 years from now, you're gonna have to say
you have to.
He'll be the
say
guy.
goodbye to either Tunsil or Howard.
He'll be
or
the
both.
tackle.
The sports book is sometimes when you go to a sports book, you make a crappy bet.
You're telling me this.
Well, I'm telling you. And sometimes you have to hedge your bet.
Oh, okay.
That's what I
That's a
think.
hedge.
I think the Titus Howard extension was not wise. So you kind of hedge it.
Yeah.
So I think there's that.
I think you could
It's
be
my confession.
And I agree. I think it could be Tunsil and or Titus Howard. And I think you should probably draft another tackle this year.
Honestly, I think it might be a possibility where they might, this might look silly, but they might put Titus back at guard.
Oh, yeah.
And put him at right tackle.
Oh, yeah. Could. It's
I guess it depends on Kenyon Green and all that, but I think that's a chance.
Yeah. I know. I think it's on the table.
Watch this.
More guard, huh?
These are my confessions.
I am loving this Clint Stoerner thing. Like, I am loving
What'd he do?
So, I don't know exactly who. I need to give him credit. I'll find it. So, apparently, Michael Strahan's sack record, it's not only bogus because of the Brett Favre thing, when he took a dive at his feet. It's bogus because Clint Stoerner did not get sacked. When you look at the video, you guys have seen this, right?
Yeah, I seen it.
It's very obvious. That was not a sack. One of his 22 and a half sacks that Strahan got for the record.
I know you're watching the same film I watch.
Dude, I'm loving it because it's our guy, first of all, Clint, and that wasn't a sack. It was not a sack.
Can they go back and change this?
It's happened before. I actually looked it up. It's happened before where they've gone up and changed. Back in the day, they changed.
So you want to go back decades?
Yes. Change it. TJ Watt.
That's almost 23 years ago.
I don't care. There wasn't a sack. It was not a sack. Look at it. Started on, I want to say the 24-yard line or 34-yard line, and he ended up gaining like a half a yard or a yard, depending on how you feel like he marked it. It's been done before, Figgy, where they've gone back and said, nope, that record is not the record.
I think this is the one time Dallas and Houston should stick together to stick it to the Giants.
Yes. I'm loving the whole thing, though. It's pretty cool.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I kind of felt bad for Gronk in the Tom Brady roast.
Because they made him look so dumb?
I mean, enough was enough there. I mean,
it was everyone.
Aaron Hernandez deserved it. Like, a lot of people deserved it. I feel like Gronk got it worse than anybody,
He
really.
did. So you finally saw it.
I felt bad for him.
Yeah. I kind of did, too, a little bit. But it was, boy,
But then he spikes the shot glass and ruins it all. It's like, what are you
exactly,
doing, dude?
It was at Jaguar Gator NFL.
For what, the Clint thing?
The Clint thing. Like, dude, I'm looking at it again right now. Like, that's not a sack. Sorry. Not a sack.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Really starting to feel, even though I like the Bears thing, I'm feeling the Titans as the opener. I'm feeling the Titans as the And we'll find out tomorrow at 6 p.m. But now that the other teams that we thought might be it are out, it's got to be the Titans. I think it's going to be the Titans.
By the way, I Blake Fisher. I guess I said Jake once.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, Blake Fisher.
I heard Blake.
Blake, Jake.
Yeah. Blake, Jake, fake, take, make, rake.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so yesterday, do we have an update? You confessed that you were kind of annoyed with one of your neighbors asking you if you could borrow your trailer.
Oh, we have a little bit of an update for those who weren't listening.
Because I'm in a weird situation myself.
Yeah?
So my confession is I don't want to, I don't even want to pretend here, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So my wife's going to kill me. Who cares? It's confessions. So my wife has a relative. She's the sweetest lady ever. She's awesome. She's great. All that. It's birth, grandma, all that. Shout out to her. She's the best.
Yeah.
Well, I guess she knows someone who lives here in Houston.
Oh no.
And this is the message that I got attached. That I got sent here. Here it is, right here. From her birth grandma. Can you call? Would you have Landry call my friend? He lives in Houston and he wants to meet him or to give you his phone number for Landry to call so he wouldn't think he was a nut if he called. His number is blah, 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 blah. He's a retired petroleum engineer, meteorologist, Air Force, smart guy, and they live in a retirement village in Houston. It's her I guess it's her longtime friend from Houston. He maybe wants to meet and listen to me. Dude, it's not like it's someone who listens to this show. It's just like me randomly calling. This is awkward.
Dude, like a private show?
But it's not. But it's not like he's a listener and he's like, "Hey, will you?" He probably doesn't even know what we do.
Yeah,
this is awkward.
Retired dude just wants to say, "Hey,
hey, welcome to my world."
That is weird.
You got people all the time.
My mother do it all the time.
Yeah, but
and she'll be like, "Oh yeah, my son on the radio." It'll be some random old lady like, "Oh, what radio station?"
Yes,
and it's just. Yeah.
My confession is it's just it's kind of uncomfortable.
It's very uncomfortable. And let me give you the update for those who weren't.
Did he ask for some tickets?
Yeah, did he ask for those who weren't listening yesterday? So I have I keep my travel trailer down in Aransas Pass, and I had a dude text me and say, "Hey, my daughter and her roommate are finishing exams this week. Can they stay in your trailer for 4 nights while I'm not there?" Well, first of all, I'm going to be there one of the days, but oh, and by the way, can they borrow the kayaks you have underneath your trailer? Who does this? We barely know each other. We only see each other occasionally, not even every time. So the update is I didn't even mince words. Sometimes you just got to be very direct. I just said, this is kind of mean.
You're gonna
bleep no.
No, it wasn't that direct. I said, wish I could help. Unfortunately, we cannot. I said, wish I could help, but no.
That was pretty polite.
Yeah, that's good.
I would have said N-A-H. Nah.
Just like the call, and you don't even know what's going. Like,
can my kids stay in
4
your trailer?
days?
And
4 days. 4 days is a long
4
time,
nights,
man.
4 nights. And oh, by the way, they want to borrow your kayak. Think of the liability.
That's a vacation, man.
Yeah, think of the liability that I would be under. Man, I wouldn't be able to sleep at night. Yeah.
I'm just not.
Or you should charge them like $1,500 a night.
Yeah, they can do it for a price. Yeah.
Coming up next, is Texans versus Titans really one of the top up-and-coming rivalries? Someone on this show believes that's the case. We'll discuss coming up next. Texans, Titans. I feel like we might be a little too close to the situation. John Lopez said something, and I was just like, what? Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's unique.
You said this is one of the most up-and-coming rivalries in the NFL. Are we sure?
Yeah.
Are we sure the Titans are good? They don't.
No.
Do they have to have a quarterback? Like, doesn't there have to be some sort of... CJ Stroud hasn't lost to the Titans. The Texans beat the Titans with the ghost of Case Keenum.
Yeah. How much does that matter, though, week one? Because you're still going to have the idea of Will Zalatoris. I mean, Will Zalatoris. I was looking at I was reading a PGA story in the break of Will Levis.
I called Blake Jake.
It's another major week.
Went way out there.
It's another majors week, PGA Championship. I'm not going to do the picks. I was just reading some golf during the week. I told you I'm a big golf fan. Anyway, you're still going to have the idea of Will Levis and the prospect of it, and you're still going to have all these things that the Titans have done. New coach, Brian Callahan, all that stuff. So week one.
You're not selling me.
No, hold on. I'm just talking about the game itself. Now let's get to the rivalry.
You don't have to sell me here. I'm talking. You said national, though.
Yeah, nationally, the rivalry was getting headlines across the board. Like it was on ESPN. It was on every website. She
just the uniforms, right?
She said this. She said that.
Yeah, the uniform thing.
Well, that's what makes a rivalry.
Yeah, but I mean, how long does that last?
Again, we're talking week one. I think the idea of this being. And by the way, it is becoming one of the best rivalries, at least division rivalries.
Locally, I agree.
Mm-hmm.
But you were nationally, I think it's different. I think if we went 3 hours up north, I don't think they're talking about it. I don't think people in Cleveland, California, or anything are like when Texans Titans are on. I don't think it sits there like even Bears and Packers. As much as it's been pretty one-sided for the majority of my lifetime.
Mm-hmm.
If it's on, it feels like a rivalry. Coming rivalries. Like
even sometimes, like I know the Browns been bad, but Browns and Steelers.
Yeah.
That's still kind of like
like Texans, Titans, I don't know that it has real national appeal. Locally, it's as big as it gets.
Yeah, I think that's changing. I really do. I mean, we saw it happening last year. I mean, it was all over. You guys remember this. I mean, just all over. Now, however you get to a rivalry doesn't necessarily matter. It's that it is a rivalry. And this is two owners going at each other.
Well, Amy Adams, has she said anything yet? Or she's more so just her actions, right?
Yeah, so she's more actions and kind of like subtle little comments. I mean, hell, we had Callahan sitting right there to your right, kind of juicing it. And that made national news, too. Like our shows, their responses on our show made national news. Like some rivalries come from very weird places. Like weird things kind of trigger a rivalry. From a player talking trash to something like this, it doesn't necessarily mean like, oh, this team's won 4 games and this team's won 4 games and they're playing at a high level. Yes, that can lead to a rivalry, but it's not necessarily always that. I think Titans Texans is absolutely that. And then there's the new coach factor. There's the rising.
That guy's like a fallback, though. Like it's not like they hired Sean Payton or something like that or created some sort of buzz.
But nevertheless, week one.
Callahan.
Week one.
Callahan?
Week
like,
one,
really?
it matters. Week one, it doesn't matter,
Callahan?
I should say. What
Nobody's dying to see the debut of Callahan.
Well, I didn't say
Let's
they
be
were.
serious.
They got Bill.
That makes it even worse.
Hey, the O-line might be all right.
Oh, yeah, they might have a good O-line.
They got that new first rounder.
I mean, what is going on? Well, they got one of the best O-line coaches of all time. But what are we doing here?
No, I think it is, man.
Callahan?
I think it is.
I mean, like, talk about Will Levis
fans.
or something.
Let's ask the fans. 713.
The local fans, yes. Yeah. But the national fans, no.
Well, I mean, even
the national fans.
Who do you feel like the Texans are rivals with as far as nationally?
Nationally?
I would say the Colts.
Nationally, I think they're rival. I think the Texans are to the point.
Like if you was up in Cleveland and you look down at the Houston Texans, who you feel like, oh, that's a good, nice little back and forth?
I think it's multiple. I think it's I think it's like Cincinnati. I think it's Buffalo. I think it's like those teams. I think the Texans are kind of that team. Like when people look at the Texans and you're just a casual observer, and let's say you're flipping through the guide or whatever, and you see it, I think you're excited to see them face a team that's kind of on that tier above them, whether it's Baltimore, whether it's Cincinnati, whether it's Buffalo. Not necessarily because people outside of Houston believe in it, but I think that's where like the rivalry. Can the Texans knock this team off? I don't know if they get pumped about Texans Colts. I don't know that the Colts, and I think the Colts are getting slept on. I think the Colts are getting extremely slept on. I think they're dangerous as hell.
Yeah,
I think the Colts are dangerous as hell, but I don't think they have like that national appeal to where it's like, oh man, Texas Colts, I got to check this out, unless something's on the line like it was last year. But I think their rival is just an entire second tier.
But even last year, when you looked at that playoff, that was pretty much a playoff game. And the Texans, that was all about the number 1 overall pick.
Yeah.
And they was duking it out. And you could say with Houston winning that game, they had a better. They got the chance to get C.J. Stroud over somebody like the Colts.
I hear what both of you guys are saying. I think what's happened in the last year, even nationally, people are like, oh, those are the teams that were going at it, off the field.
Yeah.
And then you got guys like Warren Moon being a mouthpiece for Amy Adams Strunk, which we didn't talk about very much.
Boy, that text line blew up.
That was the biggest mouthpiece.
They were bringing up some stuff that had nothing to do with football.
Oh boy, they did. And you have like people here talking about it. I think even nationally, like it's and I said budding, burgeoning, whatever you want to use, rivalries. I think it's Titans, man.
People were mad at Warren, man.
They're still mad at Warren.
Real mad at Warren.
They brought up some dark stuff. They brought up some very dark stuff,
Lord,
which has still never been proven. But very dark.
They were talking about P. Diddy. Well, y'all were talking about Warren Moon when he brought this up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like the Titans. I'm intrigued. I do want to see how that looks, but I think it's a local thing, man. I think locally it's going to be one of the most fun weeks we have.
Mm-hmm. Oh, for sure. For sure.
It's going to be one of the most exciting weeks that we have, but we'll see what they're to hell to. I think, like, as far as just viewing, I think it's going to be really strange for me. You just put yourself in the mindset of the last half decade plus or whatever, and just think about, like, real quick, just think about Texans versus Titans. Boom. You turn it on. You know where you're looking.
Oh,
if the Titans are going right to left, you're looking in the backfield. If they're going left to right, you're looking on the far left, and you're looking at that big ass dude with the hair sticking out of his helmet, and you're terrified if he's going to run for 9, 10, 15, 20, 75 yards on the next play. It is going to be weird to turn on the Texans-Titans and not have to either look far right or far left at the threat of Derrick Henry. Yeah. That has nothing to do with the rivalry. I'm just talking about when we watch that game, turning on the TV and checking things out.
Yeah, no, for sure. And then seeing him in another uniform as well.
God.
Man.
I don't feel like that's getting much respect. I feel like people are treating it like it's washed. He's like, where is he? He might be washed, right?
Well, I think he's on his way down. I don't know about washed.
He's got Lamar back there with him.
That's going to help. That's going to help a little bit. Yeah, no, I think it's a better rivalry than the Colts. And I've always hated,
nationally
is the question. Like Figgy brought up.
These are two actually good teams.
Yeah, like nationally, you think people are looking at because I don't know that everyone is familiar with the Amy Adams and all that.
But they've become more familiar with it in the last 8 months or whatever.
So do you think somebody watching the Texans and Titans because of the rivalry?
No, not because of the rivalry, but it is. You know that it's one that it's like you gave up the example, and it's a great example, Packers and Bears, but that's 100 years old. Like, I don't watch Packers and Bears and say, oh, what a great rivalry. I just know that they are. I just know that they are. That's not why I'm watching it, but I know that there's some feelings there. There's some really deep
It
feelings.
seemed like this rivalry is a little more awkward because you got some people that's like, why is they wearing those uniforms? And they never played. I mean, they never played there. Mm-hmm. So it's like a lot of awkward moments the way you look at it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's also a lot of booms that need to move on from it. For being honest,
but even if you're not a boomer, you know what's been going on.
Yeah,
No,
know what's been going on, but you got to move on from it, man. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with
It's still going to be happening.
Figgy's getting run up on by Leroy in there right now. Look at Leroy in there just running up on Figgy. Figgy was spitting some hot fire to the people, and Leroy's just in there just chilling with him. Look at this guy. fresh off another one of those weekend benders. I don't know how Leroy does it, man.
It was a birthday weekend.
Hey, every weekend's a birthday weekend. There ain't
Leroy
no such
had
thing
another
as a
bender.
damn birthday weekend. Yeah, birthday weekend. What was your excuse 2 months ago? And the 2 months in between that, Bender, come on.
Birthday month.
Oh, he's one of those?
Oh, he's a birthday year.
Yeah.
Coming up next, let's go around the NFL. The thoughts on the young quarterbacks. The new announcement, that might have been a little bit too much. That's next.
What's Coach D'Amico's focus?
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, we got 4 season openers set. Ravens, Chiefs Thursday night. Packers, Eagles Friday in Brazil. Cowboys, Browns Sunday. That's going to be the Tom Brady debut. And then Jets, 49ers Monday Night Football. Here's how Tom Brady announced, or I guess Michael Strahan announced to Tom Brady that he was going to call his first game between the Cowboys and the Browns.
I know you've been waiting to call your first game. Yeah. And I got a little something for you, man. I got some big news. I know a little something about your first game. Are you going to tell me? Maybe I will. You want to know? I want to know. You want to know? Damn right I want to know. All right, drum roll, please. For the first time in 5 years, the NFL on Fox opens with the Dallas Cowboys. Wow. Yeah, it's going to be your first game. So how do you like that news? You get to the Cowboys first week. Amazing. Obviously, having the Cowboys, America's team, that's going to get a little hard for me to say that all the time. I understand they were the competition for a long time. But in this new role, I know the Cowboys, how important they are to this network. They got great storylines. Come on, Dak Prescott, let's see if he can finally come through. Did that just slip out? I love covering them. I've been obviously going against them for a long time, and now I get to tell everyone how great they are. Oh.
I've lost, like, it just doesn't hit the same now that I know that his sack record is fake.
Did you not? Do you watch the Brett Favre thing?
No, I did. I thought it was fake because of that, but now, you know, they got that bogus Clint Stoerner sack. I thought that was kind of weird altogether.
I mean, honestly, I think that Michael Strahan or Brady, one of them or both of them, should have been holding a pizza box in their lap. That was like, I've watched porn where there's better acting than that.
Yeah.
I mean, let's listen to the dialogue. Hey,
Miss, pool cleaning, anyone?
Yeah, listen.
Ma'am?
I mean, you might as well be, hey, Miss Johnson, where is your husband?
Yeah.
He's gone. He hasn't touched me in so long. Oh, well, I better get home.
You looking mighty fine, Miss Johnson.
I'm interested in buying this house.
Did someone order a pizza? I mean, listen to this.
I know you've been waiting to call your first game. Yeah. And I got a little something for you, man. I got some big news. I know a little something about your first
Listen to Brady's.
I want to know. I want to know. You want to know? Damn right I want to know. All right.
Come on.
It's awful acting.
I know something about your first game. Tell me.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Tell me.
That's acting, baby. That's acting.
Quarterback extension, Jared Goff, 4 years, $212 million, $170 million guaranteed. All downhill from here on out for the Lions. All downhill.
I don't agree. I don't agree. I think the Lions, look, they've got this enormous extension, and not just him, but Penei Sewell and Amon-Ra St.
Yeah, they're
Brown.
great.
They're
Goff's good. They're great. Goff's good.
Can't deny what Goff has done the last couple of years. Just can't. It's been
good system guy.
He's a system guy. He might be
good system guy.
But you know, everybody has to fit in a system. Everybody has a system. I think the Lions are going to be there again the next couple of years, but I don't know how far that gets them. They're just really good, really good.
Rookie quarterbacks. Here's Jaden Daniels talking about his rivalry with C.J. Stroud. And why C.J. Stroud is kind of the standard for him.
I mean, I'd be lying. You know, that's my boy. We competitive. I'd be lying if I say I don't want to do better than him his rookie year. But what he did, unheard of. No, it's unheard of. I'm not comparing myself to him. I mean, just me being a competitive, us being from the same area, I want to outdo him. Just like, you know, he's a 2-time Heisman finalist, but he ain't win one, so I won one. So okay, you know, but that's my brother. Man, that's my dog. Like a confident human being, and they put some pieces around him. So I'm excited to see him now. You know, going to year 2 where teams got 18 games on him. So I'm excited to see what he does.
I said it, and I'll say it again. There's just a level of respect that C.J. Stroud has gotten so quickly is just incredible.
Do you think that any of these quarterbacks have a C.J. type of impact? In other words, like, do any of these quarterbacks take their team to the playoffs? Like Daniels with Washington, that seems kind of tough.
Yeah.
May with New England, my gosh, that's damn near impossible. We don't even know if he's going to start.
I mean, the obvious choice.
Although they were saying this about CJ last year. Caleb Williams.
That's the obvious choice.
I mean, that situation is set up perfect.
Yes.
Now, in hindsight, you can say the Texans situation was set up perfect. You can say that.
Mm-hmm.
But as far as like on paper, which is all we have to judge with the Bears with the money they've been spending and stuff, perfect.
Yeah, they wasn't a bad team. Remember, that first overall pick was Carolina's.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like they had a bad record and they picking first.
Yeah.
He's got Keenan Allen and DJ Moore and Kmet as his weapons.
Yes. Yeah, no, that's the main pick. You know how I feel about Jaden Daniels. I really like him a lot. It's a big ask in Washington, that's for sure. But I mean, talk about a good system for him. They got Kingsbury, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that good?
I think for him, yeah, I think it would be good for him. So maybe.
Here's Gerard Mayo on Drake May, who C.J. Stroud, by the way, said was the most NFL-ready quarterback, the rookie out of UNC. Here's Gerard Mayo talking about Drake May.
Early impressions of Drake, look, I mean, he has a lot to work on. But I have no doubt that he'll put the time in. So, I know you guys saw him out. Well, you didn't see him out here yesterday, but, he was here all night trying to get, on the same page as everyone else.
All night? What was he doing? Thought this was just kind of a chill thing. He spend the night?
He spent the night. Put a cot up. He put a cot up.
What does that mean?
I don't know. I think that was a little bit over the top.
That's the type of player I want on my team.
Yeah. First one in, last one out. First one in, last one out.
Walk around with the playbook.
Yeah. He's a sponge. He's a sponge. I don't know what they're going to get there, but it's a tough task in New England.
You think Nick Caserio is the first one in? No doubt. Like every time.
I'm trying to think about it.
I don't think so.
I
don't think so.
You don't think he's the first one in?
The first one in the building.
Yeah.
No.
There are some real candidates.
Frank Ross.
That's
yes.
one of them.
That's 100%.
Oh, God, yes.
There are some real candidates.
He's getting a medal.
Yeah.
Getting there around 3 a.m.
It's either gold, silver, or bronze, and if he gets bronze, he's pissed.
Yeah, that was the one I was thinking of.
You don't think Caserio's there?
No, he's probably, he might get a medal, as you put it.
But Frank Ross is first?
I think Frank Ross was the one. He was the one I was thinking of. Like,
special teams coordinator Frank Ross.
Yeah.
Okay. Why wasn't Caserio cool enough to get invited to the Tom Brady roast? They spent a long time together, man.
Yeah.
He's there for 20 years.
What's he going to do?
What did any of them do? Sit on the damn stage.
What's he going to do?
Sit in the stands. What do you mean? What's he going to do?
I mean, like, why would he want to go? Because it's Tom Brady?
He wasn't even technically the GM there.
Yeah.
You think Tom Brady would be able to? Yeah, but he was a position coach. He was on the headset with Tom Brady. Mm-hmm. He was Bill Belichick's right-hand man. He worked out all these guys. He was more than a. I mean, he was all over the place.
Why don't you invite the water boy too?
Come on. Now you're just being disrespectful to Caserio's legacy.
Yeah, why would he be invited?
I'm sure he watched.
Oh, he had to have loved it.
Yeah.
You imagine being a part of that and actually listening to all those jokes and stuff?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm sure he watched.
You know, who do you think enjoyed that the most? Enjoyed that roast the most? Of all the observers?
Belichick?
No. There's a right answer. No, there's a right answer.
What's the right answer?
Come on.
What's the right answer?
Giselle.
Oh, no, she hated it.
Why?
Because of
her screwing the karate teacher?
Yes. You know, babe, you really should pick up jiu-jitsu. She went, who was it that said, she went 8 times a day and she's still a white belt?
Kevin Hart.
She's still a white belt. She goes 8 times a day.
I think was best.
Oh, Nikki Glaser. It wasn't even close. Nikki Glaser.
I don't know, man.
She was the best.
I don't know. No, I would agree from like a comedic standpoint.
Yeah.
They were all pretty good, except
Bledsoe was awesing.
That's what I was going to say because he's not a comedian.
Yeah, Bledsoe.
His delivery and drinking and all that.
Yeah,
I think that Drew Bledsoe was up there because I factor in that's not his thing. That's Nikki Glazer's thing.
No. Oh, yeah, you do have to separate them.
Yeah,
comedians, it wasn't even close.
But
Glazer.
I thought that Bert and that other dude kind of added a new element.
Mm-hmm.
They compared him to every worst person in the world.
Yeah, Bledsoe was really, really good.
No, he did his thing. I was shocked.
Yeah.
Moss was the worst.
Moss was, well, he had to follow like Glazier. I think.
Yeah, that was kind of garbage. And Nicky.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the worst.
What did Kevin Hart say about Moss? He said, Randy came up here looking like a substitute public school teacher.
Yeah.
He's the only
the sweater vest.
Yeah, he's he said something like he's a black dude who can make you look like white trash. Something like that.
Yeah, no, it was good.
Yeah, Glazer was up there.
Mm-hmm.
The one comedian wasn't that good. The one that was sitting by Andrew Schultz, I didn't think.
Is he the one that just went across the board on everybody?
No, that guy was awesome.
He was funny, but it was too much. He's like went on and on and on.
Nah, that dude was dark as hell. Jeff Ross is the man.
Yeah. I'm trying to think.
The chick.
The two dudes were the worst.
Nah, the chick was the worst.
No,
the chick that Tom Brady said looked like the girl that looked like the guy that tore his ACL.
Yeah,
that was the worst.
But the two guys together, I was like, this is not that good. Yeah, not that. They were down in the audience.
Who, Dana White?
No, the two guys, the two comedians that did a bit together
with the TV screen.
Yeah,
that's funny.
Nah,
they were comparing him to everything bad. Tom wasn't bad either. He went up
Tom
there
was not bad.
Kind of defended himself a little bit.
Yeah, Tom was not bad.
You guys have made a lot of jokes. But in all seriousness, I miss the love of my life. Football.
How you feel about Edelman?
Oh, he was great.
Yeah, he was all right. Yeah.
Man, he wasn't worried about getting in trouble.
No.
The Aaron Hernandez.
How about Brady just admitting to Deflategate?
He wasn't admitting it.
He did.
Yeah, but he was just saying for $20 million I would admit it. He wasn't admitting it. Okay, Schefter. You're turning into Mike Florio.
Florio would do that.
You are Florio, though. You're trying to take away Strahan's sack record.
He did say.
You're trying to take away Strahan's sack record 23 years down the line. You're Florio.
They should take away Strahan's sack record.
Go back 23 years.
Will the NFL tarnish the Patriots and get rid of their first-round pick over this Tom Brady joke?
Texans, Bears, week 1 is a possibility. Number 1 overall pick, Caleb Williams and his vibe.
I'm Caleb. How would you describe his aura?
You can really tell that he's comfortable with himself in his own skin, and he is who he is. His personality starts, in his light comes out from the inside. You can certainly feel that energy. He's a 1 + 1 = 3 guy. So he's an enhancer. He's a guy that brings out the best in people, and you can certainly feel that within 5 minutes of meeting.
Okay, the 1 + 1 equals
1
yeah.
equals 3
The
guy.
1 + 1 = 3 thing is just nuts.
Yeah. So he's just deep or what?
He's different. No,
wrong?
I think he's saying this is kind of a different cat. This is a different kind of guy. And I mean, he's trying to make it sound complimentary. He's a 1 + 1 = 3 guy. It doesn't sound complimentary to me. I'd be a little worried about it.
Earlier in the show, Lopez, he said that the Astros were starting to make some hay. Mm-hmm. I asked the question on Twitter, should this saying still exist or should it be replaced? Seth Payne weighed in. He said, it's my very annoying opinion is that people should know the basics of how beef and dairy is produced.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Mark Vandermeer says, should a big punch still be known as a haymaker? If so, keep it. Should a big punch be known as a haymaker?
It's just kind of become part of the lore, part of the vernacular, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Some say get it out. Some say they still use it. Someone took it a step further, said it should be the entire phrase.
Yeah, while the sun shines.
Make hay while the sun shines.
Yeah, that's
opportunities when you have them.
Yes.
But you can make it in the dark, right?
Not as easily.
But you can still make it.
Or in the rain.
You can still make it.
But you can make hay.
You think they
farmer are you, brother?
You think they're going to be out there making hay at night with no lights?
I mean, so there's plenty of farmers that
Have
are
you been
making
out in
hay
the
at
country?
night. There's have I been out in the country?
You see how dark it get?
Hell yeah, I see how dark it gets.
Imagine being out there
Shout
trying
out
to make some hay.
Mills. But people do it, man. You
At night?
You think Hardo Farmers is, it's dark, I better go home.
No, that's why they have
you got to get it
daylight
done,
savings time, man. So they have more light.
That sounds like a Hardo.
Yeah.
You got to get it done, man. Sometimes.
No, you make hay.
Sometimes
make hay while the sun shines. Yeah.
I ain't making no damn hay at night.
Make hay while it's dark? What the hell is that?
I'm saying you can. If you got to get it done, you got to get it done.
Yeah, and you can make more when it's the sun shining.
Buffalo, they've added a receiver, kinda, depending who you ask. They're signing former Chiefs wide receiver Marquez Valdez-Scantling to a 1-year deal worth up to $4.5 million. $1.125 million signing bonus.
I mean, look at the Bills receivers right now.
They got Coleman, who's really just kind of a viral sensation. He's talking a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And then they've got Marquez Valdez-Scantling. I like Coleman, but I think it's going to get old.
Oh yeah, no, it will, but he's fun.
I feel for him because I think it's his authentic personality. I just think it's kind of going to get old.
Yes, but they have a very weak looking room. Coleman's for sure. But
yeah,
I feel.
Why does Valdez-Scantling get passed around so much? He's very average, but
he's not getting paid very much either, comparatively speaking.
Oh wow,
he's
Look
not.
at you.
$4.5 million.
Look at you.
1 year
man.
deal. That's a test.
Yeah, Lopez made more than that. Here.
No, I said comparatively.
Wow.
I said comparatively speaking. Like that's not exactly a
our contract better than that.
That's not exactly a we believe in you contract.
We got some farmers on the text line. You can't bale hay when it's wet. At night,
with the dew
the
and
dew
the
sets
moisture.
in. Tractors have lights.
Yeah.
Y'all should get out the city. Been out the city, my man. I'm not baling hay. I've been out the city.
Mm-hmm.
Mi amigo. Ed Locker would have done circles around you when it came to barreling hay. I promise you that.
I picked watermelons one summer. Ever tell you that?
Come on.
That was one of the hardest things I've ever done in my life. Throwing watermelons up on the back of a flatbed truck. Whew. I got out of there as quick as I could. It's like, I think I'm going to find another job.
Probably lasted a day.
It was about 2 weeks.
That's a week, man. That would have been that's a good job right there.
It was a great job. It was a good workout. I did it between my junior and senior year of high school in Pearsall, Texas, outside of Pearsall, Texas. And it was only like a 2 week job anyway. But I didn't come back for the next 2 weeks.
Did it say you had more of a bulge when you were?
It was a good workout.
Chopping up that dime bag in the Mexican restaurant.
It was a good workout. Hey, picking watermelons, no joke. No.
Coming up next, the internet goes nuts here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. First, though, I want to talk about Orchard. My goodness, I feel bad.
610.
I got the internet going nuts.
All right, internet going nuts here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Pour one out. Great joys of a millennial's childhood. It is going to come to an end. We'll talk about that. Plus, I mean, I get that we want to embrace people thriving in their older age, but we're taking it a little bit too far. But let's start with this Michael Strahan thing. John Lopez is a snitch. He wants to take away Michael Strahan's sack record. We all remember the Brett Favre sack that set the record.
Sacked by Michael Strahan. And Favre ran right into him. It almost looked like it was a design play.
You know why?
He faked the handoff, rolled right. Strahan, you gotta be kidding.
You gotta be kidding me. Now, that was the one that we all knew, and even in the moment, figured Favre, who was good buddies with Strahan, was just doing him a solid. This Stoerner one is just really interesting to me. I'm all in. It was not a sack. They went back and looked. He gained about a yard, maybe 3/4 of a yard, whatever. Strahan got credit for a sack. He should not. They should go back and rightfully give the record to T.J. Watt. I mean, right is right, right?
John, it's been 23 years.
So?
Why are you doing
it's wrong.
this, man?
It's wrong.
Why are you doing this?
It's not a sack record. I mean, Michael Strahan did all right for himself afterward. Regardless, I wonder how much of a factor the sack record was in him getting all these jobs.
I got the internet going nuts.
So what did you say at the start of this segment? So we might have to say goodbye to.
Yeah.
Are we thinking about the same thing here?
Perhaps, man.
Red Lobster?
No. What?
What happened with?
You didn't see this?
Nah. What happened?
Red Lobster closing 50 restaurants and considering bankruptcy. Here's the thing, and I've been very, very upfront. I've never been a Red Lobster fan.
I like it.
It's one of those places.
I actually went like 3 months ago.
I call it, well, I guess we'll just go there restaurant. If everything else is closed or you don't find anything else, well, I guess we'll go to Red Lobster.
Man, that was top notch back in the day, though,
it's
man.
But when was the last time? And look, first of all, it sucks. I wish they hadn't had to close 50 restaurants, whatever.
Yeah.
But
Bottomless Shrimp lost them money.
The Bottomless Shrimp did lose them. Actually, that's one of the things being mentioned.
Lost them bread, bro.
That's one of the things being mentioned. But when was the last time you're sitting around and anyone in your circle says, hey, let's go to Red Lobster?
3 months ago.
Seriously?
Yeah, 3 months ago.
Figgy?
It's random.
Yeah. Nah, since I moved down here, I never wanted Red Lobster.
I mean,
up in Cleveland, that's all we got.
Yeah.
So I was going there.
Come on.
As far as seafood, nah, it's slim pickings.
Yeah. But, I mean, I think it sucks. It's too bad. But Red Lobster, I mean, they kind of made this bed, man.
He's kind of turning into a guy that turns his chin up to Cleveland, isn't he?
I mean, you going there for some seafood?
I mean, I don't know. I think they have.
You gotta pick your right spots.
Yeah.
Seafood ain't one of them.
Yeah. Red Lobster is just not good.
I got the internet going nuts.
The Michael Strahan thing. But before I get to just, I mean, we'll get somewhere else in a sec. Whether it's childhood death, some people might celebrate this. I'm kind of rolling my eyes. Some might celebrate something else that I think is just kind of gross. But that's just me.
What's that?
But first, let's just hear Warren Sapp talking about Michael Strahan real quick, because this always takes me back. Whenever Warren Sapp starts blabbing, I always think it's funny.
4 straight Pro Bowls and whatever else he has, in the mythical sack record. I did say that.
Well, that's
accurate. But I've been there since day one saying that, so I watched that game. I'm not gonna go on. I don't get along just to get along. I love facts.
Okay, I love facts. Your resume don't sack. All right, where do we want to start? Do we want to start with the death of a childhood staple, or do we want to move to something that okay? I mean, I know what we're trying to do, but we're really failing.
I want the childhood staple. I thought you were talking about Red Lobster because that's what I was going to bring up.
No, I want a staple. Mm-hmm. That's ever so often.
Yeah.
I'm talking about Chuck E. Cheese, man.
What about it?
Chuck E. Cheese is getting rid of the mechanical band, and it's going to be removed from all but 2 locations of the chain's more than 400 U.S. locations, amidst what the CEO described as the most aggressive transformation of Chuck E. Cheese as of late. So the fake
I love that thing.
Animals up there.
The drummer
playing on the stage and stuff.
Thing was the best part.
And all that. They're getting rid of it. And it's going to be replaced by giant TV screens, digital dance floors, and trampoline gyms. Just a few years after the chain temporarily closed a number of locations during COVID-19. So they got rid of the ball pits, and now they're getting rid of the fake band. I don't like this.
They trying to keep up with them trampoline parks.
Yeah,
that's what it is.
I get it, but I feel like it
was the signature thing.
It was cool, man.
Yeah, it was really like. And again, I always think of the drummer,
the drums, the mouse on the drums, just sitting there doing that. I don't like this, man.
When you gonna take your baby?
See, I feel like she would have loved the fake band.
Well,
and
they're
now
still
she's going to be looking at a damn TV. Look at a damn TV at home.
They're still going to have the mascot, aren't they? Walking around.
I don't know what they're going to do. I mean, who knows at this? At
might
this
get
pace?
rid of that.
They better have the mascot.
They have it on the TV.
That's a staple.
Pace, they might turn it into a damn laser tag park or something
they
like
have
that.
An AI
mascot.
I mean, I was looking forward to taking my daughter to Chuck E. Cheese to where she could see the fake band. Now I'm just going to be the dumbass old guy sitting there saying,
Watching TV.
Well, back in my day, they used to have a fake band up here playing the drums.
Yeah.
The hell is going on?
Yeah, I don't like
damn
it either.
TVs.
Some things you got to
It's
keep.
a bad move, man.
Some things you got to keep old school.
It's a bad move. You can you can update the band.
I wouldn't even do that. I like the whole mechanical. They're like real mechanical, very mechanical. They're hard to move. They're not
lip
smooth.
syncing.
Yeah, they're not smooth. Their mouth just goes like this. They just keep opening, closing. No, I like that old band.
It's weak, man.
Yeah.
I got the internet going nuts.
Just broke my heart that the Dallas Mavericks choked. Just absolutely broke my heart, except it didn't. Man, Luka, a little bit of a surprise. 2 free throws at the end. Ended up missing the first one, and a big upset from comeback from the Thunder. And it made me think about the guy that we mentioned last week, Figgy. And Landry, you weren't here for this, but you heard about the dude. Maybe you didn't. He had a 3-team championship parlay over a year ago. The first part of the parlay was the Rangers winning the World Series.
Yeah.
That hit. Second part was the Chiefs winning the Super Bowl. That hit. The third part is the NBA championship.
How much is this paying?
$100 bet will win him $1.7 million. He's already been offered $200,000 by a bookmaker.
Do it. Do it.
Hey, you need to tell that young brother to do it.
Do it.
$1.7 million?
Do
You're
it.
only in for $100.
OKC ain't winning it, bro. Just get your $200K.
But you can say that, but look at how
get your $200K. Take the field, man.
The gods are smiling on him already.
Take the field.
The
Take
gods,
the damn field, man.
The gods are smiling on him already.
Take
they
the
got
field.
this comeback win.
Unless he like a super rich man already, then I can see it where it, the $200K ain't gonna mean nothing.
Take the field, brother.
But if you're a broke dude like me, you take that $2K.
Yeah, take the field. $200K.
$200K, yeah.
$200,000.
Take the field.
But just imagine
get that joint, man.
How sick you're gonna be. $100
you'll be
bet.
fine. It's okay.
$100 bet
It's
to
okay.
win this guy $1.7
Get out, man.
million.
You don't need to go through this stress. You win that game yesterday, your odds went up. You're good, man. Just cash out. Seriously, cash out. Get your $200K.
It's tempting.
You're good, man.
It's tempting.
You're good, man.
I got the internet going nuts.
All right. I mean no disrespect.
Mm-hmm.
You know where that usually goes after that
There's
statement.
a lot of
Here
disrespect.
come the disrespect.
Brace yourselves for some serious disrespect.
So, Sports Illustrated swimsuit edition.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We got Brittany Mahomes, the wife of Patrick Mahomes. She's doing her thing. She's got fitness career going.
Mm-hmm.
She's in her 20s, 2 babies or whatever. And then we have the 69-year-old section. Gayle King is going to pose for the Sports Illustrated swimsuit issue.
Oh,
What are we doing, man?
Yeah.
Like when did this become back in my day? I'm turning into a damn boom. I'm telling you about old Chuck E. Cheese stages and all that type of stuff. Back in my day, here's what I used to do. Okay, I would wait till the day that the Sports Illustrated swimsuit edition would come out.
Mm-hmm.
I would be the first one to check the mail. I would open it up. I would see Tyra Banks. I would see Heidi Klum. Like, I would see all this type of stuff. Somewhere along the lines, we decided that we were going to start putting Martha Stewart's and Gayle King's in swimsuits Brother, I don't need to see this. The only time I need to see Martha King or Gail or Gail in a swimsuit is if I have some sort of fetish and I want to go to some sort of adult site or something like that. I haven't reached that point in my life or past that point in my life, or I go to the local YMCA and there's a water aerobics class going on for old folks. I don't need to see this. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Good for you for staying in shape at the age of 69 years old. I'm sure it's really hard with all the resources that you have. I know Oprah just had to leave her Weight Watchers because of Ozempic.
Yeah.
Because she's doing the Ozempic. I'm sure you haven't indulged in any of your BFFs Ozempic.
Maybe she was on
either.
the Oprah Weight Watch.
Yeah.
Get this out of the swimsuit edition. Quit trying to make this.
Well,
This is awful.
I'm going to approach it from this angle. Who are you really trying to market this magazine to?
Martha Stewart and Gail King in the Sports Illustrated swimsuit edition. I'm sorry.
I get the.
I know the cool thing is to say, "Well, go girls."
Yeah. No, I
Look
get
at
it.
y'all.
I get it.
Hell no.
Slay.
Hell no.
And there's nothing wrong with that. I don't think any
Hell
of
no.
Yes, King.
I mean, obviously, I'm not trying to speak for you two, but I think we all agree there's nothing wrong with, hey, embrace who you are and all that. But I'm talking about marketing. Who are you marketing this magazine to? Young men. We are pigs. We are very superficial. We are absolutely about, what is going to come into the mailbox or into our inbox from Sports Illustrated. That's all I'm saying. I'm with you. I'm with you in spirit. I get it. I understand it. Be proud. Everybody be proud of who you are. But if you're marketing this magazine to young men, that's where I
Didn't they put like Lizzo in there too or something like that?
Yeah. She was on something. I don't know what it was. She was on something.
Yeah.
But are they marketing towards men or
They're supposed to be. They usually are.
Or are they marketing towards a certain portion of Twitter
I don't
or
know
social
what's
media?
going on here,
Yeah.
man. Shout out.
But ideally, they're marketing to young men.
Shout out
They
to
should
y'all.
be.
Yeah.
Shout out to y'all, but my goodness.
Yeah.
Gosh. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Coming up, the final words
Getting canceled.
before the schedule drops.
Everybody getting canceled.
Next.
Low T Center right now. LowTCenter.com.
impaired. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Breggy, thank you.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Some clarity tomorrow. Texans schedule. London. You've been kind of mentioning London as a possibility for the Houston Texans. That's going to be announced probably in the
about
when we
9.
wake up.
I think 9, 8 or 9.
It might be like 7.
You think?
30. Yeah, they've been announcing really, really early.
Mm-hmm.
London could be a possibility, huh?
I'm just kind of feeling it. Common sense.
Common sense, huh?
Common sense. Occasionally I try to lean on my common sense, which can be dangerous. Yeah, I think it could be the Jets at against the Vikings in London, or maybe the Texans. Just looking at how things are playing out and who they might face. But yeah, that's one. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I've been kind of saying all along, I'll certainly fall on the sword. I feel pretty good about that it's just kind of making sense that they go to London with the Vikings, J.J. McCarthy, all that stuff, and Tottenham and international with C.J. Stroud and the other rookie quarterback. I think it makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think C.J. Stroud's one of those guys that you can globally push.
They are. Well, he is.
Yeah. And he's kind of doing it naturally. I think there might be some importance there. There's obviously some willingness from him, so I could see that. I'd showcase that. I'm starting to lean Chicago, though.
For the opener.
When it comes to the opener. I'm leaning Chicago.
Yeah.
That's where I'm at. I lost my jet stream.
Mm-hmm. I like it. I like the idea of Chicago. I think it'd make a lot of sense. And you brought this up earlier. Like, we've been kind of thinking, like, when we're trying to project who they might play at the opener, C.J. Stroud against Patrick Mahomes and that, like, then and now kind of rivalry, or is he the heir apparent? Same thing with Aaron Rodgers, maybe. Is he going to be the next great? That might not be the way the NFL's thinking. The NFL might be thinking, let's showcase 2 young studs here, or potential young studs, and that would make a lot of sense with the Bears.
Well, the only thing that makes me a little bit nervous about this, if the Texans do take on the Vikings, this one's for you, Figgy. C.J. Stroud versus J.J. McCarthy, early kick, that doesn't sit well, man.
Well,
early kick.
Last time he faced J.J. McCarthy
on an early kick,
he was at home.
Yep, wasn't bad.
And he threw 2 picks.
Yep, and
they lost.
Early kick.
And then it was an early kick.
Not that early.
And they lost.
Yeah.
Sorry, Figgy. But there is that storyline as well. The other 2 possibilities, I think it could be Titans, and I'm starting to feel that, even though I'm leaning more toward wanting the Bears. But I think it's going to be Titans or Bears. I think there's a lot of possibilities, but I think probably probably Dolphins and Bills would be the other 2. Dolphins and Bills for obvious reasons. AFC powers, potentially. The Dolphins game could be electric in terms of offense. That's for sure. But Bills as well with Josh Allen.
I don't know what to make of the Dolphins right now.
I don't either. No, I flat out. I mean, they look like they have.
So is Tua going to be the highest paid quarterback in the league? I mean, is that where we're going? If Jared Goff right now is the second highest paid football player in the NFL, does that mean Tua is going to be? Is that where we're heading?
He's going to be close to it.
He's going to be up there. Yeah, he's going to be up there.
Why not?
I would have to say bye-bye. No, I'm serious. If I was the Miami Dolphins and it was going to get to the point where, okay, you're gonna have to make Tua the highest paid, I would have to say bye-bye.
I don't want to make him the highest paid.
Let's make a trade. We'll start over. We'll take 2 steps back instead of just sitting on a treadmill.
Look at all the other guys you got.
That's fine.
Do you think Trevor Lawrence get paid more than Jared Goff?
I hope so.
See, that's a sticky situation too.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the cost of doing business, but damn.
But you're always looking for a franchise quarterback. Now, they may not be elite.
Still looking.
But he's still franchise.
Miami's still looking.
No, Tua's a franchise quarterback. I don't know if he's elite. He's not. Well, he's not. I do know he's not.
Well, for me, when you say franchise quarterback, I think elite.
A guy that you can depend on and be there. Yeah, some people do. I think of a franchise quarterback as a guy that you just know he's gonna be the guy.
Here's the thing, though. Like, we talk about C.J. Stroud and we talk about, man, it's going to get a lot more decision whenever you you pay C.J. Stroud, when and if you pay C.J. Stroud, assuming that C.J. Stroud ends up being one of the top, like it's 1 year. So I don't want to get too ahead of it. I'm encouraged by it. I'm excited about it. I think I would lean more towards C.J. Stroud being Joe Burrow type quarterback, or Josh Allen, like in that tier. I would bet more towards it. But even if that happens, when he's one of the highest paid quarterbacks in the league, he being C.J. Stroud, just like Buffalo with Josh Allen, just like, Kansas City has had to do with Mahomes at times, although his contract's a lot more team friendly. Like, it's difficult even then to put together a championship caliber team. It's very difficult.
Yes.
So if you're paying Tua and you're saying, okay, we're going to make Tua one of the highest paid players in the NFL and the quarterback, I just feel like you're fighting an uphill battle that you're not going to win.
You're fighting it whether it's an elite quarterback.
Like, I would rather
they're fighting it in Kansas City. They fought it and lost in Buffalo.
Yeah.
So you're fighting whether he's elite or very good. Doesn't matter. I mean, but to find a very good quarterback, it kind of puts you in a bad spot, but it's better than the option of just going through bad quarterback after bad
you don't usually see a team just give up on the quarterback and have nothing.
Yeah.
Start with nothing.
And you go bad quarterback again, then another bad one. I mean, it's hard.
Unless they had like a historically bad season where they got the number 1 overall pick.
Yeah.
Where they can move on from that person.
I'm not disagree. It might be better to do that. Like, if the Raiders, if you go back in time when the Raiders made Derek Carr the highest paid quarterback in the NFL, I mean, that kind of put them in a weird spot.
It absolutely
because they were on a mediocre treadmill. The Cowboys right now with Dak Prescott. The reason the Cowboys aren't signing guys is because they're basically rebuilding, and instead of giving, I actually think it's kind of brilliant. I know it's easy to ridicule the Cowboys, but instead of saying, okay, Dak Prescott has all the leverage, his cap hit this year is going to be $60 million. Hey, Dak, let's keep you being one of the 4 highest paid quarterbacks in the NFL, and let's just continue to be on this mediocre treadmill. The Cowboys are at least like saying, all right, we'll be a decent team this year. We'll see what happens, and then we'll figure it out. I think that's a better approach than saying, hey, let's commit 4 more years to a quarterback that might not get us to that certain point.
Yeah, but if you decide that, and I don't agree with that, I think even just having a very good quarterback, and maybe he has that one-off year where he's superb and you win a Super Bowl, is better than just churning through bad quarterback after churning through bad quarterback after bad quarterback. And if you make that decision, let's use the example of Miami, you're not just making that decision on Tua, you're making it on Waddle, on Tyreek, on Achane. You're making all these guys that you've surrounded him with. What are they going to do? They're going to go elsewhere.
And Tua is not trash.
Right.
No, on a rookie contract, he's fine.
He would go somewhere else and be good.
Yeah, on a rookie contract, he's fine.
I don't know if he's going to get to a Super Bowl.
But if we're talking about Tua being one of the highest paid quarterbacks in the NFL, I'm just saying, okay, you're handcuffed no matter what. You're really screwing, because you see the Colts, like when Andrew Luck retired, like they had 5 quarterbacks in 5 years.
Yeah.
So that's not a good life to be. Hell, we just saw a draft where, with the exception of 1, maybe 2 guys, the teams that drafted the rookie quarterback, you just sat there and said, okay, well,
yeah,
I don't know what's going on there.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah,
I'll trade it up for J.J. McCarthy. Okay.
Yeah. And
right.
I'd much rather be in the class of very good and maybe you catch lightning in a bottle.
Yeah, maybe you can figure it out
than just
sometime.
Yes, than just, this is another guy that sucks.
No, the worst thing is for that dude to go somewhere else and ball out.
Yeah, that would suck.
Yeah.
But I mean, if Tua is one of the highest paid players in the NFL, I don't think you stand a chance.
Yeah.
Because I think the beauty of Tua right now is he's on his rookie deal, so you can pay Tyreek Hill. You draft Jalen Waddle, and you're paying these other guys, so you can elevate Tua.
Yeah.
It's harder to do that.
It's a quandary
once he gets to that.
Or unless they start looking at the quarterback position like running backs and just have one in the cut and just waiting to take the reins.
It's definitely a quandary, a dilemma, whatever you want to call it. But you can't say no. And by the way, maybe you can. I mean, you can, but maybe you get to a point where Tua realizes you get him a good bonus, maybe a bigger guarantee, and he doesn't really break the bank as much and become the highest paid.
The other thing about it is, for me, dismiss quarterbacks. And maybe that has to do with the fact that we're in the era of perhaps the two best quarterbacks of all time playing and basically just hogging all of the championships to where it's easier for me to just completely dismiss it.
Yes.
And I look at too, he's not Tom Brady or Patrick Mahomes. Mm-hmm. And you look at these guys and you say, well, they're not that. So it's just kind of how you look at things. Maybe it's just kind of like an unrealistic escape.
I think you also looking at C.J. Stroud, knowing how good he is and could be, that you ain't got to have those questions.
I'm a quarterback snob now?
I think so because
I don't even know how great CJ can be or how good he's going to be. Hell, CJ might end up being in the Dak Prescott, Jared Goff category, which would be okay, but you will be. I mean, it's
handcuffed.
If he's in that category, I mean, you saw what the Rams. I mean, the Rams had to get rid of Goff to bring in Matthew Stafford and figure stuff out. So that's just kind of where we're at. I think CJ is going to be great. I wouldn't bet on that, but there's nothing that is a more helpless feeling than, like, would you rather be a team that needs a quarterback, or would you rather be? I don't even want to use Tua, because I think Tua is better than what I'm than the credit that I'm giving him. Or would you have rather been the Raiders with Derek Carr? What would you rather do?
I would have rather needed a quarter. What I'm saying is, though, to get rid of Derek Carr, if he had the weapon, that was a little bit different because they were just a bleep show anyway. But if he had weapons that you'd built around and they still weren't quite getting over the hump, and he still wasn't elite, but he was very good, that's a whole different story. Like the Raiders with Derek Carr needed to move on earlier than they even did. But if they had more weapons, more possibilities, and they were winning more games, you got to ride it out. And hope that like I said, you catch that one or two seasons where they do get to a championship. You know,
it's just crazy the way that the NFL is, because you have to figure out how you're going to divide out this salary cap, and you have to surround the quarterback early on. Like, it's almost like you have a 3-year aggressive window, and then after that, you're kind of either in the no man's land or you're elevating and all that. But I do think the fact that we're kind of in the era we're in with the two guys that we have, I think there's something to say there.
Yeah, and they got to be aggressive here in the next couple of years for that same reason. I mean, I think obviously that CJ is going to be elite, but even that makes it in a weird way almost worse, because he's going to get 10 years and $500 million.
But the good thing is you see what CJ
laying it out like that. 10 years, 500. I don't know if he's.
I think the good thing is you see what CJ did in his rookie year, because some quarterbacks need about 2 or 3 years to see if they the guy.
Yeah.
You know CJ the guy, so you can load up year 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't screw that up. Big opportunity that they got to figure out. Man, it's going to get real.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's going to get real really, really soon.
We're going to blink our eyes, and we're going to be looking at that contract.
Going around bread like crazy, man.
Yeah.
Going around bread and figuring stuff out. Ron Hughley in the building. Clint Stoerner as well, looking at the schedule. So no Jets, no Chiefs, no Ravens. Do you have a preference at this point? I'm leaning Bears, show. I'm leaning Bears.
I'm going to really reevaluate myself here.
You're reevaluating yourself. Man, get a little introspective all of a sudden over there.
Well, reevaluating it, and I think we're going to have a discussion about this a little bit later on the show, is maybe I'm off. Maybe I am just misevaluating what I thought was the feel for the Texans. I thought, like right now, I'm wondering, are they going to be a primetime game? Or are they going to be?
Oh, come on.
Or are they going to be? I'm talking about in week 1, like right now.
Okay.
Like I'm wondering, are they going to? And now I am wondering if I'm off on the amount of primetime games.
What do you got it at? 4?
I had it at. I thought 5.
Okay, so you think max?
I thought
I have 4.
I have 4, 3 at the minimum.
But I am surprised that they haven't, at least up to this point, we'll see, because Monday Night Football's gone, right? Thursday to open tonight football. I don't think. I mean,
maybe who knows?
They could.
Yeah, who knows?
They could.
They could be the 325.
But the matchups that you would like, if you were to say, all right, their best matchups of the like when you look at the schedule
for week one,
for like their bit to get on a Sunday night football.
Caleb Williams debut,
right,
versus C.J. Stroud
on Sunday night football. No, I don't think that.
I can see it. Bears, dude, they always put the Bears on more national games than they should be. It's a national brand. You got to face. Pretty
but
good
not
team.
Sunday night football to open the season.
Bills, Dolphins.
See, that's what I'm saying. Like I would have thought Chiefs, Ravens, Cowboys, Aaron, like those are all off the table. I don't know.
Don't reevaluate. You're right.
I think Clint was, because we're going to talk about this. Because I think Clint was trying to kind of talk me down off of it a little bit. But I don't know. Maybe I am misjudging.
Well, you guys mull this over. We talked about it yesterday. I am interested and going to be very fascinated in, like, now that rubber meets the road, and it's not just we're creating content. Everybody around America is creating content.
Yeah.
Rubber meets the road. You got to show us, hey, what do you think of the Texans? How many primetime games are they getting? Where are they at week one?
Yeah.
I mean, what are you doing with C.J. Stroud and the Texans?
I think
you got to put up or shut up.
Yeah,
it's real now.
I think they will.
Yeah.
I still think they will.
I think I'm going to be fascinated with it because I've been.
It feels like they're going to be a 12 o'clock game on week one.
Week one?
Week one, like a 12 o'clock.
We got to have graduated from that, right?
Well, I'm just saying, like Monday night, Thursday night to kick it off's off the table. I'm sorry.
I mean, if Dallas Cleveland gets a 325 and Brady.
Yeah.
It's Dallas.
I know, but it's Cleveland.
The days of the old noon games are still upon us.
Sorry, Figgy.
All noon, baby. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT HD2. The Drive is live.
The Drive is live, baby. We're going to have to talk about that here in a bit. Because
we got 4 hours.
We got 4 hours. It's just not on the rundown first, but we'll have to talk about this.
Slide it on in there, man. Rock Dog's good for a good topic.
In a couple hours. I just want to first address that I am playing injured today. I don't know if it's in my head because I just turned 40. I don't know what it is, but I'm telling you right now, Clint, Tyler, the people, my back's in shambles, man. I don't.
What'd you do?
Tyler, you saw me when I came in. I had to come.
He hit the floor quick.
I'm on the floor trying to do stretches. Like I don't know what happened.
He had been here all of like 120 seconds, and all of a sudden he's on the ground stretching.
This is not back shoulder day. Like this is cardio day. And yes, it was hell. I want to first say, Red, you can kiss my ass. At the very end of at the very end of it, he went. He went and got on his bike, which first scared me. Like, all right, man, I don't know if you know, I have a bike issue, but I'm not. If this is about to be the finish,
can't ride it.
But then ride it well. I think I showed that I can get on. But he said, "Here, man, we're gonna finish this off. Let's run down to this Walgreens and back." I'm just saying, this Walgreens it's not visual from the gym. Like I don't see.
Well, if he's getting on his bike, I know it's not.
Yeah, I don't see the.
I mean, why didn't he jog with y'all?
He's an ass.
You should have picked up some Icy Hot while you were at the Walgreens.
But I didn't feel it then. I didn't feel it. Boy, man, I got in that car to leave and then went to get out. I was fighting.
Lower back?
Hurt
to stand up straight?
Oh, my God. I'm trying to stretch it.
Looking like T-Mac in 01.
I took that shower and tried to put them drawers on. I mean, it was. I don't ever stretch. I've never stretched before working out.
I ain't never seen a cheetah stretch. Why would you?
Right? I mean,
don't listen to him. You need to stretch.
I'm more kind of rhino walrus.
No, rhino, not walrus. You don't know walrus. You may have been a walrus at one time. Now you're a rhino. I like that one.
Gotta limber up, man.
But I may have to. I told Courtney, I said, I may have to start doing DDP yoga. I might have to start taking some yoga or something. She said, won't you head to, you need maybe to make an appointment to that Stretch Lab place tomorrow. I've never done that before. My mom said it was great. I might have to, but I am struggling.
You need to go to a chiropractor, and you need to go now. Here's what you got.
That for the pain in the back of chiropractor?
Well, you slipped an SI, and you can't. It's gonna as long as it's out. As long as it's out, you're going that muscle around it is going to continue to spasm, trying to pull it back in. And if you leave it out too long when a chiropractor.
You don't think I should just give it a few days to see if it'll shake back?
Well, I mean, no. I mean, if that $100 that you need to spend is going to keep your kids from eating or keep you from putting diapers on the table, then yeah, maybe you need to wait a couple days. But I think you got it a little better than that. I'd go ahead and get that thing. Just stop by your little chiro, get that thing adjusted.
I mean, you sound like you've been here. You had
that's what happened when I stepped out of my Tahoe at the mall the day before the coach was going to decide who the starting quarterback was. I called that chiropractor, had me a massage. There was at the house. I stood up straight, walked in that door the next day. As soon as he named me starting quarterback, I said, "Oh, coach, damn, I got a bad back. I can't practice this week."
Ooh, Lord, man, yeah, that was.
Rub some dirt on it, man. We got a show to do here.
I don't like. I told B. Scott about it. He said, "I think this 40 thing might be in your head now. I think you just
nah, man. Life of an athlete, man. You're out there working out, grinding, man."
I said, "You bet there may be something to that," but I said, "My back is hurt, Jack. This if I was 40, 38, 37,
yeah,
I am hurt." But
can you raise your knee up? I bet you can't get your knee up as high as you typically can.
No.
Yeah, that's it. That's
like trying to put them draws on was a fight, man. And I tried it because I wanted to stretch. I had to go ahead and sit down and put my pants on.
Hey, man.
And shimmy them up.
I'm telling you. I bet $100 right now it's that SI in that hip. Just one right side or left side. I don't know which side it is, but
it's across.
Well, you feel it all the way across, but one of them's out of whack, Chief.
Yeah. I'm
the longer you leave it out, you can be hard-headed if you want to. That thing's just gonna keep on knotting up on.
Chiropractors work wonders.
Ooh, come on!
Someone said chiropractor over the stretch lab.
I do both. I throw a massage therapist in there. Ryan, you got a really good excuse over the next 3 days to get you some good self-healing, man.
And I didn't do anything with the back.
Just take care of yourself, man.
It was just all cardio. It was.
I stepped out of a Tahoe, Chief. All you got to do is, I mean, it ain't about weight. I mean, it's stepping wrong. Step off the curb the wrong way. Step out of the vehicle the wrong way. Ooh. Step on an unlevel ground as you're running to freaking Walgreens, Red. Why'd you do that to my boy?
Someone said, "Yeah, right." I went for a jog and did the same thing. My chiropractor fixed me in 30 seconds. I'm not kidding.
That's it. I bet you when he put you on that table, I bet one leg shorter than the other right now. You may have that issue anyway. You got a little bit of a little gangster limp in there anyway. You may have that problem anyway. But I bet you one of them legs is shorter when he lays you on that table too. I bet you got one of them out of whack.
Tyler, I hate you, man. Tyler, there is nothing that makes Tyler light up more than nasty sex stuff and jokes about my height. I mean,
I wasn't talking about your height. I was talking about one leg.
That's where it went. Because
Tyler's up there kikiing.
Tyler was focused. If you could see him on YouTube and Twitch, he was focused doing other stuff. As soon as you did the one leg is shorter than the other, stopped like we saw Joy Taylor's breast come out her bra. I almost said it.
Oh. See, you should be able to say it like that.
By the way, you win any money? You still rolling?
The heater is
like John.
I did a lot of money again last night, boys.
Well, when the Astros are going well, that seems like when you make your money.
Here's the deal, T.
Yeah, that's fair.
T, let's do a little something here. You want to?
I guess.
Well, I mean, you're going to regardless.
I'm always down to do a little something.
Man, you third base coaching, or are you trying to get down to 3 technique? What are you doing over there?
I'm just stretching.
The Astros, 10 of the next 13 games are versus the A's and the Angels.
Angels a bad team.
Seems like all the bats are coming around. Mm-hmm. Let's freaking load up the next 10 games or 10 of the next 13 games. I don't know who. I can't remember who falls in between there.
This is the chance.
Let's do it.
I mean, you got to strike while the iron's hot. There's 3 games against somebody.
They got 9 more. The rest of the way got these 3 against the A's.
Yep. You got more than that. You got 6 left against the A's, and you got 3 against the Angels.
And this little 10-game stretch, this 10-game homestand. It's who's between the Angels.
Is it the Brewers?
Yeah, it is.
Yep, that's right. That's right. Good call, man. You seen that?
They're pretty good.
Hey, Angels and A's games. Let's load up. Let's load up.
Awful.
Let's load up and see what we can do. What kind of damage we can do. I think they're going to blow the doors off.
There's money to be made. All right, so why not make it?
I like this idea. Just get a foam roll. And that's probably the cheapest and best way. I'll look at that first.
Yeah, there you go. Save you a little money. Your ass gonna be walking in. You're gonna be bent over when you walk in here tomorrow. I'm
gonna go find a random gym.
Ernie Zampese used to walk in that damn deal over at Valley Ranch. He'd been over like this the whole time. You gonna come in looking like Who was that? Who's red? Is it Fred Sanford? It is Sanford.
Yeah, it's Fred Sanford.
You're going to be walking in like Fred with your back all bowed up.
I'm telling you, man, when I get in the catcher's positions, it's very difficult to get into it. When I get into the catcher's position, oh, my
Relieves
God.
the pressure, right?
Oh, my goodness alive. Oof. All right. As you said, this is the
I'll
chance.
work on you in the break, man.
Okay, I'm serious. I would like to lay down and let you guys walk over the back to see if that would work. I'm in a not jump, Tyler, just walk.
I'll walk on your back.
The lower part.
Be better if Tyler does it. I mean, he's about half the weight.
I think I may need more.
I may hurt something.
I think I may need more weight. I think I need Pat to come.
I got embarrassed this week, and I had a moment that really got my workouts amped up this week. I told y'all it was 2 weekends ago. We went to that Camp Finfo run, that little spot in the hill country.
Yeah,
they got one of those. They got a coaster. Like it's not a roller coaster, but it's very similar. I don't know what constitutes a roller coaster, but it's the same concept. It's up through the hills, the big hill. And it's I believe it's because it's all gravity driven, right? But you got brakes and you got gas. You don't have, it's not gas. It's just take the brakes completely off or pull the brakes back, right? Well, the coaster you're on is actually big enough 2 people can ride on it. And they came up and they said to me and my bride, hey, y'all want to ride it together? I said, sure. On that right there together. I said, ma'am, that ain't gonna work. I said, what's the weight limit? She said 375. I said, ain't gonna work. I ain't gonna be nowhere close. I said, I'm not leaving my wife enough of a gap there.
Oh my God.
Me and the wifey shattered that weight. I was like, that ain't gonna work. Needless to say, we had to ride by ourselves. So I just sat there and I was like, man, I can't even ride this coaster with my wife.
So you think it's all you?
Oh, there ain't no doubt. Hell, I mean, she's tall and long, but there's nothing bigger about her. I mean, she's not heavy. Like, your boy's sitting heavy.
That must have been a real sweat when that was, hey, guys got to hop on this scale.
Oh, no, there wasn't. I told her, I said, it ain't going to work. And she said, well, just hop up there. I won't give the number. I said, okay. And then I got back on there and said, I got to have the number.
Whew. Hey, with the Astros, real quick. Last night, big game.
How about them Stros, baby?
Alex Bregman, and if this, as we said, man, if they're going to turn it on, it might now would be a good time. They're 9 games under 500 with that win last night. And the big story is Alex Bregman. I said he had 3 hits. He had a hit in every game, and he was hitting the ball hard in Detroit. And then yesterday, he gets a walk, 2 home runs, and a double. And it looks like he may be coming on. And I just want to pose this to you and the people. To you all and the people, 713-572-4610, those of you on YouTube and Twitch. Are you getting a feeling that the Astros are getting the Alex Bregman that you expected them to get this year? Do you think that guy is about to erupt that guy, or are you not ready to get there yet?
I'm not there yet. No, I'm not there yet.
Of what you expected him to be.
No,
you think he's about to break out and be this.
I am not there yet. I mean, that was a hell of. I need a series worth. Not a series worth of what he did last night. Last night was off the radar. That was nuts.
You need a little bit more.
Yeah, look, I mean,
you don't necessarily think Alex is back.
Yeah, I mean, if I had to bet right now, based on what he did last night, and really the audio that's out there right now of him post game, talking about the adjustments that he made and kind of how he just said, "F it, I'm going back to the old school ways of doing things. I'm gonna get the knob past the bat," kind of thing. I mean, that to me is very, very encouraging. It wasn't like he just. Like we've watched Abreu go up there and have a game where he was 2 for 2 and you were like, oh, boy, that was great. But, I mean, it was still the same swing. It was still the same look like he's broken. I mean, Bregman seems to have adjusted something and seems to have simplified some things.
Because it wasn't just yesterday. He's been swinging the bat a lot better. I mean, like it started to me in the Yankee series when he appeared to consistently – making it a point to go the opposite field. And every time you hear I've heard over the years, when a hitter is struggling, go the other way. Go the other way. Try to go to right field for a right-handed hitter. And he started doing that. And I remember even there was an error that he drove in runs against it with the guy at the third baseman's legs. But he hit it hard, and even his outs were hard. He had hard line outs. So it's not just, he just popped up. Yesterday, he has clearly started to swing it better.
Well, look, I think when you're talking about this caliber hitter at the major league level, like the exit velo, one of our favorite terms, last night was tremendous. The launch angle was tremendous. The quickness, getting his hands, like, again, get the knob, in front of the ball or past the ball. I mean, these guys are going to hit shots right at people, that kind of thing. And to me, it's more about he is hitting it on the button right now.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, it wasn't – I mean, when you're as good a hitter as Bregman, even in your worst slumps, which we've just watched him go through, he's still going to hit some hard shots. And they're going to be right at people. Some of them are going to get through, but they're going to be few and far between, and they're going to be here and there, and it's still going to be considered a slump. Last night, I mean, he's hitting it on the button. The launch angle's right. He's hitting it on the button because the exit velo's off the charts. I mean, that second home run he hit out of the park, guys, that was ridiculous, man. I didn't think it was going to get high enough to get over the wall. I mean, it was an absolute rocket, man. Shout
out to my guy Alex Bregman.
There you go, CJ. Good call. I need more.
A little bit more. Yeah.
I need more than just one game.
Because this would roll through the slow start, Alex. Although this has felt different.
Slowest start of his career.
slow start, Alex Bregman, and now the 3 straight series. We'll see. This is obviously the first game of this one against the A's, but the Yankee series at the end, he started to come back. The Tiger series, he got a hit in every game. As Tyler just said in my ear, what is Arby's doing? As Tyler just said in my ear, now they're making chicken wraps. I mean, Jesus, just figure it out, man. What are you gonna do?
They have the meats.
They have to be wasting so many things on their menu, throwing stuff out. They make euros anyway. But as he said in my ear, he's had a hit in every game since he had that 2-hit game against the Yankees in the final game of that series. As some people are texting in right now, Alex Bregman is not fooling me against that dog crap team. I want to give Alex Bregman a few more weeks to see what he does before I start drinking the Kool-Aid again. Breggy did thank his wife, but maybe she put it on Breggy that night.
Maybe she did. Maybe she did. That's all. I mean, that's would not consider her a slump buster, but if that's what Bregman needs, then go get it. Go get it, Chief. Look, here's the deal. I need 2 more games, and by the way, I did not. I did not. I just need one good series. I'm not looking back at the Yankee series when he had a couple of hits here or there. I mean, he was still missing. It was still not quality at bats. He's still popping up to the first baseman in the foul territory. I mean, I've seen the pitcher, the first baseman, the second baseman, and the catcher fight over more pop flies from Bregman.
It was that time when that guy was at third base with less than 2 outs still in your head again.
Yes, I mean, like he's got to eliminate that. Eliminate doing that so often, particularly in clutch situations. Then I feel like Bregman is back and he's on the road to what we expected and ultimately what he's capable of doing. All I need is 2 more games of it. And again, I need 2 more games of good, solid contact with no pop-ups to the right side of the infield. That's it.
Yeah, he looks more like he is like himself. His old swing. He looks better. He looks better. I'm not just like, for me, I need a couple of. I need a good few weeks before I'm thinking, all right, maybe we need to move him out of that 6th spot, right? Because if you have the belief that he is coming and he's going to be the Alex Bregman that you were expecting him to be this year, he's not going to hit 6th. Like, and I'm not ready. I'm not ready for that. I think let's still chill and keep him there. And if he starts to show this more, then maybe you do move him up. Now, I will say, if he can keep doing this, and this helps in a lot of ways, just in case the Astros don't spin and turn this thing around. If he's swinging the bat like this, I mean, you may actually get something if you do trade him, if that's where you have to go. But hopefully for the Astros, this means he's getting jump started and the team is.
We're gonna get into this. What do you do if Bregman continues to rake?
What's the record?
No, I'm not talking about the trade and stuff. I don't know about that.
Oh, what do you do? Talking about?
I'm just about the lineup. I'm just about the lineup.
I mean, if he does this for another few weeks, And I mean, if he's anywhere like this, well, I damn sure don't think he should be sitting behind John Singleton.
Well, no. I mean, but that's the deal. There's a difference between moving up one spot and moving back to the 2-hole.
I don't know about that yet.
I damn sure don't know about it. I mean, Breggy needs to live in the 5-hole.
I'm not sure about the 5-hole yet. I need a little bit more.
I agree. I'd leave him right where he's at.
Let's let him chill for a little bit. All right. Coming up is a lot to get into today. Clint, I said this off the top of the show when we did the crosstalk. Man, I'm off on my thinking of how people view the Houston Texans. I thought they were going to be this year's Lions, and now I'm having second thoughts when I'm seeing all these games being linked. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, if you got big, beautiful, valuable trees on your property,
Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. The biggest stories in Houston sports.
Would you go to a manscaping place and enjoy a good shave?
Yeah, I'd be down with that.
Hell yeah. You
I'd
wouldn't?
purr like a walrus if you shaved my back for me.
Do you have any experience on how walruses purr?
Whatever that is. Find it all on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right. I think I may be misjudging or I might be the one overhyping the Texans, and not really the Texans, but overhyping how I think people around the football world view them. I think I'm off. I think clearly I'm off. We'll see what the schedule comes out, and I do think, and I know Tyler and Cheryl will be on it, and we will too. I will not be surprised if by the time we're out of here and handed off to Texans All Access and then Area 45 tonight, I think there could be a leak in the schedule for the Texans. I think we're seeing a lot of leaks come out. We know the schedule comes out tomorrow, but that's something we're going to keep our eyes open about, and I could see there being a leak on a Texans game on something by the time while we're on the air.
The only way it doesn't, Ron, is if it ain't prime time. Like if I'm the Texans and I know I get because the only slot that we don't know on opening week is Sunday night football. I'm leaking the hell out of that. I'm gonna leak it at some point today so you can get a good 24 hours worth of hype out of it around it, people talking about it. If not, if it's a noon on Sunday open, I bet they sit steady.
And I think the Texans have Sunday night football level games to open up the season.
Yeah.
I just think they're all off the board. I think the Cowboys, the Chiefs, the Ravens were Sunday night first game of the season, open up the season. Jets, I think with Aaron Rodgers and that story were open the season. Those are all off the board. So, I mean, they've got some good ones. Like, Buffalo, there's a storyline with Diggs, but I don't know if they're going to say we're going to open up the season with Tirico and Collinsworth right there to open up the last game of the week before of the Sunday. I don't know if they're going to do that. I think the Dolphins is intriguing. I don't know if they're going to do that. And listen, I'm rethinking things, and I would throw that. Do you think we're overhyping the popularity of the Texans? Because I know I have. I am rethinking a lot, and I do think as I read through the tea leaves yesterday, it feels like you, and not just yesterday, maybe the last week, you've been like, hold on now, hold your, and I'm usually the hold your horses, but it feels like you've been like, well, I don't know how. Show. As you said repeatedly, when the rubber hits the road or whatever meets the road, what are people going to look at the Texans? And right to me, I'm borderline surprised. We'll see if they're in that Sunday night football slot. But like I said, all of their top right now, if you look at the schedule, top games are off the board. I am surprised that they are where they are right now, and the league is not making it a point to have them as a team to premiere right now, like they did the Lions last year. I feel like the Texans are this year's Lions. And Clint, I said I think they're going to get 5 primetime games. I don't know about that anymore. I may be stepping back on that.
Look, I've said this from jump. Like the hype is. I just think it's unwarranted. Is where I'm at. Like you can argue right now, Ron, that the hype nationally exceeds the hype locally. Like these guys are,
which made me think that they were going to be. Oh, this is must see.
Right.
The arrows pointed up.
And until again, rubber meets the road and they start having to put schedules out there. They have to start planning opening week primetime games. They have to start planning primetime games throughout the season. It's 18 weeks worth of football, 17 for each team. How many primetime games do you get? I think the Texans are absolutely 100% a start right now. Now I don't know how the season's going to go, but right now I think they are a attraction. They are a primetime team that in the first month to 6 weeks of the season should have a couple of primetime games. Absolutely, I think they're there. But we'll see nationally, and what is thought of what the Texans, what folks think of the Texans when they that actually.
I guess.
But I do. To your question, are we overhyping the popularity of the Texans? Like, you got to define "we" in that sentence. I mean, to me, everybody is. Yes, I've felt that way from jump. Like, I think the hype around the Texans nationally and locally, I think it's unwarranted at this point in time.
I can. Well, I don't know if it's unwarranted. I don't know that I think it's unwarranted. I think the thought of them being a team that you would have Super Bowl odds the same as the Ravens is unwarranted. But the thought of, hey, they got a young superstar, potential superstar at the position that the league has its stars, which is quarterback. They had a big-time offseason. They brought a polarizing figure to their team this offseason, and this is year 2. That was the up-and-coming team. And I could see why the league would say, all right, we know we got our mainstays and the Chiefs and the Ravens and the Niners, but let's push, our next up and coming team. And I'm surprised. I'm gonna be annoyed if it's if we're sitting here with the Titans. And I know some people want to. They got to play them, but if they go week 1 and just give them just a little.
Little noon Titans kickoff.
Noon
Nashville kickoff.
Little noon. I mean, hell, their kickoff last year was more high profile against the Ravens. It does feel like it's going to be a noon joint, and I don't know. Boy, I am. Are you surprised, Tyler, they don't get a primetime game this first week?
Yes, 100%. To everything y'all have said. I mean, the hype has been there, and especially on a national scale.
I mean, you got Thursday, Monday, Sunday night.
Got a little Friday night game's already been announced, too.
Okay, I guess so. Someone said, guys, I think you all have thought more of the Texans than they think nationally. I don't think that is the case. Nationally, there are people rolling out. I don't have the Texans over the Ravens right now. There are consistent national people, and Vegas, by the way, that have them on the same plane. I've listened to many high-profile media members on ESPN, Fox, and say the Texans are the second-best team behind the Chiefs. I've heard that repeatedly. But apparently the league maybe they don't see that as that. I would think right off the bat early you would want to get CJ right out there.
By the way, the Packers Eagles are Friday night in Brazil to open the season, so
they got to stand alone.
Take the Packers off the.
So that Packers game's off.
Which would be Jordan Love versus CJ Stroud. That would be That would be NFC AFC Jordan Love versus. Two guys that jumped on the scene last year.
Man. We're gonna take them. We're gonna take the Eagles and the Packers.
We're gonna go to Brazil. Isn't that right? Friday night, little Friday night game, competing with high school football.
The Texans just aren't a big enough brand.
Well, that's just not correct. On a factual scale, organizations and their worth in professional sports, Texans are always in the upper echelon.
Yeah, but they're not known they're not a known brand like the Packers. Or the Eagles, but the quarterback the star usually overrides that.
Well, your brand doesn't warrant primetime games no matter what's going on, and you haven't won enough to warrant primetime games on the level that we're talking about to open the season in 4 or 5. To me, that's ultimately where we're at with the Texans. Now we'll see. Maybe D'Amico and CJ and the second round of the playoffs last year, maybe it did push them into where they get 4 or 5 prime times. I would be surprised if that happens.
I mean, I'm at a point where I'm thinking 2 or 3.
I think that's fair.
I've jumped down. I really have. All right, Clint believes he is on an island alone when it comes to this. An island alone when it comes to this. And Tom Brady has made me feel a lot better about him with his next career. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right.
Card in 15 days. Qualifying unlocked device credit service and timely redemption required. Card has no cash access and expires in 6 months. See T-Mobile.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive as we are rolling in live. What was so next week? Next week is show 1000?
Monday, yes, sir.
Monday, we got a location yet?
Not that I know of.
We got to get that in stone, baby. We got to get that in stone.
Tyler, you got to work on this.
Well, that's
well, come on now.
Part of my gig, sir.
You're the go-getter of go-getters, baby.
You want it done around here, hell, it better be part of your gig.
That great hair.
Thank you.
You got great hair like that.
We're going to be right here in the studio if you're waiting on something else.
I mean, there's just not a lot I can do, guys.
It's got to be Mad Dog at it. What all has to be at it? It's got to be Mad Dog.
I think it'd be great if Joy Taylor came through. I think we need to have some big-time guests. I mean, this is a big-time show. Biggest show in the city, number 1,000.
Realistic things?
Maybe we can get a little Jim Nance guest action for the show.
You know, I just want a good solid bar and atmosphere.
I don't want our 1,000 show to be marred by that Yahoo. It's good on Jimbo, but yeah, man, we should. Yeah, we had some things synonymous with the show.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe a bike. Maybe I ride a bike.
Maybe you ride a bike.
I'm kidding. Maybe I fought with my back's rolling right now. I don't think I got a bike in me.
I think we should have all our favorite listeners, our favorite callers call in to reflect on 1,000 episodes. Larry and Stafford, Derwin, Tony.
Jim's dead.
Oh, God.
Well, wouldn't it be great if Jim called?
Oh, my God. If Jim called or showed up.
Oh, that would make my freaking year.
You got any Jim cuts?
Well, holy cow.
Maybe he has been waiting. Maybe he's been checking it off and waiting for the 1,000
He
show.
told you he's off the grid, man. He's an off-the-grid kind of guy, man.
I am retired and damn near expired.
Jerome's been off the grid for about 2 or 3 years here. Is where we are right now. So, no, it'll be fun times, man. But we will, honestly, we'll pass that information along to you next Monday when we find out more. But 1,000 shows. 1,000 shows. Boy, never thought we'd get here. All right, Clint, you feel like you're on an island with this Texans schedule.
Well, I mean,
I don't think you're on an island.
Look, we briefly hit on this thing in the last segment. And this is just a heel. And that's all preseason banter and all that. I get it. And things change. But, like, this is a heel that I'm going to die on. It is the number one thing about it pertains to the Texans living up and meeting expectations. And I just feel like every time we talk about it, and when I listen to other folks, which obviously is Payne and Pendergast and In the Loop, when I listen, it's just I just don't feel the same passion around the difficulty of schedule. I think this is yes, the Texans are going to be better. Yes, they've got better players. They had a great free agent signing. Yes,
this has a chance to be a gauntlet.
I mean, they're going to be significantly better. Yes, but I think any way you slice it, any way that I slice it, I'll put it to you like that. I just can't get to a spot where I go, yeah, I feel good about this schedule. I mean, this is a major jump in schedule. I mean, and I was what brought this up again was I found an image on one of the social medias that had, I believe it was the NFL was ranking the strengths of schedule, and I lean into strength of schedule. I know a lot of people don't. I do. I think it's important as we analyze, going up to the season for somebody. The Texans have the fourth most difficult strength of schedule this year. Cleveland, Baltimore, and Pittsburgh are the only three teams ahead of them. And which is right in line with what I didn't know. Maybe this has been out for a while. I just didn't know exactly where they ranked. I knew it was high. Higher than I thought it was going to be, but it's even the strength of schedule is even more difficult than I thought it was going to be. So I'm looking at that, and then I'll look down, Ron, and you look at your division opponents. I mean, the Jags are up there at 8th, the Colts are 21, and the Tennessee Titans are 23. I mean, two of your division opponents have a significantly weaker schedule or less difficult schedule than you do. I don't know. When you're talking about a rookie head coach, about a rookie quarterback, you're talking about a lot of young, really just across the board. I was going to say skill, but a lot of young players that you have on this roster. Man, it's like this is just going to be a different animal this year from a strength of schedule, and I just don't feel like I feel like I'm on a limb by myself of how important this is.
No, you're not on a limb. I'm very concerned about the schedule. It's a gauntlet. Yeah. Like I said, we'll see it in full tomorrow. And I said when I look at the additions and the team and incorporating what I believe a jump they're going to take, when I just look at it and I run through it, I see about 11 wins. As I said, that is subject to change to see how this schedule loads up. And like to this person here, we ain't like someone texted kind of disappointed in Clint every year. There are good teams who suck and bad teams who are good. Judging a schedule by last season is just silly. No, it's not. Listen, we can keep it funky. We got to keep it 100 here. You can look at their schedule, and there are clearly some teams that ain't going nowhere.
But it's designed to be significantly more difficult.
But I'm just saying, the Chiefs aren't going anywhere. The Ravens aren't going anywhere. Correct. The Packers are probably going to be taking a step. If you believe you are, the Packers are going to take a step.
You got beat by Aaron Rodgers-less Jets team last year convincingly, and Aaron's back.
And they've added to their team. Right? Yeah, they're the shaky ones, but you don't think the Dolphins are going into the tank. There are the Lions. They're not going to suck. Right, there are some teams that look like that. I don't know. And then I would ask you two both this because we haven't gotten down to this. When's the last time the division has been this, I don't want to say good or competitive? It's either one. This, usually the AFC South it's always thought of, all right, they got an easy division. It's an easy division. The Colts could be a problem this year, and I mean problem they feel like they should think they have playoff aspirations. I think the Jags feel like they should have playoff aspirations. Obviously, the Texans do, and then the Titans. They have done everything they can to try to make them the division is not a gimme. I think there's an argument that it's the second toughest division in the AFC. The West stinks, and to me, New England is so bad. I think they dragged down, and Buffalo is not where they were. I think tough division behind the AFC North that you have to contend with, which is different than most years.
Yeah, man, it's. Look, you got the Colts that were one fourth down away with their backup quarterback from winning the division and taking your spot in the playoffs, and they get their quarterback back, and they've gotten better. And they've got a weak-ass schedule this year. I say weak, 21. A lot weaker, significantly weaker than you.
The argument is the Texans' schedule last year, you could argue, was the difference in why they won the division.
Yeah.
When you look at Jacksonville, Jacksonville had injuries and stuff down the stretch, but But if you look at who Jacksonville had to play as opposed to the Texans had to play, like the Jacksonville had the Chiefs on there, right? And who they had to play. You played the Cardinals.
That's a great point.
And they
Jacksonville
played the Niners.
Was
right?
it 2 years ago Jacksonville was in the playoffs?
Yes.
2 years ago they won a playoff game. 2 years ago they were the Texans.
And they
Bring on the Jaguars.
And then what happened? They got a more difficult schedule.
And they had, like, the Texans played the Cardinals, the West team they had to play. They played the Niners.
Correct.
The Texans played the Broncos. They played the Chiefs.
Right.
Right. There are some differences, but still with that, I believe this team is good enough that they can match and play with this schedule. But I'm not going to go through some of the textures and say, like, oh no, man, you don't know. It's silly to judge the schedule right now. No, I don't agree with that right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're a Texas,
it's a tough schedule. I just think they can play through.
But Ron, this is again, this scares or concerns me is and not what the fans think or what we think. It's just like the false sense of accomplishment. I don't know if that's the right way to phrase it, but the false sense of like what you've accomplished and whether you've arrived or not. Boy, it's scary right now. It's scary, man. You really get to feeling yourself, and all of a sudden you got some head horses. You got some bad dudes coming to town, and on this schedule versus what you had last year, and boy, you can get knocked down a peg or two. Man, it's just hard for me to get to a spot where yes, I like D'Amico. Yes, I like what.
No, you feel like people aren't.
CJ's done.
You feel like people aren't concerned enough about this thing.
I think
just overlooking.
I don't think it's accurate or fair or safe or I don't think it makes sense to look at what the Texans did last year and go, schedule ain't nothing. Ain't no sense in even talking about that. No, man. Well, I mean, boy, that's a set yourself up to fail way to look at it. Now, I'm gonna tell you, man, if D'Amico and CJ, if they make a run. And they win this division and get into the playoffs. And I'll just say, let's say they go to the second round of playoffs again and lose. To me, with this schedule, now obviously it depends on how things happen, but just off the rip, that would be more impressive than what they did year one. If CJ goes out there and plays the caliber quarterback to win 11 games, which is probably what it's going to take to win the division, 10 or 11, with this schedule.
No, with this schedule, yeah, absolutely, yeah. Someone texting, if we have expectations of this team being at the top, we're going to have to beat top-tier teams to get there. I'd rather play the best and see where we are, where we're really at, to play than play a weak schedule.
Agree.
And be delusioned by making the playoffs and then being bounced early in the first round. And I think that's where I am.
That's exactly where I'm at.
I'm in a place where, I'm acknowledging this schedule is tough as hell, and it is going to be tough as hell. And I think it's going to be a little bit even more tougher than some people think, because I think people are not grading this division as difficult as I think it will be. But I still think the Texans have the dudes in there and the coaching staff that they can play up to this schedule. Now, someone said if CJ is healthy, 12 or 13 wins. That seems a bit much for me. I'm not saying it's not possible. That seems aggressive, and now they're really taking a step. That's why I said I'm around the 11 range. We'll see how that thing shakes out. But I don't think you're on a hill alone. Ocho damn sure is with you.
Appreciate it, Ocho.
Talk to him, Clint.
Don't leave me alone.
This schedule is brutal. He said, "Now I don't think we're with you." Ocho said it's so brutal. He's looking forward to the 2025 schedule.
Well, no, I ain't there yet.
Ocho's it's completely got away from him. All right, the Astros, huge W last night to kick. Two big guys stepped to the plate and stepped up for him. And more leaks for the NFL season, and we may have a drive trip. We may have to take a drive trip. We'll tell you what that means coming up next.
All right, before we do that, though, we got to tell you about a Low T Center. Fellas, if you've been feeling tired and grumpy, maybe
93. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider Access Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day. It's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
Still updating my scorecard, Palmer.
Bregman drives this one, and you can say bye to that baseball, yo!
All right, that is Alex Bregman. What a big night he had. Shout out to Julia Morales on the call there on that Astros game. But that was one part of his huge night, right? He works the walk, he gets a double, and he hits 2 home runs.
Did it feel huge to y'all?
Yeah, it did. It felt huge to me because you want to play it. Are you going to play Jeff's huge?
It feels huge.
I know how you want to play it. No, but it did feel huge because it's coming off of him doing things where you could tell adjustments he's been making, and you can see he's had better swings, and now it comes to bam. We're seeing power. We're seeing hard hit balls now. People can't catch them. Hard hit balls that almost don't get out of the ballpark because they're hit so hard and low.
It feels huge.
It started to me, thanks, Jeff. It started to me where he's like, I'm trying to go the other way. I'm trying to go the other way. And he got 2 hits that way and a very disappointing pop out, really, with a runner on third base. But he was going the other way. And then he started to hit the ball hard over the weekend, even some of his outs against the Tigers, and had a hit in every one of those games. And then yesterday, bam, here he goes. He's hitting the ball hard. He's peacocking. He's looking like himself. Clint, it was a huge, huge night. And if Alex Bregman gets going, there's so many guys. We talked about Yordan Alvarez, how he can change the lineup. If Alex Bregman forces you to move him out of the 6th hole and go back to an area where he's normally hitting, that changes the lineup as well.
Well, look, if Bregman gets rolling, along with now you've got Diaz rolling, Singleton's coming, Dubon when he's in the lineup's coming. Hell, Jake Myers and Loperfido are swinging it well. All those guys in that 6 to 9 area are swinging it well. Now, if all of a sudden Bregman's swinging it well enough that you bump him back up to 5 is where I'm going to land. I know some people are going to want him bumped all the way back up to 2. I'm out on that deal. I'd bump him back to 5 and have him sitting right there to clean up those top 4 hitters that are coming now. They're swinging it well. I would have him right there. But, I mean, it was a big night for Bregman because, again, that bat takes it to a whole nother level, man. If this lineup gets to hitting on all cylinders, including Alex Bregman, along with these youngsters that are coming, and some that we didn't really expect much out of, like Singleton, there's a chance you can make a run here now.
Yeah, it is. By the way, the lineup is out for tonight's game, and he does move up in the order. Now, I think this could be done because there's a left-handed pitcher on the mound for the A's, but the lineup is Altuve, Tucker, Alvarez, Pena, Bregman in the 5 spot, with Yainer Diaz catching in the 6 spot, and then they drop Singleton to the 7 hole, and your everyday center fielder, Jake Myers, is in the 8 hole with Dubon playing left field. So Dubon, he gets a chance to play tonight. So good for him. Good for him.
Yeah. That's I like the move. I like the move, bumping him up to 5. But I mean, I need to see more. If we're going to talk about bumping him to 4, bumping him up to number, hitting that 2 hole again, and adjusting the lineup. But I mean, Bregman hitting in the 5 hole. If he can continue to come on and get back on track and dig out of this slump, this lineup's going to be a problem for a lot of folks.
Yeah. Also, I think I want to point out getting his first major league win, Spencer Arrighetti.
Absolutely.
He was probably his best performance. 5 innings, 2 earned, 5 hits, 5 Ks, and kept down the walks, which has been a problem for him. He was big last night. And if you're going to run a 6-man rotation, if you can get, and I'm not, this 5 5 runs or 5 innings, 2-3 runs, like that gives you a chance to feel comfortable and gets better. But, boy, you can give me the 5. I will press the button every time out for Spencer Arrighetti starts if he can give me 5-3. 5-3 or less, I would press the button right then and there. It keeps you in the game and gives you a chance in the game. And he gave his team a chance, and they rewarded him with a W. They win 9-2. But Spencer, his best start, he's another guy like Hunter Brown. Both of these guys, their last 2 appearances, they've had positive things come about. They've seen positive action.
If they're going to go to that 6-man, this is what we got to have happen.
Nope, it is.
You know, I mean, I want to see these guys take that next step. And look, let's be honest. The Astros have had one of the most difficult runs of baseball to start this season. And not just because they struggled. I'm talking about, again, we're back to strength of schedule, strength of opponent type stuff. The Astros have had one hell of a run.
Yeah.
And while I do not lean into that at all when I look at 15-25 in your first 40 games and all that, because you got some horses here that are veterans, that are very experienced, that are part of a winning franchise. But I will lean into that when we're talking about guys like Hunter Brown. We're talking about guys like Spencer Arrighetti. When we're talking about young guys that are trying to cut their teeth in the league, and it's been awfully difficult for those guys to do so because we've had a hell of a run here in terms of the opponents for the Astros. So you look at Hunter Brown, you look at Spencer Arrighetti. This next run of games here should be an opportunity for those guys to at least get in there and have a little bit of success and not be up against, one of the best lineups in baseball a good chunk of the time.
Yeah. Bregman is moving up today in the lineup in the 5 spot. And I think Joe Espada gave a bit of a clue to that last night after the game, talking about Bregman and his spot in the lineup.
Well, he's not going to stay down there very long, right? Once we start seeing the Bregman that we all know. But he helps you relax, right? He helps you come to the plate with some people on base. Pitchers are the one now in the corner, and you're able to use that as your advantage. So I think he's helped.
All right, I ain't gonna take out Joe. Joe had a good night. Joe's had a good 4 to 5 here. I'm not gonna take out Joe.
I'm trying to do the best I can.
I know you are, Joe. Just don't know why you got to tell us that he's not going to stay there on there for long. Let's just let it happen. You got to let him know. Just let the damn thing happen. Just let him hit. Just let him play.
I mean, you
just got to tell it. Got to tell it. Right? Got to tell it. Like, hey, he ain't going to stay down there for long, guys. Don't worry about it.
Joe gets a little excited.
Just let him play. Just let him play.
Cream always rises.
I mean, the guy you moved ahead of him is hitting 300 plus.
Yep, 340. Second in the league.
Big 3 at 3. Number 2.
All right, the NFL schedules, nothing with the Texans have leaked, but some games have leaked. We know yesterday it was announced that the Ravens and the Chiefs will kick things off on Thursday, September 5th to kick off the season. The Chiefs' first 2 games are out. They're going to play the Bengals in Week 2. That game they're going to play the Bengals Week 2. And then we have the Eagles. You talked about it. They're going to play Friday night, little Friday night football. The Eagles are going to play Week 1 at the Packers in Brazil. So that ought to be a fun trip. Monday Night Football, Aaron Rodgers goes back to Northern California to take on the Niners. And the Cowboys are going to play the Cleveland Browns, and that's going to be Tom Brady's first matchup. Again, as I said here, we see here that they got, a good 3 primetime games listed there, and they got 1 to go. And I'm going to tell you, I'm surprised that the Texans have not been one of the teams selected to be in the primetime games. I'm not saying that none of these teams don't deserve it. I am just a bit surprised that the league has not really tried to push the star power, and maybe there's a Sunday night football game which is left, but I'm surprised the Texans aren't involved.
Well, look, I think you make a great point as we wait for this Texan schedule to come out. I mean, the ones that have leaked, when you look at it, the top opponents on the Texans schedule is the Cowboys, the Ravens, the Chiefs, the Jets with Aaron Rodgers, and the Packers are one of them. Now, it's absolutely loaded, so there are still some opponents out there, obviously, that would match up in prime time with the Texans. I don't know if it's going to happen or not, but there are some that could land on that Sunday night football to open the season, or not to open the season, but opening weekend of the season. I don't believe it's going to happen, Ron. But to your point is boy, if it were going to happen, what I would say opponents are already on their week 1 schedules have already leaked, so it's probably pretty unlikely.
There is a little hope. Maybe the Lions, maybe Texans-Lions. Could that be a Sunday night game?
Yeah.
I think the Lions are a legit Super Bowl contender. They were, to me, the Texans of last year. That could be the one. I know a lot of people were wondering maybe Chicago. I think that's going to be an interesting game. I don't know that they would make that the week 1 Sunday night football game. I know there's some storylines there. I'm not sure they would do that. But, no, it does look like they're going to be playing a 12 o'clock game. I love it when I see people text in and say, I like the 12 o'clock games. Let them know. I know you do. I like the 12 o'clock games. I don't like the primetime game. Oh, man, you want your team to be out there for everybody to see. You want to have the big game.
Look, I'm good with the primetime game, man. I get the whole day with my kids, man, and I get to ease on in for a 7 o'clock kick. I'd love that.
And then be out till 2.
That's okay. They're asleep at 8 anyway. Hell, it doesn't matter. they'll be asleep an hour after Daddy leaves anyway.
That's right. Whenever it does drop, if there anything with the Texans leak, and I'm sure you're right, that Sunday night football game will leak before the schedule comes out tomorrow.
If the Texans,
I'm just saying in general, yeah. And we'll see if anything leaks out with the Texans. We will, of course, bring that breaking news right whenever we find that out. Hopefully, we get some action before the schedule completely comes out tomorrow.
Big 3 at 3. Number 3.
Fellas, I think a chance. And listen, I put this on me. All right, I know that I have given you all hell about this golf matchup that you guys are never going to have. But another thing that has occurred is I have talked multiple times about going to Kyle Field and waiting for the right game. And Alabama has come a couple of times since we've been here, and I've not made it out. This feels like a potential drive trip.
Road trip?
Notre Dame is going to be coming south and hosted by Tyler's Texas A&M Aggies to open up the season on ABC. And College Game Day has already announced that they are going to be in College Station for this game.
Gig 'em.
This feels like one for us to go to.
Let's go.
I know. Listen, I know I've said this. I know I've done it. I put it on me as clear leader of this show. I put it on me that I have messed that up. I think this. When is it? August 31st?
That is correct.
We got a time on that game?
Not yet.
Probably not.
TBD.
Probably a night one. I'm down for it. I think we should go to this thing.
Let's do it.
Isn't College Game Day there?
Mm-hmm. Indeed.
I mean, I'm in. Tyler's got to find a way to come up with some tickets.
I can do that.
I prefer sweet tickets.
I think we could get some free tickets when it comes to
the old press box.
Some press tickets for you. You need more than that.
I do that on Sundays. I
can do it on Saturdays.
I'm looking for a suite that I can eat and drink.
Now, for Tyler's sake,
and enjoy the atmosphere. Now,
Tyler probably needs regular tickets because you're not supposed to cheer in those press boxes.
It's a good point.
And Tyler's gonna cheer.
Yeah, I'm not gonna just be quiet.
How do you feel about this matchup to open it with your new coach and all the change up there? How you feel about it?
Let's see how Tyler feels, and let's see our college football expert, Clint Smith.
No, I'm pumped up about it. I'm looking forward to a frown on Sean Pendergast's face while he's up there watching that game.
There it is. Oh, Pendy's probably gonna go too.
Yeah, he told me he's going.
Oh, he is going.
Mm-hmm.
How you feel about it? Thoughts?
I don't like it for A&M. I would prefer Elko just kind of get you a little patty cake and ease on into this thing at Kyle Field. I mean, this is a College Game Day. First game you coach at A&M. Notre Dame on the opposite.
Yes.
I mean,
let's go.
It's all right when you got Connor Wegman.
You're right. Here's the deal. You're gonna find out what Jimbo left. You're going to find out what's left of all these classes that Jimbo's been recruiting his ass off, getting them guys there.
I love it.
You're going to find out.
I love it. And now, like, the 12-team playoff opens up a loss early doesn't kill you, doesn't hurt you. Now you get this win if you're A&M. Hey, jumpstart this thing.
Yeah, so don't give up hope after your Golden Domers come into Kyle Field and promptly get that ass whooped.
I wonder does John Lopez
here's the deal.
This kind of
Tyler,
trash.
here's the
I
deal
love
now.
it.
Sean's not going to let this stuff slide like I do now.
Oh, no.
All right.
Oh, Sean.
Sean's going to come after your ass.
Not good, Sean.
No, not good, Tyler. Not good, Tyler. All right. We got to look at a part of this Texans defense that they've done some things, they've added some pieces, but is it good enough? I think you know what part of the defense we're talking about. We'll discuss that next.
All right, you get up in the morning, you get dressed, ready to go to work, man. You got your Monday morning best on, if you will, and you're ready to walk out the door, and you're looking.
Planet Fitness. There's plenty of options to help you find your groove. Find them all on the free Odyssey app thanks to Planet Fitness. Home of the Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. Sexiest show in Houston right there, baby. All right, maybe that's probably not completely accurate.
Well, let's think about it.
I mean, if we're talking all of Houston.
Look at Tyler.
It's spot on, dude.
If we're talking all of
be
Houston,
real.
I think there's a couple got us beat.
Tyler didn't even want to check on it. Tyler didn't want to.
Mega.
He's talking about the music
I was
stations.
talking about sports talk.
I'm talking about all of Houston. Sports.
Well, I mean, yeah, but sports talk, we got it.
You think Mega got us?
Yeah, I think they got us. They got some.
Well, I mean, I think we just got to put a little more effort in.
I just don't think any of the three of us have the type of effort that at least one of those members are going to put in.
So you don't think if Tyler had a fluorescent bikini on and a little
body glitter?
Little body glitter.
I don't think that helps the cause.
And a professional.
It's not just that one. It's it.
Won't know until we try.
The other fella, he brings it too. I mean, we're in the top 10%.
I think you should try a video, Tyler.
Just get us fresh haircuts.
Muy caliente.
What color thong you going with?
Gold.
Purple.
Okay.
Maroon's good.
With the A&M logo on the little part that comes out of your cheeks.
Tyler, I want you to go
at the top right there.
I want you to go.
Maybe a picture of Rivalry.
When you go get your hair cut, I want you to go somewhere where somebody really tightens up your beard. I'm not going to say you do a bad job at it.
I've told him this.
But I want you to get.
He's lumberjack.
I want you to get it faded in to the hair.
He's lumberjack.
I want you to just.
My girl tightens up the beard pretty well.
You're lumberjack. This isn't an argument. It's not a debate, Tyler.
It seems like you don't really get it touched. It seems like you do it yourself.
Oh, I do it myself between haircuts because I'm a hair factory, but I don't do it for sure damn near as good as my girl does.
Check it.
Let me tell you what's throwing it off for Ron.
His hatred for me.
I want to say that I'm not completely seconding this. I don't know what he's about
100% he is. What's throwing?
You're hating on my look, so I feel like you are seconding.
There's a tad bit of a lumberjack look that I don't think you're trying to pull off. I think it's just has a lot to do with the thickness. But what really this is I think it's kind of a two Americas deal Ron likes to talk about a lot.
That's coarse, man.
Like if you look at Ron's beard, if you see the lips and the chin are there's spots that are trimmed out, where yours is just let to just grow thicker all the way around your mouth, like hide your lips. Ron's is trimmed up to show his lips.
Listen,
like I think that's that. If you don't do that part of it, it has a lumberjack vibe.
And maybe that's why I'm not. You have hat.
I think Ron.
You have a hat and headphones on a lot, so I don't see the fade
up
here and Clint's right here. That it's not that part's not touched as much. I just think.
I trim the hair off my lips.
I know you have it trimmed.
I don't have a hair curtain like over my mouth.
But it's not lined. It's not lined. Like
yes,
listen, this is where it's coming from. You have such a great canvas. You have so much to work with. It is. I mean, it is.
No
beautiful.
one.
It is. Look, you have. Like there are kids who dream. Chris Santiago dreams to have that. Sean Bijani dreams to have that.
My brother dreams to have.
Hey, you've got potential, man. Your beard has potential.
My old buddy Serta, man, he can't grow hair like you do.
The producer you prefer, you can just say it.
One of the differences.
I always wanted to make it clear he does trim the hair off his lips.
One of the differences, few differences that go in your favor between those two. But
nobody paints an insult picture quite like we're on the show, Hughley.
No, it's coming from
your canvas.
It is beautiful. You have so much to work with.
You look awful, but the canvas is so beautiful.
I didn't say you look awful. I didn't say you look awful. I think you got another level to take it. I really do.
And I'm not saying I don't have another level, but I trim my stuff up,
I'm not saying you don't trim it up. I didn't say anything about trend.
Dan Quinn, white guy, goatee.
It's got it curled over.
It's just you can't even see his lips.
Can't even see the top lip.
I'm just telling you, can't see his top lip. That's what bothers Ron. I'm just telling you.
This audio medium we work through, y'all got the audience think
teeth around.
It's a look. I'm just telling you, it looks. There's another level to go.
I think my girl does a great job.
I'm sure she does, but maybe she's not. But does she pull out the clippers? And does she lines you up? She don't do it like
this is the longest I've gone in a long time between haircuts, between going and getting faded.
What you doing Saturday morning?
Saturday morning,
around 10. We got a 10 o'clock appointment. Won't you come slide with me?
Okay.
I really think that's your only option.
I'm gonna be fresh off a Thursday haircut as long as that's okay.
Bet. Tell her don't touch the beard. I got you. I pay for it.
That's a big step for Ron.
That is, man. He charges.
Damn. All right.
Just think about it, man.
Hey, we're gonna see them pink lips for the first time, T. Pink lips gonna be shining this weekend, boy.
They gonna get you right.
Everybody gonna think you've been having those lip injections.
And you gonna like when you get done, you're gonna take a picture. You're gonna take it to the lady who does your hair, and you're gonna say, "This, you gotta graduate here. Can we get you here?" Because does she use a razor?
Yes,
she does. She does use a razor.
She does every time.
I've told you what it is. That's all it is. I've got the same problem Tyler has when I grow my beard out, and then when I try it, my barber doesn't do it because I don't know one that does it. Again, two Americas, I believe, but nonetheless,
you ain't got one that does it.
I've never had a beard long enough to really get in a groove. I just don't like. I've seen a lot of guys that go in and of course I'm talking about white guys that go in the barbershop.
Obviously.
And they're getting their beard trimmed, and none of them get up looking like Travis Kelce.
And I know where Travis is going.
It's shaped
Travis
up.
is going to Purple Label.
It's shaped
That's where
up.
Travis is going.
It's shaped up real nice, but it's just a different. It's a different. The around the mouth grooming is different.
And I know she has it. I see because your haircuts are clean whenever you take your hat off. That's another pet peeve, and I know we're close up against it. I really hate when you get a fresh haircut and you put a hat on it. Oh, that pisses me off.
I mean,
that really does.
Tyler, if you're coachable here, you're going to be better.
I've always been a hat guy.
I know it, but just give me the day. The day that she comes in and she fades you up nice because you take it off and it is clean. Because she can fade. She's nice. She's nice. And then you just disrespect her and throw a hat on for the top of it. It really, it's low-key one of the things that annoyed me the most.
Good Lord.
Now I want to.
He's not wrong, T.
Now I want.
You
just give me the day. Give me the.
You
first
got a hat habit that screams like I don't like I got bad hair. I got bad fades.
I just enjoy a good hat.
And then you get a cut. And it's like, wow, that's nice.
Cuts, man. You hold it from us. And man, when you get dressed up and you go to them we go to little events where you got to get dressed up and you can't wear a hat on, and we like, damn, that's what you've been hiding. Why? Come on, man.
I didn't know that you had such a problem with my look,
you're
man.
You're killing our rating. Your hat and your beard.
I got things to do, too, man. I could be more consistent. I could probably really go down to a week. I really could. I could go a haircut a week. That's just a little.
You ain't going to spend that.
You're right. That's what's holding me back. But
Tyler ain't got that problem.
I don't.
Do not.
Get that beard right. Get that beard right. All right. The Texans secondary. Here it is. They've made some moves. Do you believe that this Texans pass rush is good enough to protect the secondary? We'll discuss that coming up next. But before we get there, guys out there, really hope that you are taking your testosterone seriously because, listen, as Clint.
sleepnumber.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, the Texans have done a lot when it comes to the secondary in this offseason. And they've done a lot. I don't know if people are comfortable with it. I would say it's probably the area on the field outside of offensive line that I'm probably, like, if we talk about positions, offensive line, receivers, backs, quarterback, all of that, D-line, for me, the secondary would be behind the offensive line, the one that I have most questions and concerns about for the Texans. But they have done a lot. Obviously, we know Derek Stingley is there, and his second half of the year was one of the best in the game last year. And they've brought in Jeff Okudah and C.J. Henderson, two former top 10 picks that are now on their third teams. They brought in Ford from Cleveland as well. And then they drafted Kamari Lassiter, who looks to be either a nickel or an outside corner. A lot of people think nickel like Clint. And they obviously they still have Des King there. And then the safeties, Ward, Petrie, and then the kid you really like out of USC, Bullock, and Lon. Lon is still in that secondary, he was added, Lonnie Johnson, to that secondary. And I think the Texans secondary should be helped by what could be one of the best pass rushes in the game. When you start to look at the likes of Danielle Hunter, Danico Autry, both guys who had over 11 sacks last year, and then the Defensive Rookie of the Year in year 2 with Will Anderson, and the defensive blitz packages. This has to be and could be one of the best pass rushes in the game. My question is, do you feel like right now it's good enough to protect that secondary? Do you feel good enough about the secondary that they can hold up with this pass rush?
That's tough for me to get there.
And I know we'll see more when camp starts, but just at this point right now, with what they've done, they're going to get a lot of help from the guys up front. But
yeah, the inability to get push from the inside is a major concern for me versus a pass, and the inability to not get pushed back into the laps of your linebacker is a problem for me with this particular front. And so while I think Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter have a chance to be two of the best edge rushing duos in the game, it is hard to do it alone. It's hard to do it if you don't get the push inside or the penetration inside that you expect. Now, look, I think Danico Autry moving down there is going to help. In obvious passing situations, I think that's going to help. But boy, I think out of the gate right now, Ron, I would think that they're going to have a problem inside. Obviously, 3rd and 6 or longer, 3rd and 8 and longer. Let me look. Those are. I mean, you just pin your ears back and go eat. It's hard to really fail in those situations, especially when you guys got guys like Will and Danico Autry and Danielle Hunter. But in situations throughout a game where teams are play action and teams are able to get into a groove, I think the Texans are going to ultimately end up struggling because there's going to be a lack of push inside. So, can this pass rush make up?
Because they're going to have to help those guys back there.
Oh,
they're
absolutely.
going to, you know what I mean?
They all.
At least of what we see right now.
Look, all the great defenses do that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's very rarely, and this doesn't get talked about enough in NFL in general. Usually, if a DB has a great year, obviously he's all pro, he's Pro Bowl, and very rarely do we go, oh well, let's every time we talk about how good this cat is, let's make sure we mention he's got a defensive tackle that's one of the best in the league at pushing the pocket, and they've got a defensive coordinator that's great at scheming things up and confusing protections and confusing quarterbacks. Like, very rarely do we do that. But 9 times out of 10, there are some exceptions to the rule, but 9 times out of 10, when you have a corner or you have a secondary that's just a lockdown secondary, 9 times out of 10, it comes with a really, really, really good front. Not just a good pass rushing front, but some dominant dudes that dominate first down, second down, third down, whatever the hell the situation is.
That's what people said maybe a big Maury Lester with the amount of time he had to cover at Georgia. The amount of time he had to cover at Georgia with all them dudes up front in front of him the last couple of years.
Yep.
Maybe a bit different than he had to before. Here is I think there's some good and some bad with this, Clint. I think the good is obviously Derek Stingley. If he plays the way he played at the end of last year, then you got what appears to be a lockdown corner. And that can help you be able to help in a lot of other different areas.
Absolutely.
If he can stay healthy and be that dude. The other part is, look, I know Henderson and Okudah are they're bust right now, but I think we've talked about it. They're at least really talented guys, right? You know, they have the clear ability and talent to play the position. Like, they're a lot more talented physically than a Steven Nelson is, either one of them. Now, I don't know if they're on the level of consistency of what Steven Nelson is, but they are better. So at least with that. And you got to, and Lassiter and King, I think you probably got really good options there. My concern is I think there's a potential they can hold up. But this is something you've referenced the last week or two. Damn, they play some quarterbacks.
Come on, man.
And you know, the type of quarterbacks they play, you know, can get the ball in spaces even when they're pressured, even when they're being hit, and you know, to blitz them and pressure things that can hurt them. They just have such a gauntlet of quarterbacks that there is a sense where if they're not getting the right amount of pressure, you could see some areas where some of the guys in the secondary could get taken advantage of by the quarterback play. That's the down part to me. Is you've talked about this. They've got everybody you can almost think of on this.
Yeah, look, you're playing quarterbacks right now on this schedule, and pretty much it's going to be week in, week out. And offensive coordinators on the side of the football where the Tavier Thomas situation is not going to work.
Yeah,
like it ain't gonna be week 8. It ain't gonna be week 8 whenever they find that duck, right?
Luckily, they shouldn't be in that.
Right? Yeah, that's the good thing is you shouldn't be in that. But if you are, let's say you do decide you want to start a Kamari Lassiter on the outside, and maybe he is a corner that you want teams to try, and that's fine. But if he proves to not have the ability and not be ready, and they stick him out there, you're playing quarterbacks right now that are gonna the first chance where you put him on an island, they're going to take a shot, right? And they're going to continue to do that until you adjust, which then is going to force DeMeco Ryans to have safeties back, which limits half of his playbook now and makes it more difficult on the defensive front. And those things are a major problem. Now, I don't foresee the Texans doing that because I think he's going to play inside. I think a little battle outside with C.J. Henderson and Jeff Okudah, and we'll see if those guys can hold up. But that's the problem is if you do have a duck somewhere, when you've got the quarterbacks that you have on the schedule this year, they're going to find it. They're going to keep going back to that well until you make a change, and it's going to come week in, week out.
Yeah, from the text line, hell no, I ain't comfortable with our D-backs. Need to make a move and grab one of those guys now. Commanders, cornerback Kendall Fuller, Xavier McKinney with the Giants. Justin Simmons, feels like there needs to be a move made. I mean, maybe. I don't know. I'm with you. I can understand why you're not comfortable. I think one thing that I think it is connected is to see how good this pass rush will be. How good, if there is an issue in the middle where there's not being pushed, if that becomes a problem. Because if this pass rush, we watched the pass rush help the secondary last year. I mean, we watched. Stingley missed a lot of games, and there was a point where I remember against Joe Burrow, like Sheldon Rankins had 3 sacks in that game himself, and there was a pass rush that helped the secondary at times. So, that's the part. And this pass rush should be better than it was last year.
On the outside, it is. It's going to be for sure. With Sheldon Rankins and Malik Collins inside, I don't know. I mean, you had those guys were when it came to rushing the passer, those guys were pretty effective. Especially Sheldon Rankins had a good year last year. Again, you move really got bigger, more physical presence in rushing the passer than those guys, and clearly is had a better year last year with the 11.5 sacks. But again, to me, it's not like I think the Texans are going to be fine in obvious passing situations. To me, is you got to play first and second down. You got to, and again, you're playing quarterbacks where they're not going to wait until it's 3rd and 9 to attack you, right? They're going to know, hey, on first down or second down, we're better off when we know they don't have the ability to get the penetration and the push up front before they go to their pin your ears back pass rush that DeMeco Ryans can do. We're going to need to make have some success on first and second down passing the football, and they're going to attack that way. If indeed that pass rush is that damn good, which I think it's going to be good. I don't know, I think it's going to be good. It's just hard in today's football for me personally to go. Yeah, this is going to be a dominant pass rush when you don't have a dominant inside guy. We're talking about a day and age in football where, the best, most effective players in a pass rush today are your defensive tackles. If you don't have a defensive tackle that can get push, then your quarterback just drops deep, slides right back up in the pocket. Tackles are so athletic right now where you just push them right by it, and it's no big deal. Like you got to have some dudes inside, and I just don't know that the Texans have that dude. Now, somebody may surprise me, but I just don't know that they have it. So I'm concerned about that part of the pass rush inside.
All right, Tyler beat up on Tyler a little bit last segment.
He got quiet. Look, you see how he sat in there.
I feel like I beat up on Tyler a little bit.
I hope you feel like an ass.
You know what? I was just being honest.
You were critical of my physical appearance, but I'm good.
He's a bully, isn't he? Because he's on this side of the glass, man.
I want to say, and I want to point out positivity. You weren't in there at the time, but Tyler looked me dead in my eyes before the show and said, we're in that room together. He said, I've got a fart, but I'm going to walk outside because you're in here.
Growth.
Bro, I was proud of him. And I told him, and he stood out there for 10 seconds, and then he even took a walk. So he didn't bring it back with him.
I didn't want it to follow me back into that studio,
I'm proud of you, man. It's Clint said growth. So, I don't want to just beat up on you. I want to kind of throw out those.
You just ragged on a guy's habit of wearing a hat every day and his beard.
It's not every day.
And his beard trimmings, and then you think thanking him for walking out of the room and farting is going to make up for it?
It wasn't.
Don't let him off the hook with this fart excuse.
It was about first off, you agree with all of it. It's about the hat when the fresh haircut happens.
He's got the interesting thing is I can always, because he wears snapbacks backwards, and I can always see he's got his hair nice and groomed underneath there. It's not just dried and kind of flaky underneath there. It's gelled up.
Show at day one.
It's gelled up, man.
Just keep in mind, I don't always know when the farts are coming. Just keep that in mind, and don't jump down my throat, if one slips out in the future.
Yeah, I think that's fair. All right, it's been a while. It's been a while that I've had a real clip of the day. This one has a little something to do with the Texans, but it also has something to do with the GOAT, and this is golden. Everybody, no matter where you work, no matter what team you're a part of, you need to hear this. It's real talk. It is straight horniness. That's next right here on Sports Radio 610.
Boner alert.
Can you tell the new Texans cornerback Kamari Lassiter is excited to be here?
I had a wow moment today, actually. It was just like I just kind of had a second just to kind of take it all in. I was getting some water, and I was like, dang, like I'm really playing for the Houston Texans. This is my dream. I'm getting to play football, at the highest level, and it's a great feeling.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
From
From the Bell Furniture and Beat-A-Bell Prices Traffic Center, your traffic report is sponsored by RonCraftChevrolet.com. Find new roads. On the West Loop northbound at BeachNut, it's a stall that has a left shoulder blocked. Roncraft Chevy save up to $14,000 off in-stock Silverado LT and RSTs, plus an additional $1,000 trade-in allowance on a 2010 or newer vehicle. Interest rates as low as 1.9%. Together, let's drive to Roncraft Chevrolet.
Restrictions apply.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Speaking of party, where we partying Monday, it's our 1,000th show, boys. It's our 1,000th show together where we party, and we got to figure this thing out, man.
Can't wait. Yeah.
We don't have a location yet, but this is right up my alley, y'all. I like to plan things late. It's Tuesday, May the 14th. We're looking at Monday, May the 20th is going to be, isn't that right? The 20th or 21st? 20th, right? Monday. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Monday's going to be our 1,000th show. We're going to be kicked somewhere. We're going to ask everybody out there to come through and hang. The NFL schedules are going to drop. I think they're scheduled to actually drop tomorrow night at 7 o'clock, correct? Isn't that the official? Aren't they going to do some kind of schedule release on TV and yada, 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 right there? The official schedule drop where the entire schedule for all the NFL season will be released. But like everything else, there are leaks coming left and right by design to create a little chatter here and there. What's been leaked so far, and this isn't all of them, there's just a few of them. I'm going with the leaks for the first week of the NFL regular season. Thursday night football, Ravens at Chiefs. Friday night football, little game in Brazil, Eagles and Packers. Monday night football, Jets at the 49ers. And that leaves one primetime slot, Sunday night football, to open the season is still out there dangling. And hopes are that the Texans may get that slot. I think they're worthy. I think the hype around the team is definitely there. But the point that Ron made that I think is very, very valid is you look at the Texans' schedule, and you can argue that 5 of the teams that would be primetime candidates for the Texans are already scheduled for week 1. Ravens, Thursday night, both on the Texans schedule. Packers on Friday night. Jordan Love, last year's surprise along with the Texans. They were the NFC surprise. I think the Texans were the AFC surprise. That would be a hell of a matchup. The Jets on Monday Night Football with Aaron Rodgers. They're on the Texans schedule at some point in time. And then the other game that has been announced is not a primetime game, but it is a Sunday 3:25 game, Cowboys at Browns. And the reason that's significant is because it's Tom Brady's first game. Brady's going to be in the booth, and he is going to be calling Cowboys and Browns, which Cowboys are obviously one of the primetime candidates that are on the schedule for the Texans as well. So Ravens, Chiefs, Packers, Jets, Cowboys, all on the schedule are already their game, week 1 matchup has already leaked. We'll see what happens on Sunday Night Football. Keep your eyes and ears open. Stay plugged in right here on Sports Radio 610. Obviously, if it's the Texans, I would imagine they would leak it here in the next couple of hours.
You got to guess? You got to guess on what their first game's going to be?
The Texans? No clue. No clue whatsoever.
I'm leaning towards a division game.
You're leaning towards a division game? Really? Huh.
Yeah, probably Colts. Colts or Jags.
I will go with.
Because the Lions are left, the Dolphins are left, the Bills are left. The Bills are a pretty interesting candidate with the Diggs situation.
I bet it's going to be a buzzkill. New England.
Oh, hell.
I'm going to go buzzkill. New England. Which, good chance to get a dub right there, regardless of what time it is. Good chance to get a dub out of the gate. So, but if it is Sunday Night Football, I would imagine that it'll get leaked so that they get a little run out of it before the actual schedule is dropped. But if not, if you don't hear anything about the Texans, I'd imagine that Sunday Night Football thing's going to leak regardless of who the opponent is or who the teams are. But if it's the Texans, hell, I'd drop it immediately and get some run out of it. But if not, we'll know. I guess, hell, it'll be Thursday before we know on it.
Yeah.
Wednesday night. I'm sure it'll be talked about right here on Sports Radio 610. Either way it goes. Wednesday night, you got the Area 45 boys will be on at that point in time.
Sucker down.
Absolutely, I'd imagine John and Mark will at some point in time, because they'll know at some point in time they may have a little something on Texans All Access.
Rock and roll.
Let's go back to the. Excuse me, there, Mark. Let's go back to the Sunday 3:25 Cowboys at Browns game that's been announced. Tom Brady's calling that game, so I think one of the bigger topics that'll be covered going into the NFL season, off the field obviously, is going to be Tom Brady in the booth for the first time. So Tom Brady's making his rounds now all over the different media outlets, and he did join Ryan Clark and the boys on the Pivot podcast, and he was asked several questions. I plan on going back and listening to the entire interview, he was asked about what young quarterbacks he enjoys watching play. Now, look, there's obviously a C.J. Stroud slant here, but this is my football horny clip of the day, maybe the football horny clip of the month. I mean, when you're talking about playing the position at a high level, when you're talking about playing a team sport, when you're talking about having success and your success being dependent on those around you, regardless of what it is, sport or business or whatever it may be, this is just absolute gold. Listen to the GOAT when he simply asked what young quarterbacks he enjoys watching play the game.
I mean, CJ is a good example. Like, I really appreciated where he came from and all the expectations that he had, and then what he's gone and put together last year with a lot of humility. And I could see, like, when I watch quarterbacks, the first thing I watch is, does he endear himself to his teammates? What are the things that he's saying? What are the things that he's doing to endear himself to his teammates so that he does feel like one of the guys? If he wants to separate himself from the rest of the team, it's not going to go. You're not going to play 20 years. Just not. Because the only way you're going to play is your teammates. Because there's only so much you could do. You can't, there's so many things I sucked at. But the only way that I could get to where I wanted to get to was to have the best teammates. And the only way I could get the best teammates was if I was the best teammate. So you had to talk the right way, hang the right way, celebrate the right way, lose the right way, you know? And I think that's what the bonding, that's the gift in sports. Like, there's nothing better than being a great teammate. And if someone said, man, you were an unbelievable teammate, you'd be like, thank you. Because they know fool people in the locker room. You can't bullshit your way through a football season, but people really are going to know who you are if you show up early. You put the time in. They see you how you are when you win, right after the game when you lose, how you are the next day, how you approach the week after. Everyone in the media is firing at you. Brady, you suck. You did this. You did this. They're going to know who I am by the way that I approached the next week.
Ron, I'm going to need you to take the show for a minute.
You all right? You all right?
Man.
He's describing CJ. CJ, that was the thing that you saw immediately from him right off the bat, how people reacted to him. As you would say, he was definitely somebody people wanted to sit down with in the cafeteria when you're eating. And when you combine that with what he is able to do with his brain and his mind on the field and his talent, that is why it is so scary to think of what this kid could become.
Yeah, look, on the CJ front, there is without a doubt. I mean, hell, I think Tom Brady, I would have loved to hear him go into the X's and O's of on-the-field stuff with CJ Stroud, too, because I think I think the way CJ Stroud plays the game, again, both, from the sense of what you just heard from Tom Brady as well as the way he plays on the field, I think it's very Brady-esque. With obviously there's a higher ceiling with C.J. Stroud and the throws he can make and consistently make and what he can do on the football field with his arm is clearly in another league than Tom Brady. But when it's all said and done, man, if you're a coach out there, I don't care if you're coaching Little League, I don't care if you're coaching junior high, high school, college, if you don't take this clip and play it for your leaders at the very least, if not your entire team, then you're missing an opportunity. I mean, my man talked. I just took notes as he was saying that it's a minute 20 worth of audio talking about humility, endearing yourself to your teammates, feeling like one of the guys, be the best teammate, talk the right way, hang the right way, win and lose the right way. You can't fool people in the locker room. In other words, frauds don't work, fakes don't work, having two personalities doesn't work, and you can't BS your way through a locker room. Man, I mean, it is just extremely powerful. Again, not just in the football world, but damn, in the world of having to work as a team to accomplish a goal. That is strong, man.
And to think that Tom sees it that quick,
yeah.
That Tom, views him that way and sees what it sounds like he sees a little bit of himself.
Yeah.
In CJ, that's high praise.
Ron, I'm looking forward to Brady in the booth. I'm a Brady fan. Obviously the cerebral conversation. Let me say the conversations around the cerebral aspects, the processing, the mental aspect of the game of football just turns me the hell on. So while it may not be the cup of tea for everybody, I just feel like there's going to be a real genuine that's easy to consume from Brady. Now I don't know how he's going to do big picture, but I think there is going to be a deeper dive into some things that's going to be entertaining. And I'll be honest with you, I think the dude's entertaining when he's not even trying to be entertaining. Like the dry, stiff sense of humor that dude, like I just can't get the visual of Weekend at Brady's. It looked like he was Weekend at Bernie's after that damn boat parade when they won the damn Super Bowl in Tampa. Like that.
Would they put a dent in the trophy?
Yes. I mean, I don't know why, but maybe it's because we were made to believe that dude was just super stiff with Belichick, and he's really not. But I think the dude's going to kill it in the booth, man. I'm excited for it.
I wasn't. And especially with how good Greg Olsen was that combination, I wasn't. But he's been doing some things that make me a little bit more excited. He took Dak by the knees. He took him out. Talking about finally can Dak do something?
Finally do it or finally get something done?
Can he finally do it? Like that was my biggest thing is when players are that close from retirement to being on the field, I think Romo struggles with this, is them being able to be critical of players. Aikman has no issue with it.
Right.
But them being critical of players. And I felt like at times I wonder if Tom will really say what he feels. I don't know. Tom seems to be, when you hear Tom, he seems to be more into it and into this and more to him having, and I mean, he don't sound like he's afraid to criticize.
Yeah. Well, there's an art to it, right? I mean, I think that's where Romo lost his sizzle, if you will, is like once he got so far removed from the game, he could no longer tell you what play's coming next because he didn't study. He hasn't studied those defensive coordinators and those defensive schemes so intimately like he did when he was playing. Like the further removed he got from that, the more you realize like dude doesn't have much of a personality. Like there's not a whole lot. And look, I like Tony, but there's just not a whole lot there that's just super entertaining. You know what I mean? Like he's a pretty boring dude when it comes to having to entertain somebody for 3+ hours. I wonder if Brady will struggle with that. I think he'll have plenty of stories to tell and plenty of experiences to relate what he just saw to. But to your question is, how raw will he be with it?
Raw and he, I don't know. Maybe I had him at graded him on a curve, but he seems to be a lot more entertaining than maybe I thought Tom Brady would be. I mean, to allow the roast thing, by the way, he regrets now, to allow the roast thing to go and do that and to put yourself in that position right. and then come back and do what he did at the end, that surprised me.
Well, it's fair to say, or maybe in my opinion, it's fair to say, like, when dude was in New England, it was like just football nerds. And then when he went to Tampa, you saw him come out of his shell a little bit. Since he's retired, you see him come out of his shell a little bit more. And to me, like, I think Tom Brady right now, in my opinion, like Tom's he's a lot than he was when he was in New England. Even though he had 6 trophies, there was still a level of stiff there. There was still a level of, I'm high and mighty, I'm untouchable, don't approach me. And now there just seems to be a more likable, approachable, cool
Now it
aspect
feels like
to Tom Brady.
he was like, help,
Right.
help, please. They're suppressing me.
Yeah,
Help.
right. Let me get out of this place. And also, I imagine when your old lady's taking karate lessons and she bounces on you, it's probably pretty humiliating.
It was jujitsu, bro.
Oh, my bad.
God, come
My
on.
bad. Look, I don't know the difference. Do you?
Yes, I do, but I was being facetious.
What's the difference? Can you tell me?
Different styles of martial arts.
Oh, but literally, can you show me a jujitsu stance and a karate
I
stance?
don't do jujitsu and karate.
I mean, Mr. Miyagi was the baddest man in the business.
Can you perform a difference between a karate kick and a jiu-jitsu kick?
I can do a karate kick. I did take karate when I was young, but I never got past white belt. So.
I didn't either.
I mean, hell, you get that when you sign up, don't you?
That was back when my mom was just making me try stuff.
Exactly. That was my case as well.
The drums.
No, I did get into banging the drums.
The drums, the karate. Diving.
We didn't do karate. We got some boxing gloves and got in the garage.
Sock and boppers, baby.
By the way, real quick.
Deca.
Hey, real quick, boys. Did y'all see, Tyler, I know you love these conversations. Did y'all see the first chartered flight for the WNBA? They videoed Caitlin Clark's squad to Indiana Fever.
Sure did,
man. They really corrected it. Corrected those wrongs.
I mean, it's an abuse of funds. That's got to be a 200-seat plane, and there's about 20 people on it.
Maybe everybody wasn't on it yet.
Maybe not. Well, hell, I can tell you what, they were spread out like that.
They were enjoying themselves, man.
They were all spread out like the stewardess just announced. Hey, this doors are closed. We got plenty of open seats. Y'all spread out.
They were enjoying themselves. Yeah, man.
I mean, but if it's going to be $25 million a year for WNBA to have chartered planes, how about we back off a little bit?
Honest to God, do you think that was in the works, or does that happen because of the Caitlin Clark?
I think Caitlin Clark brought light to it, and I think it's so embarrassing for the WNBA that they made the move. Yeah, no, whether it's because she made it a WNBA collective bargaining agreement.
But her voice matters now because of what she did.
She carries weight. There ain't no doubt about it. She fought people. Like, how embarrassing is it if you're the WNBA that you weren't? That
really sticks to you.
It's unbelievable, man. I mean,
they're making $76,000. Caitlin's making $76,000. It's
got to put more butts in the seats.
Okay.
I mean, am I wrong?
Come on, man.
Literally factually, am I wrong? They've had to take numerous teams in recent years out of cities. I don't think that's a good thing for revenue.
Yeah, it's not the only space where revenue comes. Where they could not be flying Southwest. All right. Coming up, Joe Espada scared us, and then I think Tyler said he came back down to earth. I don't know. Joe Espada did some more bench coach type of messaging. We'll let you know what he had to say about one of the prominent players for the Astros. All of that coming up next. But before
inside your man cave, we've got you covered 24/7 on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, what was this you're telling me in my ear, Tyler? First, Joe Espada would meet with the media. He declined to say when Justin Verlander would throw next.
Yeah. There, but all our guy Will Kunkel tweet out that Espada was asked about Verlander's next start, and he declined to acknowledge when that would be, which kind of scared me for a second.
But then he came back and said when it will be?
Yeah, apparently he double-backed towards the end of his availability with the media and said, oh, yeah, Verlander will start Saturday. So
we got to get out of here with that.
I searched the raw audio I got sent, and I guess maybe he double-backed after, but I can't even find him denying it at first.
Who reported that he double-backed?
Our guy, Spillane.
Adam Spillane. Shout out to Adam Spillane out there.
Spo don't miss much now.
So he came out and said he declined to say when Justin Verlander would throw next. And then later it hit him. Oh, yeah, Saturday.
Maybe he was just trying to be mysterious like Dusty used to do. Throw him off.
Well, it is Tuesday. There's a good chance he just wasn't real sure what the hell.
Competitive advantage.
What do you mean by that, Clint? You think maybe he hadn't gotten his information yet?
Well, either he hadn't added up his dates
from the shot colors,
or he just wasn't real sure exactly what day it was. I mean, that's 5 days, 6 days from now.
I'm trying to do the best I can.
I want to hear it so bad because I want to hear him. Like, how did he decline it? Actually, did he do like LeBron did when they asked LeBron if this is going to be his last game in the Lakers uniform? I don't want to answer that. I wonder, is that what Joe said? I declined to answer that, and then came back later on and said, "Oh." I'm not going to let Joe get me down. Not after the display of Alex Bregman yesterday, baby. See what he's got in store today. He moved up in the lineup today, fellas. He's in the 5 spot. Moved up 1 spot.
Hey.
There it is.
Moving
you
on.
Go 3 you go 3 for 3 with a walk, 2 homers, and a double, baby. It's time to move up.
It didn't much. Just need to move. Took him about 40 games to get moved down. Took him 1 to move back up.
Now there is a lefty on the mound. We'll see if he maintains being in that 5 spot. He moved up on them.
I like him in the 5 spot. That's exactly where Alex Bregman would live as long as he's swinging it well. He would never go north of 5, and it would if he went back south, it would depend on what he does from here moving forward.
Yeah. I mean, listen, he is coming on, and last night was a big night. It got me to thinking, like, am I ready to start thinking that he is in some kind of way fixed? Is he the Alex Bregman that we have expectations for? Now, I never had expectations he'd be MVP Alex, like the 2019 Alex, but I thought all-star worthy.
Is Breggy being ridiculous?
Has he turned the corner to get to that? Are you so encouraged by what you've seen here recently, culminating with last night's 3 for 3, 2 homers and a double, where you feel like Bregman's back? Bregman is back.
No. You take this thing back to the Yankees series. I take it back to last night, as far as I'm willing to go.
It's as far as you go.
I mean, look, I know there was a couple of hits here and there, and I know he was hitting on the screws a couple times, hit it right at people, but there was still it seemed like every time I turned it on, there was a pop-up to the pitcher, the second baseman, the first baseman, or the catcher in foul territory somehow, some way. He was still not seeing it well. He was not swinging it well. He was not getting good quality at bats. Last night, I mean, he was obviously whatever he had worked on, which I heard him say in his audio that he went back to, after trying all these other different things, he went back to the old faithful of just getting the knob in front of the bat, or getting them in front of the ball, and getting the knob past the ball, I think is how he said it. He went back to the old way of thinking, and went out there and swung it well to the point of where he was hitting it on the button, man. And that's great for a day. And I'm not saying that he needs to hit 2 home runs and doubles and have multiple RBIs and all this kind of stuff and have a career night every night. But what I'm looking for is for him to remove or avoid the pop-up literally to the right side of the infield. Like that's been at least once a game, if not twice, over the last handful of weeks, hell, maybe a month. I mean, I can't watch it anymore. So eliminate that from your game, and I think I'll be there. I can get there with Bregman.
Yeah. This I can't just say, all right, man, this was a slow start, and this is Bregman. This one has looked different and had been a struggle to a point where, like, man, he was forced to be moved. He's had slow starts, but they ain't been moved 6 or 7 different slots in the batting order. This one has felt different. So I need to see a little bit more. Tyler, are you ready to start betting on him?
Yes, I'm locked in on a bet tonight on Bregman to get more than 1.5 bases. No, I mean, you can tell he's in the zone, man. That baseball, it feels like that baseball looks like a beach ball to him right now.
Oh, boy.
I mean, he came into last night with 1 homer on the year, and he hit 2. So
you're feeling it now. You're jumping in.
He's feeling it.
You're jumping it. So
and
you
I'm
believe
feeling it.
He's putting money on him.
We're all feeling it.
I think I'm going to load up on – I don't know about Bregman, but I think I'm going to load up on the Astros. This next run of games here, I think they could rattle off 8 of 10, 9 of 10.
Well, listen to me. I've just won like $1,700 the last 4 days. It's no big deal.
Y'all gonna roll with Tyler? Put a little money on.
You're +3 in the green, T. You've already put it out there.
What? I can take a screenshot of my balance right now.
He got receipts in here.
Well, you told us.
Take
you
a
told us you
screenshot of
lost
my balance.
$1,400. Now you've won $1,700. That's 3 in the green.
No, I know, but it doesn't change the fact that over the last, X amount of days, I've won $1,700.
Can I get in with you?
Yes, sir. Always happy to do that.
Jumping in?
I'm jumping in.
Jumping in on Bregman?
I'm not opposed to the total bases. I don't like the home run bet, but I'm not opposed to the total bases.
That's one I went heavy on.
I mean, it's fair. He has had a hit in every single game since Yankee series when he decidedly started going the other way.
And it's a lefty tonight, too.
I'm watching him during batting practice right now. He's got a little headband number on. He looks like
he had that thing on last night, that big thick headband, white one.
That's that one LeBron started wearing when it got really bad.
Some were crediting as that headband you're looking at to the big night last night.
He has to keep wearing it.
Yeah,
and he's got to eat whatever he ate yesterday. Wonder what he ate last night.
Well, look at Tyler smirking. I mean, we're talking about his meals, Tyler. You're sick. You're a sicko, man.
I didn't say anything.
As the song says, it's written all over your face. You don't have to say a word.
I didn't.
Said it's written all over your face.
I don't know.
Oh, dirty T.
I mean, I'm thinking pasta. I'm thinking Breggy salsa, Mexican food. Hey, you up here thinking about that thing.
We know what the dessert was, don't we?
Clint, I don't think you're right about this. Clint thinks he's alone, not about the dessert.
Coming up next.
I'm on an island all by myself, man. I feel like it.
You're not, man. You're not. He thinks he's on an island all by himself. He is not. Listen, you come on. Come with Clint. Come with the Houston hero. He is not alone on this. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, breathing is one of the most essential parts of living, y'all. You got to breathe well to sleep well. You got to sleep well to live well. It is a very
It's easy to bring home huge wins. Keep at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Woo! Welcome back, baby. It's a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful Tuesday in the building as we are riding high here on The Drive. We appreciate you. However you are taking us in, whether you're listening to us on Sports Radio 610, you can hear us clearly now wherever you go. We appreciate you. Those of you on the Odyssey app, we appreciate you as well. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, you visibly can see us, and Tyler's showing you his nipples, or his nipple. We appreciate you.
And he's licking his lips. I know you can't see it because his mustache is over, but he's actually licking his lips, too.
You're right. That mustache, that part is, just look at 10 o'clock.
Hey, I need the people out there to do me a favor.
Do it for him.
I need everybody out there listening to do me a favor.
I didn't know they had the cotton candy blizzard.
I got a teammate that's down.
Somebody texted and said, man, somebody just texted and said, man, Ron, you look rough.
I mean, it's bad. I mean, he's walking around here. He's bending over. He's stretching. He's trying to fit. It's just not. It's not going to go away.
I just banged out some ibuprofen.
This is not something that's going. 713-572-4610. We are our studio. Our office is 59 in Wesleyan area, right there. Ron lives in Sugar Land. I'll give you
Missouri City.
Is it Missouri? Same thing, right? Same direction.
No, same direction.
Okay, same direction. That direction. I need a chiropractor somewhere between here and there.
So you don't think my game plan of bare back pills and a heating pad,
getting Trey to walk on your back, before you ground him tonight is not.
That is something. He's going to jump on. He can jump on.
I mean, that ain't it. Just boom. It wouldn't take 15 minutes. 15 minutes. I don't know, $50-$60. Boom. You're gonna be high kneeing tomorrow, getting your workout in the morning.
Think so?
Yep. If not, your ass gonna get out of bed looking like a 90-year-old grandma. Can't stand up straight. Talking about Courtney, I don't know what I did. I should have listened to Clint.
Oh.
Yep, that sound right there.
6 o'clock. That ain't too late.
Hey man, I'm just telling you.
They're taking. I mean,
you're Ron Hughley. You're Ron. You're Ron. Look, I'm gonna tell you, if I was a chiropractor and I was between here and Missouri City, somewhere in that area, right, I would damn sure stay open a couple of minutes late and fix your back so you'd come in here tomorrow telling everybody about what I did for you.
The showman.
That's what I do.
All right. Someone said, don't go with the heat, ice. Got you.
No, don't. It's not heat. It's not ice. It's chiropractor. It's adjustment.
I've heard essential oils might be the way to go.
Someone texted, Ron, go to Houston Spine Center to really good. I went there. That seems to be away from where I'm heading, but I appreciate this.
You need to find you a good chiropractor. As much as you're working out nowadays and fighting Father Time, you're 40.
This has hit me. This is the first time it's hit me like this.
I mean, you need to find you a good chiro that's convenient between here and your home where you can pull over, boom, get you a little adjustment. There we go.
I don't feel good about giving it the evening. I do feel like I need to, because that was my first plan. Let me just go through the day, maybe give it the evening.
It may slip back in. I mean, there has been times.
The way the confidence, Tyler, he is bringing with what he knows it is. That is.
I'd bet a good amount of money.
Someone texting, just sleep on the floor tonight. Clear it up. Got you.
That goes well.
That's a terrible idea, actually.
Yeah, that sounds like awful
advice. I do it for 30 minutes every night, putting my baby to bed, and I hate it. Relative to comfort, I love it. Next to my baby,
the comfort portion of it.
Ooh, no, that ain't it. That old floor, nah. I'm thankful for that mattress when I climb in that bed.
Oh man, yeah, boy, it just hit me. Just really hit me.
713-572-4610. Get Ron a damn chiro between here in Missouri City. Anywhere between here and Missouri City.
Why don't you hear? While you're helping me, let's help you. Why do you feel like you? Tell the people why you feel like you're on the island. You feel like you're on Revis Island right now.
Yeah, look, it just when we talk about these Texans, and look, I do obviously radio with you and Tyler. I listen to In the Loop with Lopez and Landry, and I listen to Payne and Pendergast. And I just when I hear conversations about the Texans, I just don't hear the same. I don't know if concern's the right word because everybody's not a concerned radio guy or a concerned fan the way that I am sometimes. But I just feel like we just kind of have this as a whole. There's just this sense of security that the Texans are going to be all right regardless of the strength of the schedule. I just look at the schedule and I'm just like, God, I mean, this is the number one concern that I have for the Texans. This is a huge leap to think that C.J. Stroud and D'Amico Ryans and the Texans are going to have the same level of success this year that they had last year just because they added a handful of skill players, and I'm including pass rushers in that skill player role. And they may, if I had to bet, I would say that they're gonna be okay. But I don't know, man. I just when we start talking about strength of schedule, Ron, I'm sitting there going, damn, this is going to be could be a rough season. I just saw an image earlier this morning. I believe it was posted on an NFL-related site, a Twitter account. I'm not real sure, but something like that. The Texans have the fourth most difficult strength of schedule. And I knew it was going to be – I figured it was going to be top 10. I didn't know it would be top 5. Like, there's only 3 teams with a more difficult schedule than Cleveland, Baltimore, and Pittsburgh.
I mean, we've been looking at that thing. It's tough.
I don't know. I don't want to yes, the Texans got better, but there is a conversation to be had about were the additions that the Texans made in Diggs and Hunter and these other guys did the Texans make more progress than their schedule did? Like that's a real.
No, I mean, that's a fair thing.
I mean, that is. I don't know. I just feel like the way I feel when I talk about it, like I'm concerned about it. Like I think it could be something that could surprise the hell out of the Texans, and I'm hoping like hell D'Amico keeps those guys nose to the grind, and they're not feeling themselves because of how difficult this schedule is. I just don't sense that when I hear conversation.
I think it's a very fair question. The Texans have improved greatly, and not only have they improved greatly, but they are also now a year older, and that is the coordinators, that is the head coach, that's the quarterback. They're a year older, a year more comfortable in the system, and a year better, right? But it is fair that damn schedule moved right up with them.
Yeah.
It moved right up with them, and that's why, to me, I'm really curious to see tomorrow what the order of the schedule is and how it shakes up and what type of difficult stretches they have. But I personally, the way I look at it right now, this is subject to change. We get to training camp and we see these guys, but I tend to believe, and with additions, is good enough to meet this schedule. Now, I'm not saying it's going to meet this schedule where they're going to be the one seed, but I do think it's going to meet this schedule where right now I still have the expectation that they get to the playoffs and that they win the division. But I'm not silly, Clint. Last year, I think you could make a very, very big case that the difference between the Texans going to the playoffs and winning the division was their schedule. When you look at it, came down to the Jags needing to lose to the Titans as it was falling apart, and they did. But you could just look at it was a one game difference. You can look at it. The Texans, the NFC West team they had to play was the Cardinals. They were one of the worst teams in the NFL. The team that the Jags had to play was the San Francisco 49ers that went to the Super Bowl. The team in the AFC West that the Texans had to play was the Denver Broncos. The team that the Jags had to play was the Kansas City Chiefs. And I believe, they had to, and the Jags had to play Buffalo. That you had to play the Jets, right? Or did they play that whole division? No, they played the Jets. You played the Jets. They played Buffalo. Now, they lost anyway, but I mean, that the schedule, the difference there, you could look at it from a couple of games difference on what the first place team had to play compared to the Texans' fourth place schedule.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, you just look Jaguars, and it's one of those where you look, they went and won the division and won a playoff game and lost in the second round. Doug Peterson's first year, correct me if I'm wrong, and then the next year playing that first place schedule.
It was last year. Yep.
They didn't get there. So that I don't know. That's just it's just the significant jump in schedule just really is stuck in my craw right now as it comes to the Texans.
And I hate this when I'm seeing this of like all of a sudden a week closer and closer we get to the season, we were excited. Now you guys are scared. Like it's not scared.
I've had the same song and dance from jump. I hate to break it to you, but whatever.
But it's not scared. It's just looking at the schedule. It's daunting, and it's a big adjustment from last year. Now, as I've said, and I think Clint has said that, like it's not nothing that you believe is going to kill them. I believe they can play through the schedule, but it's not a fear thing. It's a damn, man. Like, I believe if the Texans can get into the playoffs, I think they can play with damn near anybody. But there is going to be some tough, like you got to run up 9-10 wins to get in. And as optimistic as Tyler is, Tyler wouldn't be shocked if this team didn't get to 9 wins.
No.
Like, yeah, I mean, you like this year, you're not going to be able to afford to drive and the Falcons and still roll through. Like you got some tough games on that schedule that come behind that. So I don't know. I think they're a good football team and they can play with the schedule, but I'm not going to sit here and say it ain't nothing. I mean, it's a big deal. All right, coming up, the A's are going to try to continue this little stretch. They've won 4 out of 5. They're going to try to get game 2 of this series, and their best pitcher is on the mound. Ronel Blanco will give you the starting lineups and get you ready for the rest of that. And somebody in media is trying something that I think is disrespectful to multiple industries. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, check it out. If you're out there and you're dealing with chronic joint pain, man,
FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Welcome to 5 o'clock fire.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty and the DILF.
The big DILF.
Psycho T, a.k.a. T-Mill, a.k.a. Moneybags, have the latest for you. The latest is 5 o'clock fire is brought to you by Kirk Holmes and the Astros. They're looking to get going here, Clint. I know you've looked at this stretch. They got 10 games at home. They got a 10-game homestand, and a little bit after that, they face at least two series against winnable opponents. They start with the A's, who are better than expected, but still very winnable, under 500. They'll play the Brewers in between the Angels without Mike Trout, who have struggled, who have the second worst record in the American League. So this is a point and a time for them to get going, Clint. Ronel Blanco gets the ball tonight, and if they can continue to build on this, right now they're still 9 games under 500, but they have to make a move in these stretch of games right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a huge opportunity for the Astros, right? When you look at their schedule, the way this thing lines up until the start of the A's series, so up until, let's just say Sunday, they had a stretch of, what was it, 40-some-odd games at that point in time, where it was the most difficult run of games, I believe, in all of Major League Baseball, I believe. I know it was up in the top, but I think it was the most difficult. Not that that's any excuse of why they're 15-25 and at the end of the day have dug an embarrassing hole for their team and played embarrassing baseball along the way. It had been extremely difficult. No excuse, but just the reality of what it is. Now, the next 13 games, as you said, they've got a chance to really make up ground. 10 of the next 13 games are against the A's and the Angels. As you mentioned, the other 3 are the Brewers. They have been swinging the bat. They're one of the better hitting teams at home. A good chunk of these games, I think the next 9, so 10 straight games at the house. So that bodes well for the Astros. And ultimately, you got guys that appear, you're getting production out of first base, you're getting production out of center field. Regardless of who's there, you're getting production there. Bregman's coming around, it looks like. Obviously, Jordan's come around. And so, I mean, you just got the stars are starting to align, along with the schedule being the brightest star of the bunch for this team to make a run. And this is something that they've, this is a run in the schedule with the hole that you've dug. There is no ifs, ands, or buts about it. You've got to make a serious move.
If they don't make
and
the hell with the division right now in terms of following that. If they don't, you got to get to above 500 or got to get to 500. If they don't make a significant dent in getting to 500 in this stretch, I just don't know how much longer you can keep hanging on and riding on with the thought.
Yeah, I
make a dent here.
If you can't make a dent here, it's. I mean, Clint might throw in a damn towel.
You got all your pitchers here. You got guys that are starting to roll. Your lineup is, I guess, when you want to make it, your lineup is ready. Like today, the worst hitters in the lineup are hitting 218 and 224.
Yeah,
I mean that we used to see multiple people in the ones.
Yep.
On here. So yeah, this
not to mention, Ron, on the backside of this 13-game stretch, you get Seattle for 4. So if you go in there and you handle your business and you gain some momentum and you start that climb back, and then you got 4 against the division leader, who, by the way, right now, you're only 6.5 games back. Somehow, some way, you are still only 6.5 games back in the division behind the Mariners, and you've got a long runway to create some serious momentum before you catch them 4 straight games. I mean, it can't set up any better for the Astros to potentially make a run here and get back in the thick of things than it does right now.
Yeah, and we've talked about it. They're going to have some sort of 15 out of 20 run, and this could be the one to jumpstart them. Tonight, as we said, Ronel Blanco, 2-0, 2.23 ERA, has given this team a chance every time out, has been their best pitcher. He goes tonight against J.P. Sears. Here's the lineup. Altuve will be leading off. Tucker's in right field. Thank God Jordan's the DH again. Payne is hitting. And this is the change. Bregman moves up to the 5 spot with Diaz catching, batting 6th. Singleton drops down to the 7th spot. There's a lefty on the mound. I think he's probably trying to load up the righties here. And then Myers is in center. I mean, he's getting a lot of starts here in a row in center. And then Dubon is in left field. So Dubon gets back, in the lineup here for this group. So this is, this is as close to as good as your lineup can be right now. And Jake Myers has been swinging it pretty well right now. But this is as good as your lineup can get. And, the expectation is you've got your best pitcher who's been your best pitcher this year on the mound. These are games you got to get. These are games that you got to get. So, any thoughts you guys like Bregman moving up this fast? You think? I personally would have chilled a little bit.
Yeah, I wouldn't have been upset if they chilled a bit, but I'm not upset that he got bumped up one spot.
I don't have a problem with 5. Now I got a problem when you start bumping it. Look, and I would change the order even above him, me personally. But at the end of the day, those 4 guys need to be hitting 1 through 4 to some degree, and Bregman needs to be hitting 5th. Like right now, you can't pull. The only one even up for debate is Pena, and right now the way he's swinging it, the way he's able to steal bases with his speed, the way he's using his speed, even though his ass got lucky last night. But him being in that top 4, I mean, he's got to be up there. You can't. I mean, you get one game from Bregman can't get crazy and move him back to the 2 hole or move him up to the 4 hole. I like him in the 5 spot.
He came in yesterday's game leading the entire American League in hits and second in batting.
I'm telling you, man.
Yeah.
I'd bat him if it were me. I'd bat him second.
Cream always rises to the top.
I'd bat him. I'd bat him second. Mess around and walk him if you want to. He's going to end up on second, and you got to deal with Tucker and Jordan. I mean, with a runner in scoring position. I'm here for that.
This groove Tucker's in that 2 spot.
Well, I really need to get him out of that 2 spot because I don't want you to get feeling too good about your thought over there.
I mean, clearly, guys. I mean, come on. I mean, I got to get something here.
I mean, you've been clamoring for it. You've been clamoring for it for 2 years. It took a career fall from Bregman for it to happen.
It took a bench coach to slide in there and do it. Somebody just throw into that.
I'm trying to do the best I can.
Damn it. There you go. Good for him. No, this is a big series. They got a 4-game set. They can win this one. They can go and try to win the series tomorrow. So that's the Astros coming up here in a bit as they take on the A's.
5 o'clock fire.
All right. Tyler made a little money last night off the Cleveland Cavaliers. He felt himself last night by a point there. He was able to get through it. How much you make from Cleveland?
Cleveland got me about 150.
There you go. Well,
sure.
Like, I'm not going to lie to you. There are 4 games, 4 series left. This is the fun night. These are the more the Knicks, which will be back home in Madison Square Garden. And I'm telling you, if you have not watched the playoffs or watched very much of it, the Knicks at home has been the best watch of the postseason for the NBA. That crowd, how they feed off of it, it is a live spot. It is one of those. It's when you watch, you're like, damn, I wish I was there.
Yeah.
At Madison Square Garden, the Knicks game. So if you haven't checked it out, that's a great atmosphere. They play the Pacers tonight. Knicks are -1.5. Woo! This Brunson over-under. 33.5, I would normally be like, yeah, Tyler, I might go after that. Backs against the wall. They got everybody out. But he ain't right. That's the thing is Brunson.
And it's an ankle, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah, He's not right. It's his shoulder's giving him problems too. Like he's got multiple things. So I don't know. I'd stay away from that. And then the series that you just can't understand, the Timberwolves and the Nuggets. They go back to Denver Game 5. Anthony Edwards over under 29.5. I think I would take the over.
Take the over in that?
I think I would.
Well, that's a big number. What are you doing, Tyler?
I'm going to consider it now hearing that. I am on Anthony Edwards over on assists.
What's that? What, 3?
I think it was 4.5.
Ooh, I don't know, man. I feel like Anthony gonna be taking a few of them. He had 44 in the last one. Like he has that kind of. He seems to have that cold-blooded. I'm coming. He knows he needs to. I know it is dicey because I do think Karl Anthony Towns is gonna come out here and feel like he's got to get better than his stupid 13 points that he put up. But I think my man, he had 44 in the last one, in the last game, 27, 43, 40. I would take the over. I think he's going to come out hard on that. Now, that's just me. I don't know if you should actually do it.
Ron said he wants to put 100 on Anthony Edwards over.
All right, I'll lock it in.
Give me what will I win if I put a clean 40 on it?
40.
You think so? Even odds?
I would think it's fairly even. I mean, maybe $42. I don't know.
Oh, that ain't enough for me.
Problem is, if you lose, it's going to be 44.
Well, to win 40, you'd have to bet 50.
There you go.
So you're
good
out.
about it.
God dang! To score 30. I mean, it's what is it? So what does that make it? Minus what?
Minus 125 are the odds.
You got 25% juice
out,
if you
man.
lose. Chief.
I'm out, man. I just found somebody on the text line gave me a really good chiropractor.
There you go.
In Siena, right there, bam.
Save that
right
$50 and use it on your chiro,
First
man.
visit, $29.
Really? Now, I don't know if chiropractor is a space you really want to go with. You want to go discount shopping, but
I'll
okay.
give him a shot.
Any
I
doctor,
think you should.
really.
I think you should.
Is that better than my plan?
Better than you going home. If they mess you up.
Said they close at 7. I'm thinking maybe get him in the morning.
I think in this break you need to hit them up and say, hey, man, I'm leaving here. I mean, how quick can I get in and out? I got a bad problem. I got a little hip, little back issue, little SI issue. See, I mean, why? You're gonna have to sleep when you get out of bed in the morning. You're gonna wish you listened to me. They're open till 7. Everything's lining up just perfect. I mean, absolutely perfect.
Just let me walk on your back,
please.
No,
walk on my back.
It'll
while
take
I call
15. Literally, it'll take you 15.
It's only a 15-minute.
No, I'm not him walking on your back. If it's in Siena, that's right around the street from where you live. Just pull in there.
If you're saying
it'll be 15 minutes.
You're saying in there, first time customer,
15
first
minutes.
time. It's 15 minutes
for $29. Ain't gonna do much. 15 minutes.
Well, you're going to have to fill out some paperwork. Yeah. It's going to be at least 10 minutes added.
Even with the paperwork, it'll be 15 minutes. Use quick adjustment, man. They ain't going in there and probing you or anything.
I'm going to set him and see if I can get him in the morning.
Tonight.
I want their best person.
Hard-headed as hell.
I'm just saying, 7's pushing it. I'm going to take a dump before I leave.
5 o'clock fire.
All right. What do you fellas think about this? Sources are saying, and the sources are correct because Doug Gottlieb has confirmed it, that the University of Green Bay, Wisconsin, they are going to hire Doug Gottlieb to be their basketball coach, which I don't think is a bad move. I think Doug, this is another guy who's coming out of the booth or coming out of calling games, played at Oklahoma State and Notre Dame, and has called and covered college basketball for years. I think there's a chance that Doug could be a really good coach. My one concern is this: the head coach. But Doug Gottlieb hosts he's probably on right now. Doug Gottlieb hosts a sports radio show on Fox Sports. And he's going to continue to host his show while being the head coach at Green Bay.
That's going to be a tough schedule.
Tough schedule. That's a disrespect and a slap in the face to both college coaches and us. I mean, and whoever's working on that show with him, like Tyler, if you were the producer, get ready to put together the whole show, because Doug's just flying in to just talk about stuff.
Well, there's got to be something on both ends, right, to make it. Not that it's going to make sense to you because you clearly are against it, But there's got to be pieces in place.
Now listen, it sounds really bad. I mean, tell me what that would be, because like college sports now, you got to recruit all the time, and now the portal comes in. You got to have time to recruit your kids, recruit other kids. That is a year-round thing. Not to mention coaching, what you're doing and he's going to call and he's going to do a 3-hour radio show every day.
Yeah, no, look, it's going to be very, very difficult. I wonder what UW Green Bay. I wonder what recruiting looks like there. I wonder what their staff, from a recruiting perspective, looks like. I do wonder, like, how big of a recruiting area does UW Green Bay recruit to, and you know, again, what does their staff look like? Does he have an assistant head coach? Been at that level? I don't know. I think there's just, like, I guess my point is, for it to even be considered, there has to be, like, he has to have an executive producer that essentially right now is already putting a good chunk of the show together. Like, this isn't just hey, I'll pay you a little more if you'll put the show together and I'll run. Like, there has to be a
right. Like, he's not going to be able to give a 100 or some part of either the coaching or the radio show. Something's going to suffer.
Yeah.
Like, he's not going to be able to give 100% to both of them. And I can't believe Green Bay, Milwaukee is like, yeah, man, all right,
give it a shot.
Let's do it.
Isn't that where I read somewhere where that's where his pop coached?
Is it? I know Bruce Pearl coached there. I think that's no. I'm sorry, no, that's Milwaukee. That's a different school. Green Bay, I think they're in the Horizon League. They have been for years. I know Tyler's shaking me off like he has no idea, which he probably doesn't. But no, that is just wild. I cannot believe that they're going for it. Fox is like, hell yeah, man, you're head coach. Go ahead, do what you do, man.
See if it works, man.
Interesting. All right, coming up, I've been listening to Clint, and then I've been watching the actions of what the league is showing us. And I feel like I'm not alone in this. Clint, you said you felt like you were on an island alone. I don't think I'm on an island alone. I am, however, surprised. Are we overhyping the popularity of your Houston Texans? Are we doing that? We'll discuss that coming up next.
app.
Yeah, that's right. Download the Odyssey app now and don't miss a minute of the conversation.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, I got to be honest with you, fellas. One, shout out to our listeners. Great people. Great, wonderful people. And I love the excitement. Love the excitement of how you all are about this Texans potential season coming up. Because it has the potential to be the greatest season in the history of the Texans. The greatest season in the history of Houston football. It has a chance to be that excitement. And I know we sit here and look at this team every day, and more than us just sitting here looking at this team every day, we actually we sit and hear a lot of the national stuff that's being said about the Houston Texans. And Clint, Tyler, you would agree. We've got 1,000 shows coming up on Monday. We've been doing this together for a while. 4 seasons for the Texans. This is upcoming. This is by far the most positive respect or reaction that the Texans are getting from the national media.
The arrows pointed up.
Without a doubt, is and not just in terms of how people feel about the organization, but in terms of how people feel about the chances of this team advancing far in the playoffs. I think people really legit look at this as a potential Super Bowl contender, and I think they are. But I'm not going to lie to you, Tyler and Clint. I am really surprised in how it is looking like it is turning out with this opening weekend, and that the Houston Texans aren't featured as one of the primetime games. Now, there is one left, but Monday Night Football, they go Aaron Rodgers at the Niners. Thursday Night Football to kick it off. This is the game I thought made so much sense, the Texans and the Chiefs, and instead it is the Ravens and the Chiefs. Friday night, they're going to be playing in Brazil. You ever been?
Have not yet.
Yeah. Yeah. Racine's the closest I've been.
Isn't there a real
Wisconsin?
Isn't there a real HIV problem in Brazil?
Oh.
Well, they got dark. I'm not sure.
If they do, I didn't know.
I think isn't there a carnival? Isn't Carnival? Isn't that in Brazil?
I don't know.
I think Carnival is in Brazil, and I think there's a stat that I saw on that was, it's a very very sexual place, and Carnival is one of the hottest times, and you better be careful. That's what I was told.
Well, I'll put that away in the memory bank and remember that for sure.
I think that's right. See if Carnival is in. Tell Cheryl to see if Carnival is in Brazil.
Cheryl.
713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, if you got any news and notes on Carnival.
No, it's Carnival. It's Carnival or something like that.
Carnival.
It's spelt like Carnival.
Yeah, every year in Brazil, the
Carnival.
Friday before Ash Wednesday.
Never heard of it.
Brazilian Carnival.
First time.
I heard it's
nothing so far on HIV.
If you go, it's tough to not partake it, but it is very dangerous. Is kind of what I was told.
Doing that before a holy holiday too.
So I have so many up against the edge comments that
I'm just telling you
to make that I am gonna stop. That I'm not going to stop.
I mean, if you go, take protection.
I got so many things. I'll
spend a lot of time in the Carnival.
Hey, learn something new every day.
What's
Quick
that?
Google search: does Brazil have an HIV problem? Yes. Brazil has an HIV problem. In 2019, 0.60% of Brazil's population had HIV and or AIDS.
Byron Cage, AIDS like a mofo on the YouTube and Twitch.
Damn, didn't know that.
There you go, boys. You learn something every day. You got to live a little bit, man.
I did not know
Spring the raincoat.
Stating the Eagles and Packers game for Brazil. going to launch us
I'm telling you. I mean,
but
look,
you never know. That's why
if
we
you're
didn't get to 1,000 for nothing.
If you're in a relationship,
we ain't there yet.
If you're in a relationship with the Eagles and a Packers player, you better tell them to pack heavy protection.
Yeah.
Be over there for about 3-4 days. I imagine you're it's going to be tough to not partake, is what I've been told.
Yeah, so actually good. Not surprised that the Texans didn't make that one. But no, I'm surprised that the Texans aren't looked at as, all right, this is like a hot new star that we want to push. Like the Texans they're Goldberg in the WCW. Remember they had all those established stars, and then they got that young up-and-coming one? The Texans are Goldberg. The Texans are the young up-and-coming team that Vegas has somehow given them the same Super Bowl odds of the Baltimore Ravens. They surprised every star at quarterback and C.J. Stroud, who's been all over the place in the offseason. I am really, really surprised that they're not involved in any of these primetime games, it looks like. Now, the Sunday night game is still left. I don't think they're going to be involved in that when you look at the opponents that they're on their schedule that are already involved in primetime. I'm really surprised by that, and I think you've tried to do it, Clint. I'll give you that. You've tried to tell me, hey, temper that just a tad. But I feel like maybe me, along with others, have maybe overhyped the popularity of the Texans because clearly the league is not looking at it and saying that they're a must-see group that we got to have.
Well, look, I thought they were. I hoped they were, but this is one of those deals that concern me is you get this hype around a team, and rightfully so. D'Amico and CJ and Will and company and Nick Casario's put together a hell of a roster, and they had a nice run last year.
And then you bring in Diggs and you bring in Hunter
and you bring in all these some good players, and you get better, no doubt about it.
Tim Settle.
And you are stop it. How many snaps he played last year? You are a media darling, and in the offseason, folks that are successful in the media, they use that as content. They create content. They find ways to converse about everything under the sun. And to be honest, like when the rub to really put up or shut up of what you think about a team, I think we're seeing what they think about teams. You look at the Thursday night football matchup, Chiefs, it could have been Cincinnati, could have been Baltimore, could have been Houston. It was Baltimore. The given, right? I mean, last year's MVP versus last year's Super Bowl winner. Makes sense. I'm anxious to see. I'm be fascinated to see exactly what they think of the Texans once they slate all the primetime games. I think the Texans are going to be middle of the pack, two, maybe three.
See, and listen, I'm backing off of that. I can't remember how many games you said, Tyler. I thought 5. I thought they were going to push this as you said 3?
Wait, what's the question?
I said how many games? He says 1 or 2. How many or 2?
I said 4. I said 4.
See, I'm backing out. I thought 5. I thought they were going to push them like they pushed the Lions, like they pushed other teams, and there's so many games on the schedule. This person said, Ron, CJ is must-see. The Texans are not. I think that's damn near the same thing.
Yeah, it's hard to separate the two.
I mean, if you start talking about the Ravens, hell, I mean, you take Lamar out of that thing. I don't know how must see they are. I mean, I'm intrigued by Derrick Henry, but I'm intrigued by Diggs, and what they're going to do. I guess we're seeing it all through the offseason. This is the second best team in the AFC. Right there, man. They're right there with everybody. Like we would just see impromptu just segments on the Texans. Just on these national shows all the time. But the league clearly
Ron,
saying not so fast.
This is the first time.
I'm down to 2 or 3 now.
Yeah, I'm at 2 or 3. Here's the deal.
I'm down to 1.
Now I hoped it was going to be 4 or 5, and it was going to be Thursday night against the Chiefs and Thanksgiving against the Cowboys. I was hoping we'd get all that, but reality is it doesn't look like it's going to happen. The interesting thing about what's going on with the Texans to me right now is that the hype around the Texans, or the conversations, expectations, if you will, around the Texans, it seems like they're significantly higher on the national front than they are here locally.
And that's why that was one of the big reasons why I thought of, like, this is the team to push. Yeah. This is the young, sexy team to push, because everybody's been talking about them. Everybody's been talking. Like, to that texter who said that the CJ is must see, the Texans are. No, when you have the quarterback and the star, it becomes must see. Right? It becomes like if Taylor Swift started dating somebody from the Titans become must see. I like they got a star ahead to them, and outside of that, the quarterback is a big star that you would think love to put. Someone texting, the Texans have been bad primetime ratings. How many times has CJ been a part of it? All that changes. How many times has CJ been a part of the bad ratings in primetime games? You got a star here. It's a surprise. Maybe I'm overvaluing them. If they only have 2 primetime games, I'm going to have a problem. There's just too many games out there that just don't deserve to be no damn 12 o'clocks. All right, coming up, speaking of the Texans, there's a spot on this team, on this defense in particular, that, boy, I think they're going to need some help. Can they survive, or are they going to be the real weak point of this team? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, are you looking to build your dream home? You're looking to build a custom home? Well, look no
Luckily, we were in my Nissan Rogue. With its powerful VC turbo engine, well, we had time to see all the animals. Whoa! And outrun a few!
Drive the Nissan Rogue.
Live from the Twin Peaks Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Shout out to our listeners who helped me out. I had a little back issue. Really jumped on me after I worked out. And I've had some people give me a lot of good recommendations close to the crib.
And you don't want to listen. You're not coachable, man.
I am listening. I'm just
15 minutes, man. Stop and get that back taken care of. If you're going to work out, you're going to drop all this weight, you're going to fight Father Time and be 40 plus.
Just 40.
You got to no, you're plus. You got days on top of 40. You have got to take care of your body.
40 plus is 40.
You got to listen to you. How many times you heard that, Ron? Listen to your body. Listen to your. It's telling you, hey man, get me worked on. It's not telling you to stop. It's not telling you to sleep on it. It's not telling you to take days off. It's telling you I need a little maintenance. My service engine light's on. Hey, they got you a chiropractor that's open till 7, man. You got an hour. You got, boom, slide right in there.
Let me ask you.
You'll feel the instant relief.
Walk-ins are welcome.
Hey, you'll feel the instant release when that thing pops back in. Whoop, you'll be able to stand up straight. That muscle won't spasm. You sleep on it, you're liable to have a knot in your back because that muscle's going to spasm.
Let me ask you something real quick, both of you. You think $29 for the first visit? That's a sign like maybe go somewhere else.
I think they're trying to grow a business.
Okay, I like.
If
that.
I were in
That's
your
how I would
if
think.
I were
That's
in
how I
your
would think it.
if I were in your shoes, I would take the risk. It's an SI. It's not. It's. I mean, look. It's just a quick adjustment.
I mean, I'm willing to pay.
It's as basic as you could imagine. They ain't gonna plug you up to nothing.
Okay, I'm willing to pay an extra
alignment.
$10-15 more to get maybe higher.
Nah, man, get in there and get this thing right. You may find a hell of a deal. You may be stopping if you find a hell of a deal at $29. You need to stop there once a week.
I'm telling you, especially if it's giving me problems like this.
Oh man, this is going to be absolute life changing for you, especially with this injury.
The neck. You know.
Especially with this injury, golly, man.
You crack me up with your confidence of what this is.
I mean, I've been wrong a time or two, but
is Ron cheap? No, I don't think I wouldn't use cheap.
Now, text line asked me that question. Absolutely. Hell yes. He is walking around here like a 90-year-old grandma or grandpa, I suppose.
It's just the first several
And
steps.
I'm giving him a 29. I found him because I chose, because I'm looking out for him, because I care about him.
He said,
I have found him a $29 answer to his problem, and he's still over there. I mean, no wonder you wear $2 underwear.
Oh man!
See, that's the ache right there. He can't even adjust his. He can't even adjust himself in that chair over there.
It just takes a little bit more. From the text line, Ron's back is probably hurting from carrying around that big ass head all day. Brent in the Heights, your mama. First off, it's not even a funny joke. I don't have a large head. I have the smallest head on the set.
On the set. I think that is fair, considering you're on here with two jug heads.
And I mean on the neck head. I have the smallest head on the set. So,
yeah, you need to clarify that.
If you're talking about the other one, listen,
and the shortest legs.
Yeah, if you're talking about two of them, not the third one.
Why don't you go get your beard taken care of, man?
Hey, would you spit on yourself in there laughing?
Real quick, I do want to get to the secondary. Real quick, Tyler, how many games have you been to this year with the Astros?
I've been to 2.
This is how I know it's not a good year. This is how I know. Tyler, I mean, you normally get in, you're flirting with once a week.
Yeah, like last season especially.
You're flirting with once a week, and you just haven't felt. Are you doing it on purpose, or you just haven't felt led to go out there? And I can understand with some of the stuff you've been watching. You just haven't felt led to go out there? I'm surprised. Yeah, two games this year?
I mean, honestly, that's got to go into it, and maybe I'm realizing it right now subconsciously. But
do you have any plans to go on this 10-game homestand? They got 9 more.
Yes, I do, actually. I don't have the tickets yet, but just talked to the wife yesterday, and we're planning to go before we go to Hawaii.
I got to go to one, man. I got to get to one. Win, lose, or draw. I mean, I got to get to one.
Yeah, but I mean, even
why don't we go?
Like even us, I probably went to.
It's been a few years since I've went with you, Tyler.
I probably went to about 10 Astros games last year.
Did you really?
Really?
Damn, 10?
8 Astros games last year. Let me take that back a little bit. Yeah, 5 to 8 Astros games last year. Yeah. But Tyler probably went to 20. I don't know how many people are right there with Tyler. Like I just haven't been led to go. I've been led to go. Interesting. I've just thought about that. I was like, Tyler usually has his little jersey on. I don't know why I called it little. But Tyler has his hat. I'm going, fellas. Going tonight. Just got tickets. Going tonight. That's what Tyler normally does about once a week. And Tyler just said, no, I'm good.
Yeah, I haven't consciously been like, man, they're ass. I'm not going to this crap. I haven't really had that kind of thought, but I'm sure that goes into it for sure.
Yeah. Stuff, man. Get out there, man. Get out there and have a good
Caitlin
time.
Clark makes her debut tonight.
Who's that?
Are you serious, man?
I'm kidding. It's a joke.
I mean, the disrespect is ridiculous.
It's through the roof with this guy.
I mean, the disrespect for Caitlin Clark in the WNBA, it's right up there with Landry's spiel on the Sports Illustrated swimsuit model stuff earlier.
That's aggressive.
It really ain't no hate. I just
Do you think Caitlin Clark? Do you think she scores 21 tonight?
No clue.
You think she scores 21 tonight?
I hear she's a prolific scorer, so I'll go with yes.
Suns a pretty good defensive team. At least they were last year. They're going to be hunting her ass. No, I wouldn't bet that.
I wouldn't bet on WNBA.
I would. I wouldn't bet that. I want to see how she plays it because they are going to be going after her. You think teams want to go after C.J. Stroud and the way that Zaire Franklin was
right.
They won't. I mean, we already heard Diana Taurasi and her jealous ass. I mean, it was. And I love Diana.
Well, I mean, look, and the truth of the matter, though, I mean, with the attention that Caitlin Clark is getting, I think it's all well-deserved. But, I mean, look, it's anytime you got a growth in the sport the way it is right now, whoever that sphere is going to get hated on. It just happens to be Caitlin Clark right now.
From the text line, I bet Ron did not pay for any of those games. He goes only free. Listen, close, but no cigar.
Tyler paid for a couple of them.
Yeah, Tyler did. I did. We went when the Royals came, so I did purchase that one. I think I paid for another one. But
Tyler, you get some tickets, I'll go with you. Buddy.
I took me, Courtney, and Nicholas went one time when the two older ones stayed back in Kansas City with the grandparents. Me and Nicholas went. Nicholas had me walking all around that, almost cussed, all around that damn stadium trying to find that cotton candy, and then he came back and hated it and didn't eat it. Oh, it was smoking hot.
Did you whoop him?
I didn't. No, I didn't whoop him, nor did I kick my dog when I took him on a walk. You know me. All right, coming up behind us, remember Texans All Access, Wade Smith, Indy Kalu will join the fellas. And then Area 45, Bijani and Creighton, hopefully they can have another fun Astros postgame show, the only live and local night show here in Houston, right there, Area 45, Bijani and Creighton. All right, listen, I would say, to me, the two weak spots and the two spots that I'm most concerned about with the Texans is their offensive line and their secondary. And I think the secondary can be helped big time by the pass rush. And I do think on paper it looks like the Texans could have one of the best pass rushers in the game if they have 3 guys that have double-digit sacks. All right, I'm not saying they're going to be like the Eagles of 2 years ago, but Will Anderson, Danico Autry, and Danielle Hunter feels like they could rack up sack totals, especially if the Texans offense scores like I think they will, and they'll be in a lot of games where teams are having to pass. My question is, the secondary is the weak link. Do you think that the Texans' defensive line and their pass rush is good enough to protect the weak link in the back end? Because to me, that's where they'll get most of their help.
No, I don't think that the pass rush is going to be good enough to protect the back end of the defense.
So they're going to need some of these guys in the back end to step up.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think Stingley's already there. You need C.J. Henderson or Jeff Okudah to step up outside. You need Des King, and I mean, they got a handful of options there at the nickel defender. If they do end up playing the young cat, Kamari Lassiter, then so be it. But just to add a little context, like I don't think any secondary, short of having Darrell Green on one side and Deion Sanders on the other side, like you need help from your. I don't give a damn how good you are when you're in a position to play a lot of man coverage, and generate a pass rush and crowd the line of scrimmage to create confusion for a quarterback and an offensive line. You end up playing a lot of man coverage. You end up playing a lot of middle close coverage, and so your corner's on an island. Those guys need help. I don't give a damn. 99% of them had a lot of help by their play caller and a lot of help from their pass rush. And the part that scares me, I think this team's going to be really good in obvious passing situations. Pin your ears back, go get the quarterback, get penetration inside. I think you move Danico Autry inside. You got Daniil Hunter outside, Will Anderson outside. I don't care who you put at that fourth defensive line position. I think they're going to get home.